it's run and go. We think ahead out of force out. We run and go. For us, it's in our bones. It's run and go. Oh, we live to keep score. For us, it's run and go. For us, it's all we know. It's run and go. We think ahead out of force out. We run and go. For us, it's in our bones. It's run and go. Oh. It's running. It's running. It's running.
try. Imagine living without it, without it. So let's go. Heaven is worth fighting for, you know. I've been standing right next to you, next to you. Oh, I know it won't be easy, but it's true. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do, what we didn't do.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery.
Well, everyone, welcome to Xenon Gaming Series Season 4. It's the third, fourth place match between Above the Law and Homeland Esports. And today, these teams, well, as they're not playing for, the big old grand prize, they are still playing for $300 and bragging rights, of course, in the Xenon Gaming Series. And my name is Klims. I'm joined by Sirius. And Sirius, well, we've got a good matchup today between Homeland, the former Xenon champions, and Above the Law, a new team and a new competitors that have joined the scene.
Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup as they have played each other in the opening matchups of Group B, I believe, with Homeland winning it out 2-1. Pretty close maps, I'd say, aside from one of them winning it out 7-2 in the favor of Homeland. But I do kind of want to talk about Homeland and some of their maps, I believe, because, I think, because we're still waiting on some of their players to join the lobby. So we're just going to wait a little bit and just talk about some of their favorite maps because I want to kind of just go into what we might expect to see coming into this game coming up. So it's just going to be a matter of okay, are we going to see what kind of bands are we going to see out of them? Because they don't really like maps like Cafe or Border. They don't like those maps at all. Whereas Club is like one of their favorites, and that was one of the maps we saw in their previous matchup against Homeland. And I believe we saw that last night against HK Rebels, where yes, they lost that 7-4, and that was the second matchup in that one. So it's just gonna be. I wonder just if they're just gonna try to repeat some of those same maps as before, stick to their comfortable maps, just don't go anything too unexpected. But I wonder what you think Homeland's gonna do for this one.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see where the maps might go off to, but we're gonna have our producer pull up the rosters. And well, Sirius, you know a little bit about this Above the Law team, and maybe you can dive in just a little bit more deeply into what their insights might be here tonight.
Yeah, kind of like I was saying, Theme Park, one of their statistically worst maps. They've lost it against Homeland, I believe, last time they went there in pretty close fashion, but it's been one of their lesser favored maps as well, aside from just some of those perma bans I mentioned of Cafe and Border. And Clubhouse being one of their best, but just barely edging out Homeland on it. And they have a total win rate of 68%. Jolt, Shapai, Morocco, Badger, and Shiba, all kind of doing very basic stuff, just kind of going all over it. And I believe I just got information that Mirage is actually playing for Above the Law. That's going to be an interesting one. I'm not sure he's going to be playing for.
Well, most likely going to be in one of these rosters, and hopefully stuff will get started. But we'll turn the card to the other side of things. We'll check out the Homeland roster right now, and well, I've got a little bit of insight to this team. I mean, this team has being such a strong roster. They won Xenon Gaming Series Season 3. So to see them with a strong performance here in Season 4, qualifying and being one of the favorite teams, to see a third place finish, you know what? It's not a win, but it's still a pretty damn good showing. This team's been nothing but amazing. You got Cohen being the leader, the solid IGL for the team. You've also got Floofs and Snipey, both pretty much kind of being some of that core roster that's been developing for what seems like forever, and finally now getting themselves the organization. You saw these guys formerly known as Superlight in Season 3 and now fighting themselves in here. Zez, Yeji, and Rival all filling out the rest of the roster with the coach of Nick Moop, who is a good buddy of mine. And well, hopefully we will see them succeed today, or maybe they won't, but we're going to find out what maps we're going to be heading to now as well. We'll turn over the graphic yet again. And well, Serious, I know you've got some qualms to say about this real briefly before we hop into the game.
Just I I just want to point out something. These are the exact same maps that we saw them play in the opening matchup in the exact same order. The only things that have changed is Border and Sky have been flipped for Chalet and Bang on the other side. So this is almost the exact same as we saw in the previous matchup where Homeland was able to edge out Above the Law in that opening matchup. It's just I'm just a little confused. I figured they would kind of mix things up a bit, but no, they're just sticking to what they did best and just kind of sticking to their comfortable maps and just going towards Villas for a decider.
Well, yeah,
So
well, maybe it's deja vu, but we're heading on into Clubhouse and starting off on map number 1. The beautiful trees showing there on the map graphic as we head on into the ban phase. And, well, if I remember correctly, you said Above the Law barely squeaked out a win against Homeland here on Clubhouse. So they may be looking to do just the same and potentially take that map all the way on through. And, well, should Above the Law get that win? Homeland bested Above the Law in the previous matchup on Theme Park, I believe 7-2. So a little questionable to let Theme Park go through, but maybe Above the Law just not favoring that border and cafe bans, just like you were talking about. Habana will be the first operator evicted from the board, and well, shortly following will most likely be someone with a very luminescent presence, and it's going to be the Nook getting banned out. And on Clubhouse Series, I don't think that Nook is necessarily the best operator to ban, just because I don't think she has a lot of big presence or any sort of crazy plays you can really do. You might be able to lurk behind on maybe a CCTV defense, but it's real difficult to try to creep your way around the map as, well, Clubhouse is maybe a little bit more tall than wide.
well, I think it's a really good ban just in general because I guess Above the Law just don't really like playing against that Nook on this map, and we're seeing the exact same bans we saw last time we came here. But just to kind of further the point about Nook being banned out, she's very good at just kind of going for those lurky plays that Snipey in particular likes to kind of go for, whereas the rest of his team kind of like to go for these converging plays onto the defense. Snipey's just kind of off doing his own thing around the map, so kind of just making sure he can't go for those more sneaky plays just allows you to kind of be a little bit more comfortable, go play off that information a bit more. But just it's not, I don't really necessarily hate the ban. I think you could definitely ban some better operators that would have more of an impact in terms of just general gameplay. But I don't necessarily hate the ban. It's just kind of just a standard default one, I'd say, for this meta.
Relatively standard as we've hopped on into the action on our basement defense here from Homeland, electing to go to the bottom 4 site first. A lot of teams have seemed to kind of transition from the traditional CCTV defense down to the basement, and well, Above the Law might just be ready here for this attack. They do have a sub playing today in the likes of Nyx, but there is no slouch behind that esteemed player, obviously playing in Pro League, and now I believe helping kind of coach the Mirage roster. And well, you've seen them gain success and traction in Pro League. Nyx will be showing their face here today, and well, maybe they're not on the team anymore, but still showing up as a player is Nyx. Definitely a very solid gunner, good IGL, and can definitely change and shake up the way that this match may just play out. A relatively open defensive extension as they've opened up that triple wall in the basement, maybe a slight roam here from the Homeland defense, but nothing too out of the ordinary here in this first round.
Definitely not, as they're just kind of going straight into garage, trying to get control of CCTV, and possibly going for a play onto secret over here. As Snipey loses a lot of his HP, possibly about to get picked off here. Sheba gets the first kill onto Zez, and Snipey almost gets another kill on Spy right now, but like he's able to clean that up. It's the first 2 picks opening up for Above the Law, and possibly a third one coming out here onto Rival right now. But things are going really fast here, Clemson. It's just already only a minute in the round and 2 people are dead.
Or a rapid roam clear here for Above the Law, coming in through the garage and completely removing that presence that's been brought out by Homeland. Floofs has also taken a hell of a lot of damage, and well, as it continues to trickle on down, the Homeland defense does not seem to be too strong here. You still have presence off the bomb site, but as Above the Law begins to find their way on through and figure out how they want to go for this execute, which may just be ignoring most of this roam, going through blue stairs and potentially even down the oil pit. Rival looking to get aggressive here outside of the CC wall, which has been open. These vertical holes that have been made due to that breach charge, and Rival may be able to find a pick, but thinks better of it. No C4 in hand and does have the SMG-11, so only 17 bullets to work with, so Rival needs to make sure that they're, well, placing their shots properly to make sure that they're able to eliminate any attacker they try to fight.
Yeah, but he still staying on this flank right now as Maraka's able to get another kill onto Cohen right now. He's maybe taking way too long to try to rotate back onto site. Flus, especially on such low HP, Rival's going to have to do something right now if he wants to keep Homeland in the round. Unfortunately, he just gets taken off by Shapai, and just Flus all alone with such low HP. It's going to be a flawless round coming out for Above the Law. Really strong start there, just isolating all those roamers out on that roam. Just did really good dividends for them.
Showing why Clubhouse is one of their best maps is Above the Law, and you see that on that very easy take and roam clear. Just getting their picks and working their way on into the bomb side. A flawless start for Above the Law, and that's exactly what you want to see if you are a fan of that roster. And well, Homeland, the former champions of Xenon, starting slow, not doing too well on the roam clear, not working together enough, and the mute just was not able to have enough of an impact on that previous round. Rival was upstairs for just way too long and needed to take action, but failed to do so, and it ended up crumbling away. Was the round for Homeland Esports, and their defense fell short, but they're gonna reattempt basement. They've got some ideas of how they can make it better. Above the Law seems to be going for the same type of strategy and take, and well, if you're me, I think that it's going to work again. I think Above the Law is just going to force their way in, get the picks, and if Homeland is too aggressive and doesn't change up their style of play quickly, maybe they've been shocked. And Above the Law so far look pretty dominant.
Just I just really need to see if Above the Law kind of change up their taste, because they kind of tend to do the same things I've noticed in the past few games of club they've seen. So Homeland may be able to read into that, kind of just give them that garage and CCTV control and push them onto other parts of the map instead, forcing them to clear them out in other parts. Because we saw Zez and Snipey just kind of get really heavily contested on that secret stairs, just were not able to do anything. So we need to see them stay up alive a lot longer right now, as we do see Snipey actually on a different part of the map. He's over on Gym, as we do see rest of Above the Law kind of mix up their own takes. So it's just going to be a matter of, can Rival and Snipey kind of hold off this push over here, as Nyx is going to be trying to open up that jacuzzi wall. So it's just going to be a matter of, can they just clear them out as quickly as they did last time, or is Homeland going to be able to adapt and kind of slow down their push?
That wall will open right on up, and with the changes of mute, obviously not fully jamming up the wall anymore, and so all you got to do is go on repel and open up the wall just at a little bit higher with that exothermic charge, and it actually creates a little bit larger of a hole. A new trick has been learned, and while able to open up the wall fully and maybe even gain just a little bit more angle advantage. A nade will come through potentially to bring down Snipey, but it gets caught on the weight rack and not able to do so. The Jaeger's still able to hold on to this position, but just as I'm saying that, as that clear goes on through, Zez does fall. The nade does go on through, and what leaving is Snipey, and Rival falls as well. Floof's falling as well, and the entire roam has been shocked yet again, as it's all left down to Cohen, who will get aggressive on the main stairs, but the information seems to be there, and Nyx waiting from above, able to get the final kill, as well, pretty much the whole roster waiting for the smoke to walk up, and a beautiful angle by Nyx, shooting over that bar wall on the pool table, and able to get another flawless round. Is Above the Law. Homeland, their basement defense is just not showing up, and Above the Law looks well ready and prepared for this match.
I just really got to question just Homeland's just trying to stay in some of these more aggressive positions even after they've been droned out. Snipey got droned out, I believe, twice. Naded almost once, but chose to just stay in that position even though they all knew where he was. So I feel like the roamers of Homeland really need to play a little bit smarter right now. Shoot a few drones, sure. Fall back. Just give them the ground. It's okay to do so, but just you have to waste more time. They were trying to waste a lot of time there, but just died for it, and then it accumulated. It's like a snowball effect, one after another. Just can't really be doing that if you're these roamers. You have to actually contest them and just not give them these free kills, essentially. And that's just 2 flawless rounds in a row. Is just not really looking good right now. As if you're Homeland, you just got to do something to just kind of slow them down and not die so early, and just leave only one guy left to deal with everything else.
Well, if I'm a coach and looking at the Homeland roster right now, they are playing too structured. Homeland was such a strong team when they were able to play loose and flow around the map, but they seem to be trying to play their spots a little too tight, and you saw that happen. The nades coming through against Snipey, and well, the Jaeger simply sat there and felt like they needed to hold that spot instead of leaving that position and keeping their valuable life alive. Remember, the most valuable roam is a little bit of time taken, maybe a little bit of damage, shooting a drone or two, and leaving and going back to the bomb site, because ultimately that is what you have to defend. The impacts will go through and the wall will get opened up, as the Zofia stuns have come on through, and Sheba able to knock the bandit off of the wall from being able to trick. Floof's not able to stick that battery on down, and well, the main breach will be opened up, but on the right side more so signifies potentially what would be a construction take, and that's exactly what you're going to see. Is well, I think that these players here from Above the Law will find their way across the map. They haven't done so yet. Most of them still kind of lurking around on the rappel, trying to see what might be free for them to take, what that free real estate might be. And potentially looking to contest under Garage is one of those players outside the wall, but Zez still down below will create some immense pressure for these attackers to find their way on in below. More drones going on through to find the position of the Alibi, and Zez with the swing completely thrashes off Joel's head, and a beautiful quick peek, and just simply the game sense by the Alibi to hit that pre-fire and get that frag. Morocco looking to deal with this player still, but Zez not able to do enough quick peeking and pre-firing, and does eventually get brought down. It's Homeland's first kill of the map coming in round 3, but it may just be what they need to get started.
Zez able to waste so much time in this lounge area, just alleviate some of that pressure onto Snipey, who's still sitting up in rafters right now. He only has a minute left and he's still not been cleared. This is just going to make it really tough for Above the Law to get the garage to control. I think they need to apply some pressure onto the site, but Morocco gets a nice shot onto him as Cohen equalizes it out still. It's still a 3v3, and Floofs and the rest of Homeland right now are still able to keep their guns up right now and is able to repel the attack for the most part. Sloofs is trying to get aggressive onto Nyx and is able to do so. Morocco only left in a 1v2 right now. He's gonna have to get these last two players right now and isolate them out if he wants to get this round win for them right now. It's just not looking good in terms of this attack right now.
Well, Morocco seems to continue to throw away and try to find themselves into the bomb site. Will do so and find the frag onto the player and catches Floofs, who doesn't seem to have the information, but able to swing out wide and hitting the hip fire shot as they begin the ADS onto the Yana. Winning out the round is Floofs in a clutch situation for Homeland. Does net them their first round of the match, but man, it was a close round and nearly thrown away. And Nick's able to walk up the red stairs there and cause pandemonium, it seemed, for the Homeland defenders. And well, Morocco nearly able to win that round after that crazy shot on the rafters player, not able to quite win it out. And well, Homeland winning their first round, electing to stride away from the basement, able to win CCTV, and now electing to go to master bedroom. So avoiding that basement bomb site yet again is Homeland, trying to net as many of these clubhouse defensive rounds as possible.
Just a lot better round in terms of their general coordination there. Zez able to alleviate some of that pressure onto the garage because they had to clear him out first in that lounge area. Able to do so with a lot of time being wasted, so it just meant that Morocco had to essentially just walk right on into the garage door. Able to get a nice shot though, so Snipey just kind of just got a little unlucky there. But the general idea for the Homeland was there, just to waste so much time down below, make sure you can't easily push into these other pressure points of Homeland, and just waste a lot of time on that roam, and did a lot better job than we saw in those previous 2 rounds. Just doing much better to play together and play smart rather than just peeking aggressively. That's something we really need to see Homeland try to do a little bit better. So just right now, I just looking a little bit better for Homeland, but they need to still keep doing a lot better on terms of those roams.
Well, Homeland's roams have failed in the past, at least on the 2 basement bomb sites, but more successful was Zez that last round there in lounge and able to have those head holes on the barrage wall, peeked into blue and got 1 player. Could have possibly found a second, but did get wallbanged by Morocco, who found 3 and nearly 4 on the round and almost clutched it out. But as we begin, the CC wall has already been opened up, but it's Homeland who will defend deeper on into construction, electing for that con hold. Throwing up a Kiba barrier is Floofs now, as well they'll look to stand on behind their newly patched up wall that has been built by their own defender. And well, Snipey with the flank able to find 1 on a Shapai up the red stairs, and the ace falls down. Only 1 hard breacher remains for this bomb site. Still plenty of room to be done and made by those exothermic charges, but now you have to be precious with those materials and figure out what do you want to open, what can you open. Nyx will rotate on over and begin to find their way over to this construction wall, which will surely get open to pressure the Azami out of this location. Snipey still below, has that C4 in hand, and could be a disaster for the Above the Law attackers if they do not take this into account.
He can really do so much damage. He still has a C4 in pocket, but Morocco is able to kill Floofs. That's going to be the Azami off the board, so no more of those Kiba barriers, able to make a lot of damage onto the site. As Morocco's able to get another onto Zez, who seemed to hop out for some reason there. I have no idea what he was doing, and now Rival is just having to contest Logi so much right now. He's having to make sure that nobody is able to just walk right on in, as Homeland, who were looking good early on, is now all of a sudden behind a man right at the moment. Snipey may have to go for a C4 plan soon and rotate back to site if he wants to keep it in.
Well, Rival and Snipey, the last two defenders alive, as Cohen finds one, but is quickly refragged by the Thermite. Morocco's found their way into Jim and nearly able to take off the head of the Jaeger. Does not do so as they find a way to peek, but does end up getting that frag. And Snipey, the last defender, not known on the location. A pre-play C4 from below will bring down Jolt, but the information now that the Valkyrie is below, walking up the main stairs, Morocco seems to have the knowledge of where the Valkyrie might be coming through. It's Snipey to take down Nyx, and all of a sudden it's left down to the Yana, the star player, for above the law, able to get the frag, and well, unfortunately the Valkyrie not able to clutch it out for Homeland. Beautiful shots by the Yana of Morocco, continuing to just delete these Homeland defenders, and above the law, 3 attacks now has seemed to continue to just decimate Homeland here on Clubhouse.
I can't help but feel like Homeland just again overextended themselves right there. We saw, I think, just Floofs and Zez just overextend on those windows and just allow Morocco to get 3 kills just essentially for free. Just because they overextended so much. Just they were holding really good positions, but they just overstepped their bounds and just allowed him to just get those free picks and just put the advantage back in the favor of above the law. They were doing so well in that previous round of playing more passive, playing their angles, not really getting too aggressive, and just when you overstep your bounds again, just if you play passive, you can hold those angles and not worry about them getting those cheeky angles onto you. You need to play smart and not dumb and just give them those free picks, because Snipey was doing so well on the roam, he could have wasted a lot more time, but just now you have put him in a pressure situation where he has to move back up a lot faster than he otherwise might have before.
Well, above the law, continuing to strive deep onto their attacks, and Homeland, thinking that they could have had that round back, will go back to Gym Bedroom, staying away from the basement. I do think it's the right call to at least have a better chance of being more successful here on the top floors. Well, they were able to at least get kills, 0 kills for them in both of their basement defenses, and Homeland looks to continue to stride on through. Above the law will make their way through the wall, and well, Jolt might be able to find one on arrival here on the main stairs, but not able to do so on those top of the main stairs. The Thatcher able to fall away, and well, no damage done through, but that phantom pressure has already been established by this above the law attack, and it seems that, well, above the law yet again, just as they did before on basement, they changed up their attacking strategy, and they're doing the exact same thing here on Jacuzzi, and well, maybe it's panning out different. Shiba falls to Snipey, who has established a roam downstairs in the bar area, and well, the Sophia falling, it will be much more tricky to clear out any shields that may be left within the bomb site, or use those impacts from below to maybe alleviate some of the pressure that these defenders might be creating in the bomb site.
Snipey's gonna have to contest with Morocco. He's gonna have see if he can just get this kill onto him and just keep the pressure down below in his favor. He still has a C4 in pocket, but he doesn't know that Morocco's there, and he's able to alleviate some of that downstairs pressure. Morocco can now go for these nade kills from below if he has the information in pocket, but it's still even right now for Homeland. You don't have to overextend. You don't have to worry about it too much at the moment. So it's just going to be a matter of still playing passive, not giving away too many free kills, making sure above the law have to fight for these kills, and just make sure that you stay within these angles and play off each other right now. That's going to have to be the game plan for them right now, as they're still looking to group up and try to get that bathroom wall open. Cohen, maybe... Oh, Zez actually was able to impact that wall, or just shoot those ace charges off and keep that wall soft for him. That's gonna be a nice pressure point that they have to deal with later, since they weren't able to open up now, Climps.
I believe the Alibi was able to get the angle onto that ace charge and knock it right off of the wall. And well, the attack strategy might have to shift a little bit further over across the map as you see the Thatcher begin to drone out the logistics office. Rival here waiting for any sort of drop that may come on through, and a flashbang will come through. The EMP comes on, and well, it's the attack coming on through. Shapai able to find one, but Floofs with the refrag. Rival does find Thermite, who drops it up the main stairs, has made their way. It's Morocco. Shapai from construction able to find 2 as well, and it falls apart yet again for the Homeland defense, as they seem to have no answer for the above the law attack, as above the law continues to just make things work and make big strides, as well, they found themselves up 4 rounds now on their attacking half of Clubhouse.
Doing really good on terms of their attacks, able to isolate some of those roamers and alleviate some of that pressure, as I mentioned before, and just able to explode onto these players on the actual bomb site and just make sure they have to not be able to play off each other. essentially giving themselves 1v1s on the actual bomb site. It's really good plays coming out from above the law as they're just playing smart, making sure that Floofs and Rival and whoever else is on site has to essentially just swing out alone and not have any help from their teammates who would normally give them those 1v1 refrags. And just not looking good for Homeland right now. It's just that kind of synergy is not really in place at the moment, but it is for above the law. They need to really step it up here, and they need to win out the CCTV, which they were able to do so, but it was a lot closer than they would have. So they need to clean it up just a little bit here.
Well, Homeland did win their CCTV defense just barely last time they attempted this bomb site, but it's their only defense they've won so far, so it's the safest home they feel like they can head on towards, and maybe not as dominant as they were last season. They're looking to try to establish themselves a foot back in this match, at least on Clubhouse right now. They've got half a foot in the grave, and they're trying to find any sort of way that they can change their fate here in this match. Spy with the EMP impacts will be the method to open up this wall, but the barricade on that red door will prevent any sort of those concussive impacts from going on through and, well, stopping that bandit chick from going through. Instead, now you have Shiba across the other side of the map from above trying to throw those impacts through the window to stop that bandit trick. You might also have the Thatcher or someone to try to stop those ADSs from going on through. The bandit trick will go on through, but it seems to have missed. EMP impacts plenty going on through, but the EMP, the stun does not go on through, and well, the wall ends up remaining closed. L4 bandit charges on the wall, and one of the recent changes with Bandit is that you can put as many batteries as you want onto that wall, and well, you see Floofs taking plenty advantage of that and able to keep that CCTV wall closed. Is the above or Homeland defenders rather, and well, it seems to net them so much more of an advantage in this round. Shiba will accidentally down their own teammate as they drop down the logistics hatches. Rival has begun to establish this roam presence in the master bedroom. Leaving this position now is the Jaeger, and will find themselves back to the bomb site as, well, I think Homeland defenders have realized that above the law only has one hard breach, and they can't get that main wall open without maybe having to fight their way through construction, and that's exactly what you're going to see. Most likely it will be opted that this construction wall will get open, but they will still have to deal with the problems of Floofs, who is the bandit and has now moved over and rotated to this construction wall. One bandit battery in pocket will be what it takes to get this wall open as Nyx begins to place down that exothermic charge now for the wall, but Floofs yet again able to get the bandit trick off, and it's falling apart for the above the law attack.
Above the law is not able to open up any single wall, but Nyx is able to get one kill onto Floofs right now. That was the bandit, but he's essentially done his job in the round. Able to die, but did so much in terms of just making sure that above the law have no actual pressure onto the bomb site. They're gonna have to funnel in through these windows and doorways, but Jolt gets a nice kill through the wall there. How do you let that happen? Now, what was looking good in terms of just wall denial is not looking good in terms of man count. How is this happening right now, Klimps?
Well, above the law continuing to fry the defenders as Homeland seems so uncomfortable. The explosion of the bomb site comes through, and it's a flawless round. Both exothermic charges get stopped, but it doesn't matter because the presence of the attackers go on through. They're able to knock down the Homeland defenders, which establish these bunker positions, and well, due to the bomb site setup, it ended up crumbling them as, well, you weren't able to play safely behind green mugs because there was someone on that window, and well, the pressure from the CC window brought down that player behind the green box. Another player fell from an overpeak, and Homeland just not playing the Homeland way. Above the law showing them how it gets done, and above the law looks real damn strong right now.
Much more decisive game coming out here from above the law, as I believe it was basically a 4-2 split for them last time we saw them on this map against, no, it's actually 2-4 split in favor of Homeland going into the side switch. But now it's a complete opposite. It's 5-1 for them. They're looking so much better right now. And I just wonder how much of that is also just due to Nyx being on the team, able to kind of IGL and coach them through this. I'm sure it plays a huge factor, but these players are also really good. We've seen them do really well against some of these other teams in XGS right now, but just they look another level in terms of Homeland. Against Homeland, they just are surging through them. They just, even if they're not in favor in terms of just getting those wall open, they're able to just surge onto site and they just get all the kills even still without all that pressure. Just, it doesn't even make any sense right now, Clint. I'm just struggling to think of what to say.
Well, above the law now on their defense will go to basement, similar to how Homeland started off this match. And they're looking to maybe have a different result than what the Homeland defenders had done previously, as the side swap has gone on through 5 straight attacking rounds. Or no, it was 2 attacking rounds, 1 Homeland win, and then 3 straight after that. So above the law, still with the momentum advantage, continuing to strive down onto the Homeland attack now. As well, a minute has almost gone by, a little bit of droning going through, but it seems like a relatively slow take. Snipey finally finding their way into garage, but it just seems a little too slow. Zez and Floofs with better progression upstairs has cleared out the master bedroom. As they begin to drone their way on through and down the main stairs, will find themselves through bathroom, bar, billiards, and more, and maybe even through the strip club, making sure that there's no defenders lurking in there. Homeland seems scared on this roam clear as well. They've gotten the control now, but the above the law defenders continue to anchor on through in the site.
Dez is making a very aggressive play down the main stairs. Could get someone off guard if they get a little too little passive just in terms of just where they're positioning right now. But Shiba does seem a little bit aware, but almost loses a bit of his HP in terms of that, as he kind of just got a little unaware that Zez had was looking in his direction. Homeland looking to try to get some of these hatches open, try to pressure some of these other points around the map and this bomb site, as they're looking to try to converge onto one player and just isolate them out and make sure that they can actually stay alive in the last minute of the round coming up here. But they're taking their time in terms of this. This could really spell disaster for them if they wait a little too long, as kitchen hatch is still not open and they don't have any real idea of where they want to go just yet.
Relatively slow progression here from the Homeland attack is, well, you see the Kiva barriers being brought through to eliminate any of that destruction being established by the Bucks. Zez has made themselves all the way down the blue stairs now and might try to find this Jaeger, but if they hold that grenade for too long, the Jaeger may just get away with that peak. Spy able to get out of there with their life, but decides to think better of it, goes back in trying to hold on to blue, but it's Snipey to bring them down. Morocco with the response of their own as they bring down Zez, and Morocco for a second as they bring down Floofs does get traded into down but not out position, eventually finished up by the IGL of Cohen, but the Thermites pushed on in and gone down, and everyone's falling apart now here for the Homeland attack. Rival last alive here as 20 seconds remains, and the diffuser finally back in the pocket of the Buck, and well, they'll look to try to get that plant down as they begin to establish a ticking in time of that diffuser, but it's Nyx with the sprint through and will finish off the last attacker. Rival falls, and a beautiful play by the smoke. It really came off the back ends of Morocco hitting beautiful shots, retaking that control of blue, and a stellar defense by above the law.
Really stellar indeed. It's just they were able to just hold their positions, even aside from Spy getting a little, it seemed a little unaware that Zez has made his way all the way down the secret stairs. Just really good from the rest of above the law to kind of lock those positions down, kind of just isolate out the rest of Homeland, as they wasted so much time trying to go for that initial push. They weren't able to even open up triple walls and kind of allow some pressure onto Church. So all those players were just able to kind of just sit in sight and just kind of hold these angles onto the doorways and just kill them as they started to funnel in. Just really need Homeland to kind of just speed things up and make sure they can get an idea of who they want to go for first, as we kind of saw that with Spy there, kind of isolate out that blue player, make sure you have that control, but just we didn't see that on the rest of the players of above the law. We need to see them kind of have a general idea of what they want to go for instead of just one tiny piece. It's a whole puzzle right now. You can't only just go for one part of the section.
But defending Gym Bedroom will be the above the law defenses. They're looking to continue to be successful here, as their first defensive round went very well, and they're looking to continue that, but a very heavy cache extension as the red stairs have been opened up and lots of holes in the cache wall. Usually you might see those reinforced typically, but instead above the law elects to make further angles and deeper on into cache and CCTV, and it will make it more tricky for the Homeland attack to find their way on in. Now they do have plenty of destruction across the board. You have those concussive impacts from Snipey, which can be brought on through, and Rival as well with those Rotero drones might be able to cause some damage amongst those walls and open up some further angles. The Ace Charge elected onto the cache wall will open it up, and the Exothermic now onto construction will create lots of pressure here, and well, maybe not as comfortable as a rotation back to the bomb site should the above the law defense choose to do so, but I think they are going to fight for their lives now that that construction wall has been opened on up, and that's exactly what you see as Spy starts it off, killing Zez and kicking off the round with a good start, bringing down the Yana. The entry fragger, losing those nades. 1-8 right now. Zez struggling to wake on up, and yes, you've got more maps to go, but the struggle is real right now for the Homeland team, and Above the Law just looks so strong.
Just not able to get Shapai out of cash area. He's still able to sit here, just waste so much time and able to get one kill onto Zez, as you mentioned before. Just not really doing good to isolate some of these players and just leaving so much time for yourself to try to clear out some of these other players on the actual bomb site, because you still don't have Jacuzzi wall open. Flus is just kind of sitting out on highway right now, not able to do anything because of a Keepa barrier in his way. They can't kill out Jolt right now, and that wall is going to remain closed for the time being because they can't really do anything. Finally, Keepa barrier is gone, so they will be able to open up in just a second, but so much time had to be wasted to get that investment in, and it's not looking good in terms of just time investment, and already man count is in your disadvantage right now. Just really poor time management coming out from Homeland, and just not really able to go for these proper clears is really costing them.
Morocco would bring down Floofs now, as it seems to even more so struggle on the attack here is Homeland. They haven't found an attacking round and need to find 5 in a row to try to bring this map back. Cohen able to bring down Spy as well, their legs were overextended in logistics, and Snipe able to walk on in as all of a sudden brought this round back a little bit. But just as I say that, Jolt and Shiba with their own response, but Cohen, the captain at IGL, showing how it's done, showing their team, putting them on the back, and the Thermite trying to keep their team on. And it has some information as to where the Azami may be playing in, as it is in the logistics office. The bomb site's been forfeited to the Thermite, who will begin to plant that diffuser, but thinking better is the Thermite. The impact comes through, it hits Cohen right in the face, but no more screen shake. The Thermite would have bring down the Azami, as it would have been a much better play to just stay gun up, but Shiba instead elected to go for the Pokeball, thinking that that Thermite might be hanging out further. And will Homeland stay in it as Cohen finds a miracle round?
Miracle round indeed. Just was looking very, very horrible once again from Homeland there. Just not able to get anything going there. Cohen able to punish those players from Above the Law who were getting way too aggressive, and just kind of gave them essentially free 1v1s at the very end of that round. They're going to be looking to repeat that bomb site again, just realizing, okay, we had that in the bag. We just kind of threw it away. That's not really their round. That was supposed to be ours. But just Homeland, you need to clear out with these players on the cash side or just other parts of the map with some decisive manner. You can't just send one guy to do it. Your gun skill is really good, I will give you that, but it's not good enough to just kind of deal with these guns of Above the Law who are looking so hot right now. Says 1-8, as you mentioned before, just not looking really hot right now. He needs somebody to come help him out here, just give him some of that intel to play off of. He can't just be going face checking everywhere. It's just, I don't see the general game plan coming out from Homeland right now. They just look like they're struggling to find any answers at the moment.
Above the Law is just decimating Homeland. It's exactly as you say. It's an information game. As Homeland, well, their attackers seem to be peeking into places maybe they're not too comfortable on. I also disagree with some of the ways that they're taking the bomb site. You should be using that exothermic charge to open up that cache wall, that CCTV wall, because if you do that, well, you have a little bit bigger of an area to walk on through, especially when you're contesting with the default defensive setup onto the red stairs. The ace charge has gone on through to open up that main wall, and Cohen will open up the construction wall, so it's a very stock standard similar attack as we saw before. But the Rotero drone will go on through and bring down the shield of Shapai and force the Jaeger to potentially fall on back through cash. Still holding an aggressive angle though onto the breach, trying to catch any of these attackers through, as if poor information does come through, Zez may just lose their head as well. They're looking to creep on through the breach, and that may just be the timing as Shapai leaves the angle and could have nested a pick. But it's a great roam so far from the Above the Law defenses. Yes, it's not a deep roam, but they've wasted enough time and still making these Homeland attackers so uncomfortable.
But Homeland is looking a lot more decisive in what they want to go for, as we see Zez and Snipe here looking to pinch together onto these cash players. Not able to do it within enough time, but they're doing it with manner in mind. They have a plan of what they want to go for, which is not something we've necessarily seen coming out of them. They look to be clearing out some of these positions with like purpose and actual premise behind it. not something we've been seeing out of them so far, and it's looking a lot better right now as they look to be playing with conviction right now as we see 2 kills coming out for them.
2 good kills here from Homeland as well. They seem to have woken up, but it may be just a little bit too late. But if they can continue to string these rounds together, it could be so beneficial. Morocco with 15 frags, looking to continue that spree, but it's Nyx who wakes up. Morocco does fall on down. A gas grenade comes through from the smoke player and will take a little bit of damage. Snipey entering on into the bomb site loses their life. Not yet, just down, but not out. Not able to have any more impact in the round. Shiba will bring down Cohen, and well, it's even back out to a 2v2. The shotgun play still within the bathroom, and Nyx all of a sudden has control of that diffuser on the Jacuzzi breach. The Homeland attack soon to be slowing down, and it's not looking amazing here for the attackers as well, they've forfeited that control of the diffuser. Zez feels so uncomfortable right now walking on in through logistics office and no information on where these last 2 defenders are. You have to assume that one's in the bathroom, and a res may go on through here for the player down behind the island, the mattress, but that will not go through and not be the case. Rival does bring down Nyx, and it's the swing as Shiba gives away the position and alerts to the attackers, and it's a swing here from Zez and able to get that frag back as Homeland has strung away 2 rounds now and may continue to keep on doing that to try to force overtime here on Clubhouse.
Looked a lot better in that round. As I mentioned before, they looked to have a purpose behind some of these pushes instead of just having one guy go out and clear some of these areas out. It looked like they were pushing as a team and playing together and having a lot of more of that synergy we should be seeing coming out from them. Look a lot better in that round, but that's only two rounds on the same bomb site here. They need to play that same game plan here on the basement bomb site and make sure they clear out the top floor roam with a lot faster and make sure they can clear out some of these other positions like blue and arsenal and make sure they have a lot of bodies on the board to make sure they can do that.
Well, hopefully that support will go on through as Homeland has continued to string together some attacking rounds in an attacker-sided Clubhouse maybe we were seeing tonight. Serious above the law still has given themselves such a great buffer, and they continue to still have that 3-round advantage. Homeland has no more room for mistakes and needs to have every single round work out in their favor should they try to take this series here on Clubhouse. But above the law, I think they've just built themselves too big of a gap here, and it doesn't look great here for the Homeland attackers and the defending champions of Xenon Gaming Series. As we find ourselves back to the basement, above the law won this round previously in Homeland. Well, it's only been won once, this basement defense, 0 times by Homeland and once by above the law. The only time they've attempted it so far. So Homeland may attempt to change that narrative, but we'll have to see if that is the case as a slow and steady attack begins here on the basement defense.
Slow and steady once again, trying to see if they can clear out these top floor positions, not realizing that nobody's really up here right now aside from one person of Morocco who's kind of on a solo roam on the top floor. I don't think they've been able to spot him out just yet. He could waste a lot of time and possibly get out with maybe a kill or just kind of waste a lot more of that utility. But he could get pinched out here in just a second by Zez, as they do seem to have an idea that he's over here. And oh my god! They just trade each other out there. I don't even know how that happened, but essentially, job's done. Top floor player is gone, but you also lost a man for it. And unfortunately, that's just going to be very unfortunate for Homeland, as that's a lot of time wasted for just one player and lost another man for it in a trade. As you're still having to assess some of the more roamers on the stock in secret side of the map right now.
Well, the nade's no longer going to be within the round, as Zez the only operator to bring those. The recent nerf coming through and eliminating many of the operators which have that capability to carry those frags, but there's still plenty of attackers left on the board. But slowly, as I say, that Snipey ends up losing their life. The Ash falls, and now both entry operators have fallen for the Homeland attackers, as above the law seem to be running away with this round. A very good roam by Morocco. Lots of time wasted and now forcing pressure here on the Homeland attack as finally, they've made themselves their way down the main stairs, and Floofs might try to open up this wall, will do so, and tries to get a pre-fire, not able to find any of those players, though. Rival trying to destroy some of this gadgetry placed on the side of the wall, but still not able to do even just that. Lots of time denial still on the board here for the above the law defense, and all they need to do is wait it out. And if Homeland does not make their play soon, they will simply stall out of time. The Goyo Vulcan canisters may get popped. It's exactly what you see in the face of Rival. The floor is not using those Rotero drones effectively, and well, that roam clear really starting to show the punishment that it caused. The kitchen hatch is not open, and above the law seem to have this defense on lock unless somehow the Homeland team finds their way to the bomb site. But just as I say that, they've found their way in the back armory. The diffuser begins to go down, and if there is coverage, Nyx will be able to win this out. He gets two, might be able to find the third. The MP5 not able to find the damage, and now it's left down to the team captain Cohen, and let's see if he can clutch yet again. He will stand up and find the frag, and Homeland exploding out of the bomb site, somehow finding yet another round. These nitty-gritty rounds, and Homeland just biting and fighting back, and the dogs still got fighting him.
They're really just scrapping these rounds together in ways they should not really be able to do right now. They stalled so much like they did last time onto the church bomb site and just realized they had to switch things up and go for Arsenal through that ash wall, and just they were able to do so and just catch above the law off guard. They just looked super hyper focused on church, and they had no idea that they would just be able to switch up that easily and just switch bomb sites essentially. And just really good job in adapting from by Homeland there, just realizing that church is not going to work out for them. Those Goyo canisters were going to slow them down. They were just going to get crossfired to hell and back, and just realizing that Arsenal was going to have to be their play. It came down to 1v1, but honestly, if you're Homeland right now, being down this much, you're still going to take those opportunities to try to even it out here, even if it is super close.
Well, the Captain Cohen keeping their team in it, and the mentals seem to be slowly rising for this Homeland roster. The synergy starting to flow back through their veins, and you've seen plenty of amazing moments here in this matchup so far. Obviously, you've got the core three players of Floof, Snipey, and Cohen all on 7 kills, and Rival and Zez not too far behind. Zez has finally seemed to start waking up as they got a couple kills so far, and well, their use and effectiveness has been much more worthwhile. Nyx here on their roam in the garage will try to cause some more time qualms here for the Homeland attack, but they have information on the Vigil, and the Snipey with the wall bang, a beautiful pre-placed drone, and that is exactly how you do it with information, as Morocco is forced to leave now as their teammate, their co-companion, has fallen in garage, and leaving that roam presence is going to be the Amazi, and back into the bomb site will be above the law as they continue to try to anchor out. And if they don't have all of their crosses or their boxes crossed and their marks checked, they will make sure that Homeland cannot get into this bomb site, but they need to make sure that everyone is doing what they need to do. Spy has found their way up the red stairs and potentially found their way past a drone, but they're still droning out this top floor, and Cohen will drone out the red stairs, finally finding that information on where the Jaeger is, and Spy now forcing themselves deeper upstairs, and well, will continue to waste more time from Homeland. Surely to be found out will be Spy unless they're able to win out multiple gunfights, but more likely than not, it's just an idea of wasting as much time as possible. Rival now looking to get aggressive, but do they have the information of Morocco, who's pitched out in the blue stairs here, waiting for anyone to cross and try to come up behind their teammate, instead electing to now go to the blue window and might even be able to find one on a Morocco. Instead, there's not information there, and we'll jump on through, and Morocco able to bring down the Flores. No more Rotero drones on the board, and running on back as well, this roam has continued to stall and slow down the likes of Homeland. But as I say that, Snipey brings down Shapai, and now there's plenty of time to go for any sort of execute.
So much time still being wasted on those top floor roams as Spy is now dead, but that roamer presence is now gone. You have to only deal with the players on site, and you're looking good and one man up in terms of advantage, but you still have to get this triple wall open if you want to actually have any presence over on church side, or you're gonna have to send Snipey down blue. But oh my god, above the law is just opening up their kills department right now, and they're able to shut down Snipey and Floofs at the moment, and now all that presence is gone, and now you have no more advantage right now. You're gonna have to surge it on in, do something different right now.
Well, the Thermite has the information on this player in blue, and will smoke off that cross angle. Morocco has been brought down by Zez, who's been quiet so far in this matchup, but has to heat up here if he wants to keep his team in it. Shiba seems to have the information on where the Yana is, but now as their shots exchange, Zez will lose the fight, and Shiba will take the map. It's above the law to win out Clubhouse 7-4, electing to shut down this Homeland attack from coming on back. And, well, since above the law won so many of their attacks off the bat, they put themselves with a plenty buffer and had a couple rounds to play with. They played with a couple of those rounds, but eventually they found one that worked out just right. Back to the basement they went, and able to be successful 2 times now on the basement was above the law as they take map number 1 7-4.
Homeland looked a lot better going into those later rounds as they were finally starting to play with a sense of purpose and looked to have a bit of synergy going into it, but just not nearly enough to bring them back to overtime. It's looking a lot better going into their second map, which is their pick of theme park, and it's their best map. So if you want to have a chance of Homeland to bring it back to map number 3, you need to have that synergy kind of start to come back a little bit and make sure it's alive and going, and make sure comms are going as you go into map number 2. Otherwise, above the law, looking really good right now, could take this in 2.
Well, map number 2, theme park, coming on up next. And we're just going to go away for a short little break. We'll be back in just a couple short moments to take a break. So stretch your legs, throw the arms away, and we'll be back in just a few.
Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering? I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I can't breathe, I need to get some air, but is it toxic addiction? You're a guilty fiction. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die. But your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
Welcome back as we go straight into map number 2 between Above the Law and Homeland, where Homeland were able to kind of start to come back a little bit in terms of their team play and synergy and almost bring it back to overtime. But Above the Law right now, we're looking really strong right now going into map number 2, Clemps.
Well, put Homeland a little bit too far into a gap was Above the Law, and they were able to build up a large gap between the teams as we hop on in the theme park. And well, the old amusement park, you see that damaged Ferris wheel in the background, and it's kind of like how it's been this map so far. It's kind of at least been, a little wacky here, a little wacky there. And Above the Law on their defensive start here for theme park. This is Homeland's map pick, and Homeland looking to get maybe a little bit of revenge, trying to find as many attack runs as they can. Theme Park being a much more defensive-oriented map, well, they had plenty of good attacks. Homeland did last map on Clubhouse. The Nook off the board will be banned out by Above the Law, and I think that's an excellent choice, especially on a map like Theme Park, where you can just run around the map like crazy wumbo jumbo. Like you could sprint around the map anywhere you want to go, avoid those cameras, and really come up behind those defenders. Ying off the board from Homeland is an interesting ban, and maybe was something that they had seen last time Above the Law came to this map. Obviously, as you were stating earlier, series, both of these teams met before on Theme Park, so most likely these are target bans to kind of counter out each other's actions.
Yeah, instead of just the Flores, I believe it was last time, they've instead chosen to ban out the Ying. It must have been something they saw last time, like you were mentioning. Not really sure if how great they were able to use the Ying, but probably just enough to probably scare them off and just make sure they don't want to see it again. But as we do see kind of a zombie going off the board finally, very good operator, I believe, as she was able to be used as such great effect in that last map, is just essentially putting down midi shields all over the place and just really make it annoying as the attack to clear out those positions. So really good bans across the board right now. It's kind of just good to see, like, can't go for those lurky plays, you can't go for those fast plays, can't go play off intel or utility. Just really good bans overall, and it's just going to make, I think, a lot more dynamic defenses and attacks right now.
Most definitely, the defenses can be a little bit stretched around the map. The Azami does fall down, but you still have to have plenty of presence around the map, usually on a throne armory defense, you're going to see more of a drug lab extension, and maybe Jolt will be that player to roam around there tasked with that. But you've seen Morocco go on a tear, the first map having like 16 or 17 kills, and on the Mozzie and other threatening operators will certainly be that first spearhead point of defense here for Above the Law, and they will continue to hopefully cause hell for these Homeland defenders, as you see a very large extension being opened up on the yellow stairs to office wall, and that's going to be exactly what this roam needs to slow down the Homeland attack, which was starting to gain a little bit of pace here on the last map of Clubhouse.
Just looking to try to see if they can waste so much time up above and make Homeland not have nearly as much time as they would like to try to push onto the actual bomb site. Something they were doing very well in that last map, like you're highlighting, especially on the basement bomb site. Able to waste so much time on the roam clear, and it just made it very difficult to actually clear some of these positions on the bomb site. So I think they're just kind of going for that same kind of general game plan here, but looks like Snipey might be trying to go for kind of a more of a lurk play down below, possibly going through maintenance right now, see if he can pick somebody off here, going very quickly, as the rest of his team is looking to go for a more standard clear here, just kind of clear out these positions, kind of isolate someone out here if they can. But Snipey may be going for a good lurk play, as we do see 2 kills coming off the board really quickly here.
Well, Floof's able to bring down Shiba Spy with a response of their own, but it's rival to bring down one of the star players for Above the Law. Morocco falls, and Homeland on their attack have opened it up with beautiful front entries, and Jolt still on the upstairs. Rome may look to get aggressive here, but has been caught out. No, the Ash fell away from the position and might be able to get the timing out. Jolt able to escape with their life just barely, as they found themselves all the way back on through to the bomb site to try to help out their own teammate, the Malusi, or the Goyo rather, of Spy as well, finding their way on back. As well, the defenders have called for the retreat. Above the Law has found themselves back in the bomb site in a beautiful roam clear so far by Homeland.
Very fast, a lot faster than we saw in the last map. As Rifle nearly saw the head of the Goyo there of Spy, able to shoot out that C4 as well, doing a lot better in terms of this roam clear and just allowing them so much room, as Zez gets another kill into Jolt. This is really looking so good right now if you're Homeland, and just able to clear out some of these roamers and just isolate some of these players back onto site, force them to retreat. But 58 seconds and 1 Goyo canister is being popped right now. Time still being able to be wasted by these last 2 players, and we do see Goyo and the Smoke with 1 canister left in pocket.
Spy is trying to hold on to this position to prevent this player from walking on through the split doorway, and instead it's Rival from above still looking for these defenders, as the Sledge has not been able to find any more picks. Instead, just eliminate a little bit of utility, as Zez is finally able to win out that duel on that split doorway, and Nyx has found themselves all the way outside and around. Catching a player on drone will be Nyx, and he shot the diffuser as well. And Nyx has shut this round down entirely for Above the Law. The gas canister will go on through and prevent the Yana from walking on through that breach. Nyx has retreated all the way down to the Gong. The player has grabbed the diffuser. Zez now begins to start letting that diffuser tick away and plant on the pillar, just as where it had been positioned before. Nyx from the prone position cannot find the frag, and now effectively is in a 1v2, 30 seconds left to start hopping on and tapping away at the diffuser. But again, the Smoke has made their way all the way up the yellow hallway. Does Zez have the information? They do, with the swing and the headshot. Zez is able to bring this round back, as they were able to recover that diffuse and avert near disaster, almost brought down by the former professional player.
The flank watch apparently was just not there for Homeland, and Nyx, like you were mentioning, nearly able to get a huge play going out there, able to deny that initial plant there, but the last 2 players were able to kind of group up, get that plant down once more, and just kind of isolate him out, make sure he couldn't go for that same play once again. But just really good clear, but just really need to make sure they watch those flanks again, and Snipey just needs to stay off those drones and actually have his gun up to defend the planter, because he was the lone one who's actually watching him try to get that down. And you just need to have your gun up there. That can't be on cams at that time, buddy. You just need to make sure you're a little bit more aware in that situation.
Trying to play it safe was the action instead of taking an aggressive angle. Expecting the smoke to maybe be in a different position, Nyx was able to scurry out of the bomb site and catch the Homeland attackers off guard. Nearly what a big brain play was the smoke, but just not able to close it out. Left their home territory of that 90 hallway and found their way back in the throne, not able to shut down that diffuser being brought down by Zez. And well, a much better start to the map for Zez, who, well, maybe they struggled on Clubhouse, but the information game and just the frags and the aim has been much better already.
Looking like he's kind of warmed up in this game so far, just realizing he has to play off his teammates and has to play off that intel like you're kind of just mentioning, just making sure they kind of play together instead of like solo plays, which have worked for them in the past, but it's not very consistent in terms of just like success. You need to play more together if you want to have that consistent success throughout these rounds, and it's just going to be something that they need to work on throughout this game right now.
Jolt on this upstairs hold, trying to prevent any of these attackers from following their way through cache. And we see lots of long angles being established and opened on up by above the law. And Jolt still playing and dancing around this cache wall, which has been closed off. A very similar start to the round before, where we saw Homeland find their way on in through Gong, but Snipey has taken a little bit of damage already and trying to maybe tempt any of those defenders to peek behind that bomb chassis. Nyx will still swing aggressive and try to take down any sort of player that might be hiding on through. A gas grenade will be brought out early to alleviate some of that pressure, and wasting down some of that utility is exactly what Homeland needs. Is, well, they like those late round executes. Morocco will bring down Rival as the action has begun on this roam clear upstairs, and Morocco continuing to be a threat in this lobby.
This roam clear is not looking to be nearly as good as it was before, as Jolt is able to shut down Snipey as he tried to get aggressive onto that cache hall. Zez is able to get that refrag onto him, but this roam clear has not gone to nearly as much success as it happened last time we saw this bomb site. And just unfortunately for them, a lot more time has been wasted up here, not being nearly as fast as it was before. And it's just gonna really looks like it's gonna cost him here this time, Klims, as they're still trying to deal with some of these players who have now moved over into the lab area of the bomb site, but they do have some idea of his position.
Well, Floofs is looking to attack this player within the drug lab / cocaine storage room and might be able to just do that, but if I'm Morocco, I'm just going to stand there too. Or I believe that's Sheba, actually. It's the Valkyrie hanging out in storage and is going to continue to just sit there. A phone call may come on through, exactly what you see as Floofs try to find their way to kill this Valkyrie. If Sheba overextends, they may fall, but instead it's a nade that will come through and bring down Sheba. Sheba forced to take the swing and loses the fight to Zez, who will hop on the Yada code as, well, probably just a fat finger, but I was going to say it may have just been a little bit of BM onto that dead player. Now Sheba falling, but so much time has been elapsed. The smoke grenades being thrown early may be a detriment to this defense as there's no more in pocket for Nyx. It's going to allow Homeland to walk on through. Zez able to find the frag, but quickly responded onto is Zez, and Cohen now trying to find the last two defenders as it's falling apart for Homeland, and it's exactly what will happen. Not able to get the diffuser down as too much time was wasted by that drug lab roam, and Homeland ended up falling away from that round and above the law take away round one on, or well, round number 2, their first defense of Throne.
We'll get there eventually, but just not really doing as good of a roam clear as that they did in that first round, just wasting so much time and just lost too many bodies on that initial clear, and just really did not give them a whole lot of time to actually clear out and open up those walls in a meaningful amount of time. So just all those players on site could actually hold those crossfires with each other and just make sure that they could not explode on the site, as I think Zez was trying to do onto that split doorway. Was able to get one, but was able immediately refrag right afterwards and just kept the favor in above the law's way, and just really good adaptation from above the law to just make sure that they could hold on to that roam.
Above the law definitely had a much better roam, and you saw that Homeland really struggled. Above the law utilized those gas grenades so early and so fast, and unfortunately not able to do anything. Well, we'll most likely head back to our cameras for just a minute here as we wait to see where this last player of Homeland is, and hopefully come back through, as it looks like we are going to need a rehost, unfortunately, in this lobby. So we will be going through a rehost, and you guys will get to see Sirius and I's lovely face. We might go to a break, but we're just going to hang out for just a minute here and talk about some of the action that we've seen so far on Theme Park. We're evened out at 1-1, the round count much closer. A really great showing from Homeland on their first attack, falling a little bit short on their second, but Zez is maybe the highlight player right now, as they've really shown up here after maybe a map 1 warm-up, finding themselves up and through.
Definitely so, because he just looks a lot more comfortable so far going into the later half of that first map and now going on to map number 2. He's just looking like he's doing so well at the moment. I don't know if it's just a difference in comms or just the difference in intel that's being gathered for him to play off of that whole thing. It's just looking a lot better if you're Homeland, still making a few sloppy mistakes here and there, but just looking a lot better even still, because they were keeping that last round close. It ended in a 1v2, I believe, but still, just going off of like first map where it was 2 flawless rounds in a row, you'll honestly take that, because you just like, this is your map pick. You should be looking a lot more comfortable on it, but it's just a matter of, can you keep it up right now?
Well, Homeland seems to depend on some of those hero plays by their players, and you've seen a lot of that from Cohen, especially on Clubhouse, multiple clutch situations that they were able to win out. And well, Homeland are going to continue to need that, especially out of Zez, who has finally started to show up in the lobby. Cohen not able to clutch out that last round, as there was just not enough time for him to do so, but it may have been possible. We had seen him do it before. Not able to do that, though, it was Cohen, as there was not enough time. And speaking of time, we're just going to take a small little break, a short couple minutes, get the players back in the lobby, rehydrate, and we'll find ourselves back in a theme park shortly.
falling down hard. When the sky is falling down hard. When the sky is falling down hard. When the sky is falling down hard. Don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back. I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back. I'm chasing storms. Yeah, please eat my bloody eye. Don't know why I'm cold. So say goodbye, 'cause I like the fact you know. When the sky is falling down hard. 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 Don't hold me up, just
Well, back to theme park we are. Here is above the law in Homeland. We found our players back on into the lobby. An even round count of 1-1 right now. Armory Throne is locked up, and well, it will force above the law to go to Bunk Dig here. They won the previous round off of some time here. Is unfortunately Cohen was not able to get that frag, and well, finding ourselves back onto this map, back into this matchup, a little break between the players, maybe a little bit more time to talk about what is going on and what might be going on inside their heads. Probably no communication with their coaches as it was a technical rehost and no timeout, but it would take some of that time and really talk about some of those qualms in the first couple of rounds of theme park.
It's definitely just going to give Homeland a little bit of an opportunity to kind of talk about what they did wrong in that last round, not able to isolate some of those roamers out as effectively as they did in the first round. So probably just going to be more of a, okay, how can we do this a little bit better, probably on a different bomb site, either initiation or bunks as we do see right now. So it's just going to be a matter of, okay, what kind of push do we want to go for here to try to isolate some of those roamers out, make sure we can clear them out in a good amount of time, and make sure we have enough time to actually push onto the bomb site. As we do see a little bit of an interesting lineup coming out here, as it looks like they're just kind of going to try to hold on to this over office areas part of the map, possibly someone looking to kind of contest control for as long as they can, just making sure they go with the same kind of tactic as they did last time, waste as much time as they can, and just make Homeland have to waste so much time.
Well, extending around the map is going to be above the law as they found themselves upstairs and across and over to the office area, trying to deny as much of that control as possible. Usually how you will defend this bomb site is starting over on the office side and slowly fall on back, forcing an execute into the bomb site. And it's very tricky to find your way on in, but if you have 2.5 minutes to do it, it certainly is doable. So that is why you have to extend out for so far and so long. And Wazez has made their way in down below, already establishing some very important map control here. Morocco, though, is down below and surely has some sort of sound indication on this Yana down below, who, well, Zez will make their way up the dragon stairs and avert any sort of crisis or disaster. Not a heavy roam on the office side. Instead, it's just a simple yellow stairs head hole. So Homeland will have plenty of time to make some sort of execute work.
Definitely interesting that they're not holding this area of the map as strongly as some other teams might have, but leaving Morocco downstairs could leave their backs flank a little exposed right now, as I don't think anyone's really watching it at the moment. He could get something really big going out here if he moves very soon, but Snipey's going to be down here to try to see if he can look out for one of those lurking players, as it does seem that Morocco is starting to kind of move up, just poking the water right now, just making sure that everything's kind of quiet on the side of Homeland, and he could pick up Snipey if he just peeks, but he doesn't right now. He's just playing it patiently, but he's just testing the waters right now. Like I mentioned, he's just waiting, biding his time, as the rest of his team's just still holding on to site really well.
Well, the roamer of Morocco getting a little antsy, but not antsy enough, not able to make their way up the Dragon Series, but may just be looking to do that. As you see, he is ever so slightly peeked on out, and if there is a flank drone, which I'm sure there is from the Homeland team, well, there's going to be some sort of information, but I don't think anyone is alert and aware and active on any of those cams right now. Zez will attempt to drone, and Floofs has rotated below, try to make their way up the yellow stairs. Morocco has found themselves in control behind these defenders and is making plenty of noise, will impact the wall and take a swing from the door. Not able to find the kill is Morocco, and Rival will bring them down. The wall does not get open yet, and plenty of disruption has been made. Shiba and Nick's able to find frags, but it's Floofs to find one on a Shiba. Jolt now falling on in the bomb side, and it's Nick's left alone in a 1v2 as plenty of players have fallen down. Cohen trying to take the swing onto the player with the shotgun and will do so instead of electing to go for that plant. Simply take the fight is what the captain says, and what the captain says is what the captain will do. Cohen able to find that round, and success for Homeland on round number 3.
Above the Law just really gave a lot of map control over to Homeland, essentially for free, not contesting them very much on those parts of the map, and just Morocco kind of waiting, I think a little too long in my personal opinion, just not really testing that flank opportunity just well enough. Wasted so much time, but by the time he actually got anything going, Shapai already died at that point on the actual yellow part of the map, and just effectively left Above the Law having to scramble, trying to maintain pressure on bomb site, as Morocco still trying to go for that flank did not work out well for him. Just needs to be a little bit faster about these things and just possibly hold on to these areas of the map a little bit longer and with a little bit more pressure, because you cannot just give that office and initiation side over for free. You need to actually hold it for a little bit longer.
Well, back to daycare office they will go, or daycare bunk they will go as Above the Law, and they've seemed to take a different defensive approach. They've extended out in office a little bit more so than before, making plenty of those lines of sight, lots of crouch-sized holes, and also that single wall being reinforced on through. You see the Melosi wub being brought out as well, and well, those gadgets are brought to slow down the attackers, and that's exactly what needs to happen for Above the Law. They need to slow down the Homeland attack and force them to execute. Take as much time off the clock as possible, because when it comes to those frantic seconds, sometimes Homeland just spends a little bit too much time. Above the Law nearly were able to escape out that last round for that play of Morocco, who made their way into control and behind the Homeland attack, but yet again, Zez in so early, so much control already gained here by the Yana, and trying to gather more information will be Zez. Maybe even looking for a nade below, as Shiba is on some soft flooring, and well, maybe some reconstruction might be made here by Zez.
It does seem that Above the Law did hear me, and they are now extending out into initiation and office areas of the map, looking to fall back as soon as the wall starts to get open, but still wasting so much time on this part of the map. Doing really good to waste so much time, and like what they did last time, and Zez just unfortunately a little too slow and not able to catch Spy out as he rotates back over to the armory part of the map. Just really doing good to waste time, not give away this map control for free, essentially. Just doing so good to waste so much time. But now Homeland, in a little bit of a lull period, could get something going here if they're able to explode into office as Snipey is, and he's able to get one kill onto Shiba and possibly a second onto Morocco.
Does not find that frog on Melusi, but will tag Morocco and make sure that the Melusi knows their presence. A nade will come through to potentially clear out some sort of utility here droned out by the attack. It's more than likely a Banshee has been placed on that wall. Spy now being forced to challenge and peek this angle, and tasked with preventing any of the Homeland attackers from finding their way on through. The Homeland attack will stall and stagnate just a little bit as some information games will be played. Floof's able to bring down Jolt up the yellow stairs and has found a second now on a Shapai. Will they be able to find the player prone in daycare? No, they have not been alerted to the position of Melusi, but instead it's Zez with the response. Nix has dropped down below, and it's a flawless round for Homeland.
Did a little bit better in trying to waste some of that time, but just not able to get any kills going out for them. Just really bit them in the butt at the end there. Just If you waste enough time, you could usually have enough time to like hold these crossfires, but just allowing Snipey to just kind of swing out onto you and nearly get 2 kills, just not something really good there coming out from above the law. And just really need to make sure that they hold those crosses a little bit more effectively in those final moments of the round, as it kind of fell apart on their defensive.
Definitely fell apart. It was not as good of a round as we were expecting for Above the Law as they've continued to struggle here on their defenses. Both of these teams seemingly more attack side oriented as Homeland and Above the Law have both found so much success on their attacking sides. First on Clubhouse and now on to Theme Park, a map which is traditionally more defender sided. And well, last time we saw them go here, Homeland very well easily took down Above the Law. 7-2, I believe, was the past score line, and maybe looking to do just that yet again. Above the Law did not have Nyx in last time these two teams matched up, so it may fare differently if the former IGL, former Mirage, will be able to maybe bring in some of that insight and information. Armory Throne Room seems to be programmed up here for the next bomb site, and hopefully we'll be able to get our last player back into the lobby. But for now, we might just take a slight little pause and wait for this player to get back on in. We'll be right back.
Long hair, brown eyes, ooh, girl, you so fine. Ooh, good God, thick guys, I love your stride. Let's talk about this situation. You know you're looking good, that ass is pure temptation.
Ooh, girl, you're my ecstasy. Feeling falling and get the best of me. You take me on a journey.
Well,
Okay.
back into the action we go as Had a little rehost and some fun times as we were sitting there in the back room and waiting to come back out here onto the main stage. But we are into round number 5. We're sorry about some of the technical issues that have happened so far, making this to be a little bit longer of a map than we've expected. But Homeland, they've won 2 straight attacking rounds now as Above the Law need to make some momentum and find some ground. They're going back home to a familiar site of Armory Throne. They won this as their only defensive win so far, but if you remember back to round 1, Homeland has won this site on the attack as well, so it's not all safe and sound to be here on Armory Throne, but Morocco falls out of the lobby, and well, we may just be having another rehost again.
I cry. I cry real sad. And yep, as we see everyone just start to keep K, it's turning into madness as the rehost is being confirmed. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer to get back into Armory. So we're gonna send it to another quick break. We'll be right back.
We're driving down the boulevard, cruising with the windows down, feeling like we run this town. Your song is on the radio, the one you always like, the one that always gets you psyched. We've been drinking all the cheap wine all night, acting stupid but it feels so right. I know that we will all be just fine, but tonight I just wanna dance it off. Ignore the world with me tonight. Wanna dance it off. Put your body next to mine. I can't get the smile off my face. Don't really have a reason why, but I don't even have to try. This feeling is here to stay. Let's keep it going all night. Don't stop till we see sunlight. We've been drinking all that cheap wine all night, acting stupid but it feels so right. I know that we will all be just fine, but tonight I just wanna dance it off. Ignore the world with me tonight. Wanna dance it off. Put your body next to mine. I just wanna dance it off. Ignore the world with me tonight. Wanna dance it off. Put your body next to mine. Just wanna dance it off. Ignore the world with me tonight.
Show me loving. I need your loving. Cause I'm drowning in something and I can't come out. Just show me loving. I need your loving. Me, myself, ain't enough. It's like being hooked up to a crushing heart. I want you to know how bad it hurts. You got me beside along my heart.
theme park, and we found ourselves here. Another rehost later. Hopefully, this new lobby will hold up for Morocco, as they've had a little bit of issues here. But Homeland still, it's the same narrative as y'all have heard once before, as we went back in just a little too soon. And Homeland have found themselves up 3 rounds to 1 now, 2 straight consecutive attacking rounds, looking to make sure that their presence is known here on Theme Park and take down Above the Law yet again on this map. They've done it once before back in group stages, and well, Homeland hopes to continue that narrative and that story. Above the Law, on the other hand, hopes to change the narrative and change up their defense. They've gone back to Armory Throne. They've won it once before, and it's their only defense they've so far won on the site, but they've also lost it and struggled as well. So we'll have to see what changes are made yet again by both sides to see who will win out this defense.
Homeland right now just look so much more comfortable than they did on Clubhouse, just really playing off each other really well and playing off that intel. Something I think you were kind of mentioning before, just looking so much better in terms of just everything right now. And like you were saying, they connected 2 round wins in pretty decisive manner right the last 2 rounds. So it looks really good for them if they're able to continue that streak of just like playing off each other really well, playing off that intel. It's just going to be a matter of, can they keep it going and hand Above the Law stall them out once more.
Above the Law finally here on their defenses. We've got all the players in the lobby, and well, our first round in just a couple minutes has gone underway, and Sheba here and Jolt as well, both with presence over in the drug lab and storage area, trying to hide away. It's Morocco to kick off this round with the C4 on a snipey, bringing down the Ash, and one of the entries has fallen for the Homeland defense, or attackers rather, is Zez will now have to pick up that entry, and maybe even Floofs or Cohen if they're feeling extra spicy here.
Really nice C4. Don't know how Snipey actually died to it, but it does seem that Morocco is still getting a very aggressive onto this cash double door, possibly onto Dragon Window as well. It's just looking to waste so much time here as he's essentially solo stalling out all of Homeland here, not able to actually get anywhere. He's just doing everything all by himself right now, as they still are struggling to find out where he is, and he's able to get another kill for himself on the board.
Morocco continues to be a problem. Zez will try to bring down the Mozzie now, as Morocco has wasted so much time, may even be able to get out of the situation, but no, finally brought down is Morocco, rival from the Dragon Window, able to finally take down that defender. But Morocco has wasted so much time in bringing down the lone hard breach for Homeland, as well as one of the entries, whistling over 1.5 minutes into the round. Is certainly a problem for Homeland. It's almost added up to being Above the Law round, but we've been in these positions before where Homeland somehow makes it work, but maybe they won't, as Nyx goes for 2, sitting in maintenance. Maintaining this control will blow the Nitro Cell, not able to find him, and Spy to finish out the last attacker. Floofs falls across the side of the map, but it's Nyx hitting 2 excellent shots. First one onto the man holding the diffuser, the Thatcher of Rival fell on down, and the other attacker walking on through maintenance got their head ripped off as well, and it all fell apart for the Homeland attack as Morocco. Then the rest of the Above the Law roamers maintained so much ground, so much influence on the map control, and Homeland did not find that round.
Just Homeland just were not able to go for a proper clear onto Morocco. It just seemed they were scared to actually push into him, and it kind of just showed as it finally they just essentially just said, screw it, we're just going to hop in and just essentially just kill him outright. But it just came down to his positioning just kind of being a little bit off. He kind of just got a little too far up to that little half wall thing. It was finally able to be picked off, but just able to waste so much time and just shoot a lot of drones and just get a lot of that info off the board for Homeland. Just made sure that Nyx also later on was able to go for that flank over in maintenance and just make sure he was able to essentially lock out that round for Above the Law. And that was a really good response after losing those next 2 rounds. Possibly the rehost had a little bit of factor in it, just realizing, okay, we need to talk about what we're doing. We lost 2 rounds in a row. We need to find something going here, and finally able to get another round on the board for themselves.
Well, Above the Law needing as many of those defensive rounds as you can, as Theme Park can be a tricky task to attack. Shields being set up relatively late into the round. Valkyrie, Black Eye cameras set to cross and strewn across this map, as as much information that they can gain, Shiba will attempt to utilize and act upon a C4 kill from Morocco. The last round was something that kicked off the round for the above the law defense and put away some of this pressure, and well, Morocco looks to sit in the same spot, very similar defense to what we had seen previously, but instead Zez inside much slower than previous rounds of the bunk daycare defense, and well, maybe just a little bit uncertain of where these defenders may be. Trying to wallbang through the wall is Zez, and will knock down a little bit of damage onto Spy, who will run away and hustle and bustle back through deeper and deeper into throwing the past bomb site that they so successfully defended. Spy will completely abandon their teammate of Morocco, still hanging around in Armory, and well, this above the law roam still continues to be present in the map.
Morocco seeming like he wants to go for that same play he kind of tried to do last time we were on this bomb site, but Snipey is able to get the first kill onto Shiba, just moves his way all over into office, it seems like, as they've now forked over that control completely to Homeland right now, and Nyx is having to fight someone over by control and Dragon Stairs, tries to bait out the C4, but his rival does not fall for it. He's able to shut him down, and Morocco tries to see if he can go for a C4, but he's gonna have to kind of rotate back onto site. Able to get one kill, evens out the man count, but he's gonna have to rotate back in really quickly here if he wants to make sure that he can help his team.
Brings down the man with grenades in their hands. Zez falls, and well, Morocco would bring down Snipey, who tried to, I think, just hop through the yellow breach, and I'm not sure if that was the play. I think that was an overzealous extension. The Valkyrie camera providing excellent information here for the above the law defense. Finally shot out by Homeland, but at what cost? You've lost most of your teammates a little bit too late. The Mozzie now positioned behind the bomb chassis there, and continuing to cause problems here is the above the law defense. Shapai will bring down Arrival, and it's left all alone to the team captain Cohen. He's been in this situations before, and on Clubhouse we saw him win out a 1v3, so maybe able to do it again if they can find all three heads of the above the law defenders. But they're continuing to hold on strong. Cohen looking to walk on through this doorway, and will have to do so as there's only about 10 seconds until they find their way on through. Cohen will walk on through, but not able to win the fight against the Alibi. The MX4 Storm proves worthy of an opponent for the AK-12, and Spy will bring down the final attacker.
Just two really great rounds strung together by above the law, making sure that they waste enough time on the roam. Nearly lost control of the plot, essentially, over and on the office part of the map, but able to like kind of hold their angles and make sure they could not actually surge right on in. Snipey, I think, like you mentioned, wanted to go over to the ALO part of the map, make sure he could pressure the cafe hallway, kind of put some pressure onto that part of the map. But from there, just Homeland looked really good trying to take off his control, but just kind of was not able to clear out the, like, bunks area, was not able to clear out cafe. Morocco able to like rotate back up to site, just did enough job on the roam essentially with that C4 from below, was able to just really disrupt that entire initial push coming out from Homeland. They just lost too many bodies to really do anything effectively.
Been a rather interesting theme park map, but above the law have clawed back a couple of rounds and scraping back to defenses since this rehost that we have had take place. Well, it's even out, but the sides have flipped, and here is Homeland now on their first defense. On Clubhouse, they really struggled to get any rounds, but on theme park, maybe it's a little bit easier to defend this map, certainly for sure. And with a substitute player for above the law, it may just be a little wrench in their plan, but it's Snipey to run out very aggressive here on the cash balcony, will break down the barricade as they stuck in below, and it's a great way to try to prevent the attackers from knowing that this run out's going to go through. You crouch on through the bottom half of a barricade, and well, you haven't broken it down all the way. It's often how you see a player maybe playing Nuck or Jackal, walking downstairs across the map, trying to not alert to the presence of any sort of defense across any map. Well, we see Homeland with this heavy defensive extension onto top Dragon. Lots of ADS as a deployable shield, and Snipey to hang out and stop above the law from gaining this map control and territory.
And seeing Snipey on the Warden here means that if he gets flashed out here, he can still get swing pretty aggressively onto these players, as he does so just now. But it's going to be very difficult to clear out his position. He's got two ADSs and a shield going at him, but he nearly gets picked off by that one nade that tried to sail over that half wall there. thankfully for him, he's able to keep his life and all of his HP, but they're stalling out here trying to clear out his position. AZ does have some support from Floofs trying to hold down this position. Now they're going to try to see if they can rotate, realizing that this is not being very fruitful for them, possibly going for a yellow push now.
Will be real easy to clear out that player if you just had Jolt throw one of those EMP gadgets, knock down those ADSs out of commission, and at least for a little temporary amount of time. But maybe you don't need to do that. Maybe you just bring Spy and have them bring down Floofs on their own. Floofs falls now as, well, Snipey with the response brings down Jolt, but it will be at a cost of their own life. Sheba able to get the refrag there for Jolt. So effectively, it's a very big trade situation, and Zez now trying to find Morocco, who has been on a tear throughout the whole map, throughout the whole series, really. Morocco continuing to find so many heads, but Zez now will be a problem for Morocco should they want to walk through split. They'll have to keep an eye on their back. Their yellow wall has been opened up now, but it's a rival from the pillar and brings down Nyx. The nade goes through, but it does not distract the Legion, who's able to get the frag, and with 40 seconds boiling down, the execute sure to come soon here by the above the law attack. Morocco still having their time wasted so heavily by this positioning of the Alibi. Will take the swing and will lose out the fight. Is Morocco, and now Zez with an extra swing on a Spy, who was reloading their own weapon. Sheba trying to find any of these last defenders, but it's Zez on for a third. The Alibi has made such a big impact on this round, and Zez really heating up here on Theme Park.
Really good adaptation attempt from Above the Law to try to go for a different push, realizing that they could not take cash control as Snipey was holding that position so well. Good read from them, realizing that they couldn't take that control as easily as they could, but just even better adaptation coming out from Homeland to make sure that they had to still contest them as super hard on those roams, as Zez was still holding down that arcade area so well, just making sure that they could not take that control and just had to stall out, essentially clearing out that yellow wall, and just were not able to do anything as they lost too many bodies around the board and just unfortunately did not go very well for them.
It's not a great attack here for Above the Law as they struggled to clear out those roamers, but Above the Law has changed their philosophy of their attack and now bringing the Amaru-ish by, but we're on to Drug Lab as a defense here for Homeland, showing maybe a little bit more wealthy of bomb sites and attributes to where they may want to go. Above the Law did not show as many bomb sites, only showed Daycare and Armory Throne. We're able to even it out at 3, but Homeland has taken their strides over to the Drug Lab, and so many defenders off of the bomb site, very well and heavily extended. It could signal that a rush could come through from Above the Law. Instead, it seems that they're clearing this much more typical in fashion and very far across the map, more so on that bumper car spawn, as well you see Morocco already finding their way on into the building through Gong.
Morocco just going very quickly into Gong, as you mentioned before, and is able to take out Floofs. I don't think they was aware that they were going to go be that fast, but unfortunately, that's already one man down for Homeland, as we do see another player from Homeland trying to go over into the yellow part of the map. Can't really tell. I can't recognize that uniform. That's Zez. Okay, I could not tell her that uniform at all, but he's still looking to get aggressive here and is able to get another kill onto Sheba. That's going to be another set of nades off the board. And unfortunately, now man count's back to being even here, Glimpse.
Well, man count has even on out. Floofs does fall, and Sheba as well. So nades off the board. The sledge no longer going to be in play. No vertical effort can be made. Jolt does have breach charges, and same can be said along the lines of Spy, but it's much more dangerous to place down those flat-placed breach charges as, well, you could get C4, you could get shot through the floor, but on the other side of Homeland, if Above the Law has the information of the rest of the defenders, well, you could safely put down those breach charges, and that may just be the plan. Morocco will look to gather some extra information here onto Armory Throne, doing a diligent job of droning and making sure that that whole room is clear, and will be able to call and communicate to their team that Armory Throne is clear, and the flood comes on here through for Above the Law. A couple shots ring on down from the yellow stairs. It's Zez with a long angle, but it's Shapai with a better response, bringing down the Malusi. Was an alibi so much earlier in the round. And well, Nyx has exploded on in the bomb site. The double impact through the wall goes through, and Nyx is now getting the diffuser down. Spy gets another frag on the round, and well, it's down to Snipey and Rival to try to retake this bomb site. The diffuser's been planted, and the attackers have flooded on in with their own presence and control. Rival will look to play onto one of these players. Does bring down the Thatcher, but not able to bring down the Thermite, the peanut butter and jelly of any attack lineup. Snipey does bring down the Thermite and will have a little bit of a response, but has to try to find the Zofia. Does not find the head, nearly able to do so, but it's a 1v1 situation as Morocco has been down. If Snipey has the information, they may be able to win it. Spy with the swing will pre-fire, but not able to do it. Is Spy Snipey looking for the frostbite confirmed? Does not matter, and Homeland come away with a defensive round due to the frostmat which caught Morocco.
I just, wow. So those crossfires were just not really being well maintained by Above the Law after surging into the site, realizing that they only had to deal with one guy on the bomb site and was able to get that plant down so easily after killing everyone around it. But from there, it just seemed that apparently they just weren't aware of like certain frost mats, and they just kind of just overpeaked, essentially, just able to leave him so well, like alone there, and just able to get those 1v1s, and just my brain can't handle this, Clem. I have to hand this back off to you. I don't know what to say.
It's pretty wild considering Homeland was able to pull it back, but that's what happens when you don't take into account the utility placed around the bomb site. Morocco stepped a little bit too far, or maybe was hopping into that bathroom window and got caught out by that bear mat. And when that happens, you go into a down but not out state. Sure, you can feed some information to your teammates, but what good is that information if you are practically dying on the floor, bleeding on out? Was Morocco end up losing their life in the end of that round, I believe. But regardless, beautiful defense by Homeland to fall back into the bomb site. I love the attacking strategy by Above the Law to simply hit the site, double impacts through. The diffuser went down, but the post plant was horrifically played, and it allowed for Homeland to take that advantage, as Above the Law did not have those positions set in stone.
Yeah, just not really set in stone at all. It's just kind of, they were just very far apart and not able to secure those refrags, as we kind of saw them do when they surged onto the bomb site. Just really was not really well played from them after that post plant went down. Really good going up until that point, but just after that plant went down, just everything went super downhill. So they're just gonna have to shake that one off, like essentially forget about that round ever happened, and just make sure they can get these next two rounds to even things back up.
Well, Above the Law look to continue to hopefully find any sort of rounds on their attack, but it's Homeland so far that have looked so strong here on their defenses. Above the Law has had some close interactions, and well, that last round was fairly close, but Homeland now 2-0 on their defense. He's looking to find a third, and you can tell that they're already looking to do so. Rival, though, gets aggressive and brings down Nyx. Floofs has been DBNO'd, but it's Spy with an aggressive swing and a beautiful refrag played here by Homeland, as they're aware of the exact take being taking place right now. Zez brings down Shiba, and it's all left down to Jolt. The yellow wall has been reinforced off, but a 1v2 taking place, a minute and a half still left in the round. Plenty of time for Jolt to be able to get those Rotero drones in, but Snipey is still on the other side, and on that Rotero drone, it may just punish them unless the Tachanka, who will pre-fire trying to find the kill, will not do so. Jolt able to get one, but the double swing and aggression here from Homeland able to bring down the last Above the Law attacker, and a 6-3 round count now as Homeland have etched themselves on a match point.
Just really, really good job coming out from Homeland, just to get super aggressive, just reading super well that Above the Law were trying to take over that Bunks control as fast as they wanted to, but even killing them out is even faster, just making sure that they could not get any sort of map control, and just able to really play that refrag game super well going into that. And just we saw that especially on that final kill, where just those two players grouped up and just made sure that even if one died, the next guy got him, and it's just round over. Now we're on to match point for Homeland, just looking really good, able to connect these last 3 rounds and able to put themselves on the match point, and just looking so much better than they did in map number 1.
Homeland look incredible right now. They look like the Homeland of old and the Homeland of Season 3 when they were champions. They are playing for 3rd, 4th place, and still have some money to be grabbed. Plenty of money to be obtained here tonight as well. We've got our 3rd, 4th place match right now between Homeland and Above the Law, but later I believe it is MystiC Academy and the HK Rebels facing off, trying to get as many points as they can. Or MystiC Academy, I apologize, is now known as MystiC. They've been promoted to the main roster, so congrats to them. But we'll see them a little bit later tonight. We still have plenty more Siege to be played off in this match. 6-3 is the scoreline here on Theme Park, and Homeland look to continue their dominant holds of their defense.
Dominant indeed, just looking like they're showing exactly why they're so comfortable on this map right now, as it does seem Spy is looking to try to see if he can get some of that aggression back into their favor, trying to see if they can isolate out some of these roamers of Rival right now. But Rival seems to be aware of this position, and since he's all alone here, he's just going to run away for free. Nobody else from Above the Law is able to help isolate him out, and now that's just still a 5v5 with no damage done.
Well, just as you say, no damage done. It's Morocco to fire Zez through the wall. The alibi has been a major problem here for the Above the Law attackers, but now their life has been stagnated and evicted off the map, and Cohen now looking to try to maybe find any of those attackers here. Well, Floof does find a response here on Spy as we're still missing some of the action here. Floofs will get aggressive and try to run out, and it edges that defender, or that attacker rather. Nick's trying to go back and maybe bite back for more. The Jaeger's still fighting for their life here and will be brought down by the Thermite. The bait and switches. Well, we thought that Nyx had ran away, but did not. Instead, Jolt brings down Snipe PV, and it's all falling apart for Homeland. They're getting too aggressive now and starting to throw away rounds. This one being the first of potentially many should they continue this path of aggression. Cohen and Rival still are alive, and the team captain we've seen of Cohen, well, they've had a slow start since the rehost, but they have had some very impactful plays previously on Clubhouse, and they may continue to do so. Morocco looking through this breach that's been opened up here on the throne wall, and a nade will come on through and may be able to bring down Rival. The nade will sail past Rival's head, and Rival not able to land the shots into Morocco, so a little bit of a trade going through utility for some HP, but it's Cohen who brings down Shiva through the floor, I believe. A smoke grass grenade will go down as Cohen has found themselves vaulted right next to the breach, but there's vertical holes right above them, and Jolt plays those perfectly, reading on into the positioning of the last player, and now Rival left alone behind the throne. This information is known that Rival is back in this position as Morocco has been doing the tango with them all the way through this entire round. A little salsa dance going through, and Morocco is able to fell down that last defender. The Legion falls, and Above the Law with a strong attacking round as Homeland just got too aggressive and threw that one away.
Just played that way too ambitiously, just tried to match essentially the aggression coming out from Above the Law onto those roamers, and just was not able to match it well enough, as they were just able to essentially play those refrag games even better than Homeland has in these last couple of rounds. Just again, you can kind of throw away 1 or 2 rounds. You still have enough time to play with to secure the win on this map, but you don't want to be doing it in such a way that it's just super convincing for the other team, because then that'll give them enough confidence to try to come back in these next couple of rounds. You want to make sure it's at least close. You don't want to make it to where, like I said, they would get too comfortable. You can't just let them just get back into these rounds and keep it close with you.
Homeland look to continue their dominant defenses, but they've thrown away one of their previously gained rounds. And sure, one more round would bring themselves to be taking ourselves to map 3, which would be Villa, but Above the Law showing some great determination in their own sense. They're trying to find some sort of answer response to the Homeland defense. Since the rehost, it seemed like this map has been all but Homeland's, and Above the Law trying to find any sort of response. They've got a couple rounds to play with here, hopefully to bring it back, but they've got to have 2 good rounds. Homeland has built themselves that buffer so that they can hold nice and tight onto the site. We saw Drug Lab once before, and Homeland barely won that bomb site, as Above the Law made an excellent call to just rush into the bomb site and catch the defenders off guard late into the round. An earlier execute than maybe was intended from the original plan, but a beautiful shot call allowed for Nyx to find themselves on into the bomb site, get that diffuser down, but poor post-plant positioning ended up being the qualms and disappointment for Above the Law fans. Above the Law, though, they found themselves over into Maintenance Gong in a very similar style take to what we've seen just before.
Seems that they're just trying to just go for that similar game plan, just making sure they get armory control as fast as they can. Loose not able to get the impact trick onto the maintenance wall. Unfortunately, that is going to leave an avenue open to move over into armory right now. But they're doing a lot better of making sure they have bodies on the board, not looking to try to give away that first pick for free, as Floofs is going to fall back and just try to play it safe and make sure he has teammates to play with. Just as Shapai is trying to see if he can get someone on the rotation from barrels, but is not successful as Floofs has already evacuated the area. But now they seem to be slightly aware, and he could try to go out for a jump out onto him just a few seconds here.
Might be able to get aggressive here, but it seems like Shapai is ready for this and does break down that barricade right in their face. Zez will bring down Nyx, and the hard breach for Above the Law falls, and it's a little bit problematic. Zez brings down a second. Now Morocco, a player who's been so impactful when their life is up in the lobby, has fallen. No more nades on the board left up. Shiba, Shapai, and Jolt, the last three remaining attackers for Above the Law, still in this lobby. Zez has been followed, but Shiba will win out the fight on to Floofs, bringing them down and able to save their teammate's life, but maybe not. Cohen brings down Shiba's. The attack seems to be coming to Above the Law, and Homeland seem to be on the attack on their defense and will continue to do so as they keep Above the Law completely out of the bomb site, fight aggressively, and Homeland take map number 2, Theme Park, 7-4.
Looking to go back to the same general game plan as the previous rounds where they won out pretty decisively, and it worked out in favor. You don't need to get super aggressive. You just need to play as a team and just make sure that you go in with a general game plan and just not play super aggro, and it worked out really well that time.
Homeland was bringing the attack to the Above the Law team, and well, we'll be finding ourselves on to map number 3 for $300, and these teams will hope to get their bragging rights and a little bit of their hands on that bread that is waiting for them should they take the win. But we're gonna go the distance, so we're gonna take a quick break. Sirius and I will be right back in just a few short minutes.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now, not backing down. 'Cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire is stolen away. I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Well, right on into the lobby we go. Above the Law taking on Homeland Esports, and Homeland was able to win that previous map. Theme Park 7-4, but Above the Law started off first on Clubhouse, winning that map 7-4, and now we found ourselves onto the good old sunny plains of Tuscany Villa, and we're on Villa in the Italian land, and knock off the board yet again. Above the Law not changing their strategy for bans. Homeland has definitely changed up how they've banned these last operators and stuff. And well, we found Thatcher off the board this time around, not wanting to deal with those massive EMP grenades is Homeland, and instead going to force maybe more precise throws of those impact EMPs.
Definitely changing up the bans from the last time they played this map. Sort of similar to the last two maps, but now it's completely throwing out that playbook in terms of just their general bans, realizing that they kind of need to counter each other a little bit more going into the final map. Not really exactly favoring one side or another, but it's just making sure that they have a slight edge over the other team. But we are going to see an interesting ban in one my coming out. I don't typically see that too often, but it should make a lot more of those like util clears a lot faster because you don't have to like worry about what my being on the board is now.
It's definitely going to be more difficult to deal with some of that utility, especially what I think of as setups. The red stairs, typically you'll see when I played on both bomb sites, arguably. On Aviator Games and on Trophy Saturday, you might see A1Y playing on that red stairs and trying to be a real pain in the neck, especially depending on how the attackers might take that side of the map. And especially dealing with any sort of shield that could go on the map's table, it's certainly going to be a little bit more tricky to play into any of these defenses. Both these teams have met on this map previously. I believe it went into overtime, and well, Above the Law being able to start on defense here will take at least a slight advantage here on Villa, but this map has turned more so even. And Sirius, let's talk a little bit maybe about what we might expect this map. We've seen Homeland's attacks be really strong. We've seen Above the Law's attacks be really strong, at least on Clubhouse. Maybe not as much on Theme. On Theme, it was a little bit more defender-sided for Homeland. So what might we see here on Villa?
I feel like just in the general nature of Villa, we might see Above the Law kind of take an early lead on their defenses, as it is typically a very much harder map to kind of clear apart from Theme Park. So typically the defenders have enough time to kind of hold down these roams and kind of move back onto the bomb site. And so it's just easier for the defense to kind of just move around, kind of do whatever they want. So I would expect to see maybe a 3-3 split or a 4-2 split in favor of Above the Law. But we did see that last time these teams met each other. Above the Law went up 4-2, but now we are going to see a bit of a direct take, trying to ignore all those roamers on the study side of the map, and Floofs is just getting ready for a cutoff right now.
Floofs is going to be able to get that cutoff, just as you're highlighting it. Morocco Falls trying to deal with some of this pressure and find their way in a library. The Mozzie falls down, and well, it's the full roster for the Above the Law team. They've been playing with sub Nyx, former pro player for Mirage, but out goes Nyx, and in goes Badger to take their place in the lobby. Jolt falls down, and Spy will find a refrag in response onto Floofs. Jolt still able to be revived, and most likely that was from a nade or maybe even one of those Rotero drones. Badger showing up in the lobby in the first time for this match, bringing down Cohen. Zez and Snipey, the last two players here for the Homeland attack, have really slowed on down. Spy trying to find these two attackers here, but it's a stare off and a standoff from Zez and Snipey. Both the entries do end up bringing down Spy. Jolt has been brought down to a lot of low HP. A nade may come through from below from Zez, but Badger holding on the main stairs, holding nice, tight, and strong.
Just not really good clear. Initially, just Floofs was able to get a nice cutoff, but that's been really it so far. Zez has only been the only other player to get another kill on the board, but that was just a little bit of aggression coming out from Shabai onto that living room area, as Zez gets another kill, double kill for him so far in the round. He gets immediately shut down. I basically spoke his death into existence, unfortunately. But now Shabai and Badger should be able to lock these down, as they're able to kind of hold down these crosses with each other, as they're just kind of going to get grouped up here.
Well, Snipey rotates back through to study, so their only path of entry into the bomb site will be through the aviator door, and finding their way into the maps table room now. That we're looking to take potential gunfights here. I don't think that Snipey is in a position here to get a diffuser down. Still one gas grenade in the pocket of Badger, so should Snipey begin to start planting away behind that vault, it will get denied. Instead, Snipey is going to elect to take the fights, tries to pre-fire on a Badger, but loses it out as well. The member returning into the lobby for Above the Law, able to find their way in. The sub no longer taking place, and Above the Law at full man strength will take the first round.
Just seemed they did not have a lot of intel onto the actual roamers down below, and they were just able to do so much on that roam. It's just well then, we just lost
this is cool.
Lost 5 people in the lobby. That's a bit unfortunate. We may have to see a rehost in just a second here, but just to kind of just further my point, as I kind of got a little distracted there, just seemed they had a lack of info on those rovers. They were just not able to capitalize on it, and just Above the Law took such huge advantage of that and just were able to shut them down everywhere.
Above the Law had a beautiful roam. I want to highlight the Jaeger sitting in library really became a thorn in the side of the Homeland attackers, but they fell down short. We're going to be going to a short break, and we're so sorry to say that. Sometimes that happens when you start the maps. You get a big crash bug, and half the lobby will crash on out. So hopefully we'll be able to get that relegated and remediated very quickly. So we're going to go to a break. We'll be right back, and back into more Villa action we will go.
Even though I tried Try this, try that, try everything, coming right back, right back. Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there. I'm coming right away, right in. I tried this job, I tried this job, I tried this job, I
We are finally back underway, going into round 2 on Villa, our final map to decide who wins $300 and earns their spot of 3rd place in XGS Season 4, brought to you by Campfire Gaming. Now, we did see Homeland did a little bit of a cheeky try to go for a below play, but unfortunately just were not able to isolate out some of those roamers. So let's just see if they do a little bit of a better job, as they have been looking a lot better in these last 2 maps.
Yeah, they had a great initial entry. They were able to take down that player in Morocco on that rotate. You saw them having to cut off on the mud window. It was Floofs on the Ying able to cut off that player. And unfortunately, the Homeland attack just stagnated too hard. And above the law, Badger coming back into the lobby, missing the first 2 maps, but the main player back in here for above the law. Next, an excellent job filling in to get them to this point. And now it's time for Badger to help his team close it on out. And well, above the law, they looked good on that first defensive round. You saw Badger seem to come into the game plenty warm as they found 3 frags for their own. And above the law have found themselves to trophy statuary now, and with a very heavy emphasis on the below defensive extension. You also see a little bit different of a setup in Astro. You see head holes being opened up in that middle wall of the Astro wall, but Shapai to bring down Zez. Ace was trying to walk in below here in the basement and ends up losing their life, or maybe it was even on the run out outside of the car garage itself. Who knows? But what we do know is that Zez has fallen. There's no more hard breach on the board for Homeland, and this round looks rough.
Just losing that hard breach so early on is just not going to really do so well on this particular site. Is this, you need to open up that triple wall onto statue area. And just now that that pressure is gone, it's just going to be so difficult to try to deal with that. And now Morocco actually has a drone over in the 90 hall area. That's just going to bring a lot of util in case they ever try to rotate over to that part of the map right now.
A lot of util being brought down here by Rival. That Rotero drone going to bring down that Kiva barrier on the master bed, but another one simply replaces its own home, and it seems to be just a little bit of a dance between the Azami and the attacker of Rival. Shiba getting ready to throw another one of those barriers, and will do so back onto the master bed. Spy down below. Here looking for any of these attackers that might try to tread the waters in the underground of the map. Snipey has hopped on into bathroom and is checking down below to make sure no C4s are coming to rain from below. Badger has this shield here in Astro to help hold on to any players that might walk through bathroom, and a C4 will go on through, but not finding Snipey. Instead, it'll find Jolt, who will be brought down in the closet. Jolt now still trying to hold this angle, but Rival will recover their diffuser, as you don't have to run over it anymore, instead picking it up from a safe distance of about 6 feet. And Rival will grab at that diffuser and pick it up in hopes to plant that diffuser down. Snipey trying to get aggressive here onto the player on the Astro stairs, but it's Morocco with the responsive swing. Cohen does get on in and brings down the player on the Astro stairs. Badger still positioned behind the desk, though, will be a problem, and a gas grenade goes through, forcing Cohen down further and away. Badger will bring down Rival as an uncoordinated swing comes through, and Badger looking to find the next kill of the round as he brings down the Twitch as well and shuts them all down from the Astro.
Just seems that whenever Homeland loses that initial player just super early on, it just seems that the rest of the attack is kind of tends to stall out. It kind of just loses a lot of that coordination, because a lot of that now turns into, okay, we now got to get that refrag. We got to make sure that man count is even. Otherwise, our push is just going to be null. and then just kind of make a lot of more risky plays that just don't really coordinate all that well, and just had to really focus on trying to clear out the solar part of the map, and just were unfortunately not successful at all, as they just got C forward, and just Badger was able to hold down his position in there so well, and just not able to get any ground whatsoever, and just coming off the bat of Zez dying off the hard breach is not going to do much favors as well.
Well, unfortunately, Floofs has bounced out of the lobby, and we've got a rehost again, and I'm so sorry to say, and I think we're all a bit frustrated as we're hoping to get this match going. We're going to go to another break, and we hope that we'll be able to kind of go back to our regularly scheduled program, as we do have grand finals just after this, so don't be afraid to stay here, and yeah, we'll go to a break.
The silence fades into the night. Coyotes sing at the moonlight. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Feel the wind touch our face. Let's take a spin to a foreign place. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on into this map, and hopefully we'll be able to stay on through 2 rounds through, 2 rehosts through, and hopefully that's the end of the rehost for now. Hopefully we're able to just continue this match and finish out this series. 3rd and 4th place, a very important series, is, well, the winner of this will take home $300 in the title of 3rd, the bronze trophy for Xenon Gaming Series. There's no trophy, but like you can imagine when we're, maybe we'll like MS Paint one, or we'll draw a trophy or something. Who knows what we'll do? But Above the Law right now seem to be running away, at least with these first 2 rounds here on Villa. They've had 2 solid defensive stands, and really piggybacking off of Badger's play, subbed out for the first 2 maps, has really shown some strong prevalence there. And well, the Smoke being a very big and impactful player, and has definitely turned the tide of the map so far on Villa. 2 rounds through, and to Dining Kitchen we go. Above the law with 2 great defenses so far. Forced to the tertiary bomb site now.
Just we really need Homeland to kind of step it up here in just terms of just their general coordination, because it looks good in certain moments of the round, but other moments it just looks like they really struggle to get any sort of information on the board for themselves, and just they really need to kind of just make sure they don't lose so many bodies early, especially to a spawn peak, as we see out of Morocco in just a few seconds. Not nearly as successful as he was last time, possibly looking to go for it again, but nope, he's just gonna hop right back on in. But just like I was saying before, just making sure that Homeland really need to make sure that they can play as a team, because that's when they really shine in these rounds. Just be able to play off each other and go for those team coordinated pushes. It's just when they really struggle to do that, it's just they fall apart so quickly and just waste so much time and just lose so many bodies on these room clears. Just really cannot be seeing that out of them right now.
Clear will be in effect this round. Shiba will continue to play this dance with those Kiva barriers on the master bed, threatening any sort of defender that might be able to walk on through into master. It's a little bit concerning for the attack, because you want to make sure that you have full eyes on that bricks door, that concrete door. Cohen will bring down Morocco, so the Mozzie goes down and falls away. Shiba will be the lone defender upstairs and will fall as well. As well, a fight has been won by Cohen through this fight through here. Down but not out is Shiba, but Spy still upstairs will be able to cause some damage. Brings down Snipey, but at the cost of their own life. Zez will wait for Badger to walk on up, and well, 3 kills flurry through the kill feed as Jolt is left alive. The last defender does have the MP5K in hand, so does have a rather fortuitous weapon to be able to use and try to get through here, but Jolt does have to find 4 Homeland hungry attackers looking to find his life.
Homeland doing a much better job is just going for those coordinated pushes, as they were able to open up that main wall and just push through bathroom and just kind of force above the law, to kind of just play more aggressive, try to go for those refrags, but just able to shut them down almost on every single opportunity. But we are going to need to see Cohen try to see if he's a little bit more aware. Finally is able to shut down Jolt there. Looked a little unaware of his position, but finally spotted him out of the corner of his eye. And then finally, Homeland get another round on the board.
Homeland look great after that round, at least. I mean, they were able to have a very dominant attacking win. They were winning their gunfights that really piggybacked off of Cohen, who just has been a staple for Homeland, at least in this match. They've done so well so far, and hopefully we'll go on through. Still seeing some qualms about some of the bugs that could be happening. Hopefully they're all good, and hopefully it will remediate itself, or maybe they're seeing things on their own. But we hope to continue this match, and it seems like we will be doing just that. Site setup comes here from above the law. Back to Aviator to Gabes we go.
Something that they did really well on the roam clear last time was just denying as much information from the side of Homeland, and just making sure they essentially had to face check almost every single gunfight that they came into. And it's just they need to make sure they can do that again, but just make sure they don't get picked off by Floofs, who was just sitting on that, I believe, mud window last time we were in this round. And just make sure they don't get picked off, but just kind of stick to the general game plan if you're above the law. But Homeland really need to make sure you play with that intel once more.
Homeland needs to make sure that they have as much information as they can, and hopefully they will be able to do so. They're looking to be aggressive yet again here on their attack and find themselves successful into another round and continue this match and even it back out at 2-2. But first, they've got to go through this above the law defense, and it's looking sturdier than ever, especially with the addition of Badger back into the lobby. Cohen will drone on through and try to find out where these defenders may be. Rival, their position has now been alerted to as well. The Kiva barrier came through to prevent Rival from being able to cut off any of their own teammates. Morocco will sprint across deadly, nearly able to get away. Spy will take down Zez, and the drop down and a runaway from Spy will go on through. Same for Morocco. Snipey is quickly taking up this ground, which has been forfeited by above the law, but at the cost of a Homeland attacker.
Just again, not really able to isolate that roamer once more, and it just cost them once again. And unfortunately, now down a man, and Snipey's being forced to try to get aggressive and see if he can get that refrag essentially, but not finding any success, as Spy is able to get another kill down below, I believe. just not able to isolate him out, and just unfortunately, Homeland is paying the price.
Homeland pays the price. A impact from the Ash will go on through and break down that shield, so no ADSs to protect it, and it falls. But Cohen looking to find their way on into the map's room and maybe even attempt their first plant of the match. Cohen looking to get aggressive, as just the rest of their teammates are as well. Maybe even going to open up the vault will be the case, but it's Snipey who will have a response and bring down Jolt. So Jolt falls now as well, so aggression has gone through. Morocco will have a C4 down below, and this surely will be the death of Cohen, as well any sort of player that calls for their team will be able to call that C4 to blow. The gas grenade will force Cohen back, so safety now for the ace, but that pre-placed C4 can be detrimental, especially the gun barrel of Morocco as well, as he'll bring down rival. Snipies found themselves in the vault and falls as well, but this pre-placed C4 is what ends up winning it. The Yana able to get one, but brought down by Cohen rather, brought down by that C4 pre-placed from below from the Mozzie, and well, above the law take the next round.
Doing a lot better in just making sure that the roam does so much dividends for them, just wasting so much time getting a few bodies on the board for them, and just making sure that they deny as much intel for Homeland to play with, and just really much better round. And Homeland just once again struggling to get something going there, as they lost 2 early bodies on that initial roam clear and just had to essentially force their way in. Snipey had to essentially go for a risky play going straight into vault, as they already had like 2 guns, I believe, onto him. And just it's forcing Homeland to play a lot more desperate than I think they would otherwise like to be. They want to play that more coordinated kind of push, but it's just not really working out for them right now.
Seems to be rough right now for Homeland, as they continue to struggle and stagnate against some of the defenses being brought out by Above the Law. They were successful in kitchen dining, but a lot of that play I really want to attest to Badger. This time around, it was the roam that was able to shut down the Homeland attack rather, and Above the Law, they look strong and ready to go here. Is going into trophy statuary will be Above the Law. They've got their defensive setup ready. It'll be very similar, I'm sure, as it was before to their previous trophy statuary hole, where you saw Badger picking up 3 kills in astronomy. And well, if Homeland chooses to force that room again, I think they'll think about it differently and think about a different attack execution.
Well, hopefully this time their hard breach does not immediately die to a spawn peak, as we do see Zez switch on over to the ace, switching out with Cohen, who's electing to play that Sophia instead. A bit of an interesting switch up there, as we're just kind of get I guess Zez play the really good gun of the AK-12, really good hands of a good gunner there. So I'm not too surprised to see that. Actually, a little bit of operator roulette. Everyone's just kind of switching around the board. I don't know who's playing what, but regardless, they're gonna need to make sure that that ace stays up on the board, because that's gonna be really crucial to opening up that triple wall, as we're seeing highlighted right now, and just opening up some of these angles into the areas of the map that Above the Law want to hold on to for as long as they can. But if you're able to open up those walls, it gives them less.
Oh my gosh.
Nice. Like I talk about this entire point, just go into lengthy detail, and then it's immediately taken away from me. Why? Why, Floofs?
If I'm Above the Law, I am laughing my rear off right now. I'm laughing my tail off, because Floofs fell, the ace died, and yet again, no more hard breach for Homeland. Above the Law, well, they've got the advantage in this round. Floofs is now out of the lobby, attempting to remediate and fix this bug that they so-called have. And well, Badger now holding on to Astronomy, still looking to get on through, but it's Homeland trying to be aggressive on their attack. There are C4s placed below now, as you saw Morocco just went and put one on down below in Bathroom, and this could catch out any of the attackers that might step their foot a little bit too far. Instead, it's Badger who will win out the fight. No, it was the C4 from below that ended up taking off Snipey's head, saving Badger's life, although I think Badger had the crosshair right on the head, so maybe one taken out from under their arms. Now positioned on a Mozzie drone, which has been activated and driven to the defender so graciously by the T-Feds. Is nearly the own defender taking out their own life right there. Zez trying to get aggressive. Badger brings down Cohen, and it's all down to Zez. An EMP will go on through, but instead of bullets, thrown utility will not be successful in killing players, and the Jaeger of Spy, after getting the spawn peak in the initial frag on the round, now finds the Dokkaebi.
Just again, losing that hard breach so early on is just really hurting the push from coming out from Homeland because now they have to force their way in and be a lot more aggressive and rely on their individual gun skill. But just when it doesn't really work, when like Above the Law is playing a lot smarter, just playing like the util game, it just really hurts Homeland in their just attempt to actually push in anywhere and just they have to play so aggressive. And it's really tough to see from Homeland right now because like you can see the ideas they want to go for, but just because they lose the hard breach, it just completely falls apart for them.
I have a feeling there's a little bit of a mental situation going on for Homeland right now. Obviously, Floofs seems extremely frustrated, and when one of those core three players are feeling frustrated, and you can signify any of those core players from who have been playing together for what seems like forever, Snipey, Cohen, and Floofs, you see that V signifying that, well, they've all been a band together for a while, and unfortunately, Floof's just struggling right now on maybe bringing down the mentals of their teammates. I know that they're trying to stay high hopes and hopefully get back on into this lobby and have a good round here. Is Above the Law trying to be or rather Homeland trying to find some sort of answer and maybe get back in, but it almost seems like a little bit too little too late, and we might just be seeing a repeat of what we saw in Clubhouse earlier on.
Definitely looking that way, but like again, the last time we saw these two teams on this map, Above the Law did go up 4-2 and then eventually lost it out in overtime. So it's not completely out of the running for Homeland if they are able to pick up this last round onto Dining. They just need to look a lot better and just not lose crucial operators and just crucial players, really, in such an early fashion. They just need to make sure they can play it slow, play off their intel, play off each other. I feel like I'm talking myself in circles. Just really need to make sure that those core fundamentals are in place if you need to have a place in this round. Otherwise, you're gonna have to keep doing what you've been doing and just kind of forcing the situation.
Well, Homeland, they need to find this attacking round, surely. This is a very important round going into the side swap, trying to stop any of that momentum that Above the Law has gained and gathered. A direct take here onto the upstairs. Defense will be the plan here for Homeland as Moses begins to crack open his closet window, find their way on through. Lots of drones will go through, but it's going to be, again, that utility banter game that we've seen so many rounds previously where that ball gets cleared and then Shiva puts that Kiva barrier back up and then it'll get cleared. Shiva will put it back up again. The issue is that Shiva is the lone player tasked with making sure that no players jump in the closet. And so if you're able to get that timing, which is exactly what happens, it becomes a problem. The timing goes through. Floof's able to get on in and bring down Spy, who was trying to rotate on out. Up the red stairs is Floofs right now, holding onto those cutoffs in that position. Beautiful positioning by the IQ to find themselves behind the defense now unexpectedly for Above the Law. At least Zez is able to kick one off on the Badger as well, so it seems much better here for Homeland as they brought down now Spy and Badger. The smoke no longer going to be on the board, the Jaeger no longer on the board. Sure, the ADSs have been placed, but those smoke canisters certainly weren't, and well, you have to throw them out and activate them live. Above the Law will not have any way to stall out time later on in the matchup, and we see that Homeland has made some great progress here on their attack.
It just seems that a lot of these holes that Above the Law made to try to counter the push coming out from Homeland just really came back to bite them and just eventually went the other way, and just Homeland was able to use those holes against them, and just now it's like with Rival able to make some sledge holes above is just going to make sure that nobody from Above the Law can actually sit comfortably on site. As Jolt seems to be aware that Snipey actually might be working up his stairs, but he doesn't actually seem to know. He's looking the wrong way. Unfortunately, Snipey's able to get the kill. Now the Homeland have a way into sight as Morocco's the only player left. Is able to get one kill into Zez, but that may be it as everyone else from Homeland is starting to pinch onto his location. And now Homeland able to secure the second round before the side switch.
Well, not enough bullets left into the the chassis as well. The servers seem to have gone through, and I think Ubisoft just does not want us to play this match. More than likely, we're going to see ourselves going back into another technical rehost, and I'm so sorry. This is like the map of rehost. It's probably the most rehost I've ever been a part of in a series, and it's certainly something that we are very frustrated and apologize to not only the viewers and the teams right now, but to the viewers and the teams that have to play later tonight as well for grand finals. Certainly frustrating right now, and Well, we'll see if we stick into this match. We're kind of just hanging out right now, trying to figure out what our best plan of action. Sometimes these server issues will remedify themselves. I'm trying to think of the best word to say that, but they'll fix themselves, and we'll see if that may be the case. Instead, though, right now at a standstill is the match. We've got halfway through this map at least above the law, up 4-2 with the advantage right now, and well, Homeland, they're looking to potentially find themselves some better defenses and defensive positionings.
Certainly so. It's just we're trying to see if Homeland can now take some of the same success that Above the Law had on their own defenses and replicate it and try to get themselves back into the advantage. Something we haven't really been seeing too much aside from map number 2, where Homeland was able to get the lead very early on, but we haven't really seen them be able to battle it back out and secure themselves an equalizing round count when they are down. So it's just going to be a matter of, can they secure these next 2 rounds and make sure that Above the Law don't get too far ahead and keep up that momentum, and just making sure that they once again play off each other, play off the util game, and play really smart, I think.
Hopefully they're able to play smart enough. It looks like we are going to stay in the lobby, so thankfully we're not going to that rehost, and we'll be able to play through. It seems like things have fixed themselves, so hopefully we'll be able to continue on through problem-free for the rest of the night. Fingers crossed, right? Well, it is Rainbow Six Siege, and sometimes there are bugs that happens in every game that you play. Snipey here looking to extend across the map along with their teammate Zez. Zez will be over here as well, opening up some extra angles into the closet with the bailiff. And well, that's one awesome thing about Alibis. You got to open up so many of those angles. Snipey looking to be aggressive and potentially peck onto any of these above the law attackers, which are to step their foot across the drone hole. Snipey has found themselves into this interesting position here, and well, they got to get themselves out quickly. They will run past the drones and past the player on the Astro window who was on drone and not got up, thankfully, for Sniper. Otherwise, they should have lost their life. But it's Spy who jumps in from behind. Zez with the response, so they will get the refrag. But map control established as well as a refrag here. A little bit of HP as well brought down for Zez, so I do think that the initial engagement was an above the law win, but it does end up slowing down their push a little bit since Zez was able to get that refrag on a Spy.
That is going to be nades off the board from Above the Law, so we're going to have to rely on Morocco to essentially nade out some of the rest of this utility, and just hopefully Shiba also has some of those impact nades still in pocket as well, because that's just going to be a lot of utility just now gone off the board, and I don't think they have much burn to use to actually clear out this utility. It's going to be a real struggle, and Cohen is looking to still get aggressive onto the 90 hallway, trying to see if he can shoot out of drones, make sure that Above the Law don't have a lot of intel to play off of, as now we're seeing a little bit of a lull period. Both teams trying to see if they can settle things down, try to get some info onto each other, and just kind of just get a general idea of what they need to repel.
One of the high hopes of trying to slow down that information game is the Homeland defense, and Shiba will create a rotation here so that you can hold Skull from the other side, able to clear off that shield now from the wall. Zez has been forced all the way back into study, but I believe one of the above the law attackers have found themselves on a study balcony. Zez has taken a lot of HP and damage now as Badger on the study balcony position could do some serious damage. The Ace looking to find any of these defenders. Shiba, the man with the diffuser, trying to get into the bomb site and crack down to get that diffuser down. 50 HP brought off from, I believe, an impact or a C4 that came on through. I believe it was Floop that threw that C4. Cohen still has those gas grenades as well as the shotgun, and sticking close. All 3 attackers of Above the Law are stacked here on the skull door, and here comes the execute. Badger will win their one and will win the second one onto another player. The kid falls in study. Badger finding themselves on the head holes, will fall down. All of a sudden, Above the Law has found themselves in the bomb site, but it's Jolt, and there's no more time left. They have to go for kills. The diffuser was not able to get planted because they were sitting and huffing in all those toxic fumes of the gas grenades, and it's Zez to finish out the round and Homeland win their first defensive round here.
Just Above the Law not able to really kill Cohen in that position, just able to play off those smoke babes so well and just use that shotgun to such great effect. even though they lost 2 players over in the study bout to 1 player, they were still able to rely on those last 2 players on site to really go crazy there and just frag everyone else out when it was not looking good and it was not really in a position that Homeland, I think, really should have won. But able to just really play off each other really well in those last 2 situations, really just repelled them over the edge. When I think Above the Log just kind of had a slight misplay in the final minute of the round.
Definitely a struggle there for Above the Law. They just weren't able to crack on into the bomb site. Too much denial brought through. That smoke grenade almost allowed for the smoke to sit closer than maybe expected for Above the Law and caused some serious disruption. And now as we head over to Trophy Statue, where a heavy extension potentially over the study site signified by Snipe playing on that works and trying to open up some more of those lines of sight. Slow down this Above the Law attack, and Homeland look to even it up here.
Definitely looking to Fly's round count as Floos is trying to see if he can get some revenge. Oh no! Shiba able to get the counter spawn peek onto him. Floos essentially dying in the same fashion he did, but just in the reverse as Snipey's looking to get some revenge. Just misses out onto Morocco there as he just missed the timing just a little bit. And oh my god, Shiba. What the hell is this, man? You can't just keep countering everybody who's peeking out onto you. What the hell is this?
Seems to be frustration boiling out from some of the Homeland defenders as they tried to get aggressive on Above the Law, just as Above the Law was aggressive on Homeland on their defensive half, able to get those picks and those spawn peaks, but unfortunately not able to do so was Above the Law instead, or Homeland rather. Instead, they ended up being at a detriment. Now they put themselves in a hole. Zez still on the board, does have many kills, and Cohen as well, the captain. We've seen him do so much before, but they have to make up for the deficit, which has been made by their 2 teammates who attempted a spawn peek. The Yana Gemini clone will go through, but immediately she brought down by Zez. Arrow jabs going through to prevent these defenders from walking through into Master.
Now they're just gonna have to play super aggressive here, try to make up for those early 2 kills off the board. Cohen tries to get aggressive onto the Master Master door, but unfortunately just gets essentially refragged right now. Zez and Rival are having to kind of essentially play their lives in Trophy right now and just losing these gunfights. Unfortunately, Zez is having to play over towards the Wolf area in the map, and just unfortunately he's just gonna have to play passive and make sure that someone from Above the Law swings out onto him and wins that gunfight. But Shapai hits a nice shot onto him and puts Above the Law up 5-3.
By with a beautiful shot to Zofia finding a way through Astro, and Rival overpeaked and overstayed their welcome. They got stuck into a position where they couldn't leave, and they needed to make a rapid decision on whether or not they needed to leave then or needed to just sit there and hold for as long as possible and burn up time and utility and get cleared on out. Sometimes when you're stuck in a spot where you know you're certainly dead, you just got to stay alive, and if he chose to stay in that corner, he may have stayed alive for longer than expected, maybe even could have found kills or had their teammate of Zez play off of them. Instead, that did not happen, and it came at the detriment to them. They end up losing the round, and a lot of that comes down to really the aggressive spawn peaks, which failed, and sometimes that's what happens. High risk, high reward, and, well, unfortunately, the risk got the better end of that scenario.
And just really forced everyone from Homeland after that situation happened, like you're highlighting so well, it really forced them to just play super aggressive, and just when that aggression just gets shut down everywhere, you just fall so far behind. And Zez essentially was just kind of locked out of the sight as the rest of the attack was just surging in, because now everyone's dead. Now you just have sight for free, and all you have to do is just go in, plant, and just kill the last guy. Just really need to see Homeland play a little bit more disciplined, and just unfortunately really did not see that in that last round. Now they're down once again 2 rounds.
We struggle here for Homeland as the defending champions of Xenon. I've said it once or twice before, but they're looking to at least continue a podium placement here this season. They need to find many rounds in a row here to try to bring this back. Above the Law only 1 away from match point, 2 away from taking it all, and all that $300 prize money for 3rd place and stamping themselves into history books of Xenon Gaming Series. Homeland have elected to go to kitchen dining, feeling more comfortable here maybe than a trophy defense. And there's drones coming out through. Shiba will be on the pantry repel, trying to find a long angle onto the side as Badger begins to open up this pantry wall. Spy with a very aggressive sledgehammer and finding their way up the Astro stairs now, maybe able to catch some of these Homeland attacker or defenders rather off guard. I don't think that the sledge position has been alerted to. Joel able to start it off and bring down Zez. Snipey still on this aggressive position in bathroom. I do not believe they have been droned, and a mist drone has gone through. If an extra drone does not come through and catch Snipey's position, they may be able to take advantage of this. Snipey still hanging out here. Here's the sledge on the Astro stairs, but maybe not. Does not see him. Snipey, he's right in front of your face. They're standing practically right next to each other. Snipey and Spy have no idea. They still haven't interacted. Snipey has gone undetected here in this position. The trigger discipline is beautiful, but they miss all of their shots, and in bathroom Snipey now fighting their own life. And had they seen the sledge earlier, they may have been able to get out, but no, it's Spy who ends up getting the kill. And oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Oh, just Snipey had so many opportunities to get at least like 2, maybe even 3 kills, but just unfortunately he missed his shots, and when the time came, and just now they're down once again by 2 people going into the final minute of the round. Now Homeland still can hold on to this. They're gonna have to get aggressive here. Rivals maybe looking to do so right now, but they're kind of getting pinched out of the sight with Shapai on the sledge, just kind of moving, opening up some of those vert holes and making sure they can't sit comfortably on the actual bomb site. It's gonna be up to Cohen here to try to see if he can repel this attack as long as he can.
Well, trying to be as annoying as possible here is Floofs on the Malusi, but still struggling here in the lobby. The diffuser begins to go on down. Spy has been down, but not out, so they can be recoverable should one of their teammates go over and help them up. But Cohen here on the aggressive swing may be able to find someone in Memorial. No, not able to do so. Rival caught out on this hatch, so it's left down to Cohen and to Floofs here. Their diffuser has been planted at the laundry door, and well, maybe able to long arm it is Cohen. They found the button to be able to get on the diffuser, and we'll begin to start ticking away. And well, here comes in the swings as Cohen is able to bring down Badger, but not anyone else. As Sophia able to walk in from behind, brings down the mute, and on to match point here goes to Above the Law.
Oh, just I just can't get over the play with Snipey and Sledge. Just if he was able, just saw him out of the corner of his eyes, just he could have got 1 kill and possibly just repelled that attack for just a little bit longer. They wasted so much time on that top floor roam, able to waste at least 2 minutes. They did lose a body for it, but it could have been good play to equalize things out. But just unfortunately, Snipey just not able to do anything with that, and just unfortunately died for nothing essentially. And then everybody else from Homeland just had to essentially move out of the bomb site, give away that control, and allow that plane to go down. As now we're seeing a final desperation attempt to go back onto games. Now, it's going to be up to them to try to string these rounds together and put themselves onto match point.
Well, they're hoping to do just that. Above the Law have found themselves on match point and maybe even series point, as it's tied 1-1 both maps. 7-4 to Above the Law map 1 on Clubhouse. 7-4 to Homeland Esports map 2 on Theme Park. And Above the Law look to take down the former champions of the Xenon Gaming Series Season 3 and now into Season 4 here. Homeland look desperate. They need to win 3 rounds in a row to force overtime. There's no infinite overtime in this matchup, but in grand finals there will be, because that's one of the kind of cool and kooky things you might get to see later on if you do choose to stick around for the HK Rebels and MystiC matchup. Cohen looking to get aggressive, making some extra floor holes, and the captain trying to say to their team, we're not out of it yet. We've got rounds to play with, and that is exactly what they are trying to do here.
Yeah, but a bit of a different take coming out here from Above the Law, looking to go a little bit more direct, possibly kind of going similar to what Homeland tried to do, but with a little bit more success. So we're just going to have to see if Homeland can actually repel this and make sure they can deal with this on the roam clear, as they have nobody down below, so it's just going to be up to possibly Rival to try to rotate on down. But they do have the intel if he tries to do so, and Shiba's just going to try to see if he can clear out some of these positions and util from below as well as Morocco.
Morocco down there on the bottom of the main stairs. You got Shiba as well with the grenades, trying to be aggressive, and lots of grenades down below, trying to send those depth charges in from the bottom floor, and which are so deadly for sure. Morocco still waiting to see if Cohen might take an over aggressive peek, but the captain showing great discipline and hanging out there on the top of the main stairs. A swing onto study balcony now will be the Habana, a Badger who might look to find their way to crack on into the bomb side, as Above the Law have just one round away from potentially winning that cash prize of $300. Cohen, a little bit of lag of their own on the top main stairs, forced to throw one of those toxic babes and get out.
Just able to waste a lot of time here as it's minute 15 left, but they're trying to see if he can clear him out here quickly, but he's just done his job essentially. Only one smoke babe in pocket, but he's done his job. He's wasted so much time with only a minute left, and Floofs is able to get a kill from the floor holes as Badger almost nearly dies again to it. And now the Homeland looking really good. They've been able to hold off this attack so well, and now Above the Law is looking to try to find some answers, and they have none right now.
Well, Homeland aren't done yet as Snipey will bring down Joel, and the last two attackers trying to find their way up the main stairs. A C4 Hail Mary will go through from Floofs. Down goes Cohen, but Spy does find the finish onto Cohen. Brings down Floofs as well, who tried to go save their captain Spy. 9-3 right now since our last Rio is trying to find these players, but Snipey in a very different position than what you might expect to see. The shots ring out, but not able to finish. Snipey is Spy. Spy not able to get that frag, and well, Snipey not able to finish it right off the first engagement, but the second one they will win it. A deep swing from the study desk, win at Homeland their fourth round, and 6-4 match point. Still a couple rounds for Homeland to potentially bring it back, but Above the Law have sealed their fate at least to bring it to overtime.
We're gonna see another 7-4 here, Klims, because we're set up for it. It's possible we could see 3 7-4s. That's pretty rare, I think. But regardless of that fact, Homeland just looked so good in that round. They were just not panicking, just even when they were trying to get cleared by Above the Law. Just Cohen being essentially the pillar of that attack, the defense right there, just making sure that they could not take main stairs control, and just held it down for as long as he could until he eventually died, and just essentially stalled them out and just allowed Floofs to get so many kills from the floor holes and just help assist in just making sure that they could not take those stairs. It just did so well, but just now going out to trophy, can they do that once more? It's going to have to be another 2 rounds until they equalize it and send us to overtime.
Homeland's looking just to do that. They're going to trophy sanctuary. They've closed off the whole triple wall, changing up their defensive strategy as well. Those holes seem to be a little bit more detrimental than beneficial to Homeland. Mute jammers will go on to the main wall as well, so ensuring that plenty of utility to be keeping that wall closed. Drone denial as well, always so ever important. Snipey with a good keep barrier to block off any extra information you can be able to see through the Astra window. Obviously, a lot of good cutoff pressure and presence can be made from anyone on that rappel. Above the Law look to close out this map yet again with another very direct take. They seem to be a team who love going right against the Homeland defense and want to spearhead it right on through. They're looking for these spawn peaks, as Homeland was so aggressive in the rounds prior on trophy statuary that, well, they've decided to fall back and maybe not be as aggressive as, well, it has done its job enough to spook the Above the Law attackers.
But once again, they've just given away that bottom floor control over to Above the Law. Nobody's down there to help contest it, so it's going to leave them a little bit more room to comfortably try to nade out some of these positions. Something we did not see in that last round, but if they're able to get some of that intel and connect on these nades, it could pay dividends for Above the Law. But they're just going to have to try to see if they could slowly drone things out, try to see if they can clear out this brick shield. And just Spy is able to try to see if he can do so. I think he's able to do it now, as rivals had to fall back. But Homeland playing it passive, playing it smart, just leaving them to try to see if they can just do whatever they want down below and just not really giving them too much attention.
I love the rotations by the Homeland defense, putting Cohen into that position, aggressive onto the master door. Snipey does get a little too antsy and will get downed, but not out, so it will be recoverable by their teammate. Morocco will look to get up the stairs here of Astronomy. Spy does find 2 Floofs with a response and brings down Spy, but it's done a lot of damage so far. Snipey fell as well as Rival, so no more Jaeger or Zombie on the board. There's plenty of powerful weapons, and Floofs, who's really definitely shown up in the lobby in these last couple rounds, still looking to be active as ever. They're still not too sure of the positionings of these defenders. Morocco will throw a nade from below, but it will not land. Above the lot, has 3 defenders to go find. A shotgun will ring out, bring down Badger, but it's a quick response by Jolt to save their teammate. Zez still alive. Floof's still alive. Running down below now to potentially get a C4 off, and that C4 could go massive. Zez, though, does fall, and all of a sudden the bomb site's been forfeit. Floofs gets back up, has to win a 1v4 to keep their team. What? It's a beautiful shot on a Jolt. Brings him down, brings Badger down. The diffuser has gone down, and Floofs, this could be one of the best clutches I've ever personally seen. A C4 will go through, but it's too far. The coverage from Split might be able to happen, but no, the C4 lands, and it's actually on his own head. Not able to go deep enough. The diffuser has gone down now. Floofs on just 1 HP, trying to keep his teammate, but able to get the kill onto Sheba. Morocco last alive. The entry frag, trying to make it happen for their team, and Floofs barely losing out on that clutch. Incredible gunplay, but it's above the law. Morocco leading the charge, and they take down the former champions of Xenon Gaming Series.
What an insane round to end that series. Nearly getting an ace clutch in that situation and just barely missing out with that intel, just not really coming out. And unfortunately, Morocco was able to clean things up and clean this out 7-4. 3 7-4s in this entire series. What a crazy matchup.
Absolutely incredible play. Floofs nearly brought that one all the way through, but Above the Law do win. They take 3rd place in the Xenon Gaming Series, bringing down the former champions. And yeah, sure, there's a roster change, but there's still a pretty damn good opponent. But that's going to be it for me and Sirius. Thanks to Zach and Andrew at Battery for observing and producing. We're still going to be around, though. The stream will still be live, so we're only going to send it to a break, hopefully to get started up real soon in the next matchup. It's the Grand Finals, and it's going to be an awesome game. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Please do stick around. You've got HK Rebels. You've got MystiC, a bloody matchup that's going to happen. I casted their game last week, and let me tell you, it is going to be a fun one to watch. So make sure you don't go away. Stick around for that matchup for Grand Finals. But that's it for Season 4 for me and Sirius, at least. That will be it. We'll see you guys back next season, hopefully.
another sunny day in Southern California. It's where the people came to play. Don't let them transform you. Oh, come and see what you've been missing on a little slice of heaven. It's the only place we're living. We're living.
everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of the Xenon Gaming Series Season 4. My name is Crisis, and I am joined by Slay in his fantastic Halloween outfit. He is clearly the last airbender of Aang. Slay, we've got a best of 3 lined up here tonight between the HK Rebels and MystiC Academy. We're going to be starting off, hot tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about this. I mean, these two teams have history, and especially being able to see their semifinal matches yesterday, they're not messing around here. I mean, they came to play. HK Rebels, they only took 2 maps to get here, while MystiC, they did have to fight through all 3 against Homeland. 2 great teams, but like I said, there is some history between them. And in the past, I believe HK Rebels is actually the team that kind of sent MystiC down a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out for the grand finals.
Yeah, so the last time I actually casted them in Xenon, they were actually playing the MystiC main roster, and they won 2-1 in that one, and their wins were pretty dominant. But speaking of wins, we're not going to know who wins until we know what maps we're going to play. So let's figure out what maps we will be playing on here tonight, and in this best of 3, where our battleground will be.
All right, yep, let's jump over to the map bans. As you can see, it's going to be Oregon, then Villa, finishing off with Bank. So Bank, that's 3 for 3 now in the semifinals and finals, if we do get there. But either way about it, fun to see that map come up. Oregon and Villa, pretty stock standard here, Crisis. Nothing too surprising about these maps, although we didn't really see Oregon at all for the semis. Villa we did see. So it'll be interesting to find out how this plays. But Oregon, everybody knows it. It's listed as Snorgan, Borgen, whatever you want. But hopefully, it being the grand finals, we'll have a great matchup nonetheless.
Yeah, Oregon is a map that, like you said, it's just kind of overplayed at this point. It really has become a staple. I would have preferred personally to see maybe like a clubhouse or something like that, but we will be hopping right into the action nonetheless on Oregon in about, in a few seconds here. It's a little bit, listen, we're delayed a little bit today. Everyone, I'm sorry. It's battery's fault. Hashtag blade battery.
Frogger, man. That's why he's called Frogger, right?
I'm
But
telling you.
to go back a little bit on the history, so you watched them beat MystiC main. Last time
Go to 25
2 times ago when I watched HK Rebels, they took on MystiC Academy, this team here, and they were able to beat them in a 2-0 fashion. First map was on Villa, they ended it 7-4. Second map was on Clubhouse, which we won't see, and that one went to overtime. So it'll be interesting to find out if MystiC have improved, because there's no doubt HK Rebels kind of the bane of both MystiC teams throughout this season. So it's going to be a great proving ground here, and what better arena than the grand finals. First ban, going to be the Ying off the board.
And no real surprise there the last time that I got to cast them. It was actually on Oregon as well, and they did ban out Ying and Azami, them being the HK Rebels. So it'll be interesting to see if they do manage to ban Azami as well when we get to it. MystiC, however, again, it was MystiC main, and they banned Knocking Kayed. But MystiC Academy, they're going to be choosing to check out Dokubi instead, an operator who, with the pocket EMPs, has kind of seen a little bit of a resurgence. Frag grenades aren't as strong or as powerful anymore. It's a little bit harder to get those depth charge submarine kills. So the pocket EMPs, the phone calls, the DMR, just a very, very good operator all around. But we will see the Kayed ban. So MystiC Academy kind of sticking to their guns here from what the MystiC main roster did as well.
You didn't announce, correct?
Yeah, it's fun to see some of these other operators get a chance to come in and shine. We will have Nook up on the board if any of these teams want to bring her in. The final defensive ban is going to be a Valkyrie, another op who is consistently banned. It really doesn't matter what map you're on. Valkyrie is so powerful with all the intel you can gain with those cameras. Not going to be an issue here on Oregon, though. It's map number 1 of the grand finals. HK Rebels will start on the defense, MystiC on that attack. We're finally ready to jump into this. Of course, looking for that big cut of the prize pool. Both teams going to be vying. We're starting off on kids' dorms.
We'll be starting on this top floor, and it is kind of a toss-up, right, as to where teams go first. A lot of teams will choose to go basement. a lot of teams would be able to choose to go top 4. But the changes that have been recently made to Maverick and using his frag grenades, top 4 has become a little bit more viable as a starting site because you're not going to see people pushing through the attic nearly as hard. You're going to really have to dedicate either a hard breach tool or a secondary hard breacher in general, which you can see they are choosing to not bring here for MystiC. Instead, they're going for a lot of soft breach with the Sophia and the Ash. There was a sledge there as well, big guy, but deciding to swap off onto the Nomad, another very good operator, especially now that you can put a grip on that ARX of hers. So the ability to finally add a full grip to that gun has made her even more devastating as an operator. Doug, though, he's going to look to get involved early. He's got that MP5 in hand on the Malusi. If you're a speedy operator, he's going to be trying to get an early pick. However, he will be droned out by big guy and have to rotate off.
Some good use of those drones, getting in the information and pushing Doug away. The players to look out for from yesterday, Neo is absolutely insane, but you got to keep an eye on Doug as well as Millies. Both of those players went crazy yesterday in their battle against Above the Law. But honestly, both rosters have a great list on the teams. All 10 of them can absolutely frag and bag. So it'll be interesting to see how it all clashes here. Enki still doing some outside work here, just spraying around that window where we saw Doug lurking about. Taking their time here. They are going to look to go towards that master bedroom side push. Scuba playing the Hibana just to get something of a peek. You can see that nice little Aruni laser gate holding things off with Rapoa safely behind his shield as well, playing as will I. Still just about a minute and 10 seconds has drained away from the round, so pretty early on, and well, no real engagements as of yet.
Neo going to be moving up here, shoot away the Banshee alert system that took away his position, and now Doug playing there at the bottom of White Stairs will know Burnt Turkey, though. He will be the first one to fall down. Kirk not able to finish off the kill, though. Big guy actually going to be able to get the first elimination onto Rai. Vipoa, though, he's right there to get another one on the refrag, so you're going to lose your Yana. Trading out for the Jaeger. Burnt Turkey still downed. Has the ability to get up here. Big guy is going to go down as well as Doug gets one. Neo going to get one on a Vipoa, though. Kirk will finally finish off Turkey. Neo going to get one onto Doug, and it's all going to come down to Millie's the smoke. An operator that has the ability to clutch up if needed. Going to do a ton of damage to Kirk, but not enough, as he will swing in through that attic and shoot the punch holes. Unfortunate situation. Holes goes both ways. So, you know, as you did the great impression of our friend Ace of Pie right there, and if he has taught us anything, it's that holes go both ways.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and that's exactly what MystiC showed us here. Case in point, heading downstairs to laundry supply, they're gonna hope to get this defense racked up. Obviously, MystiC starting strong upstairs. Now, Oregon can be more of a defender-sided map, so we'll have to find out if that's gonna be the way it plays tonight. But Neo starting off with a double kill right alongside Kirk. Looks great, just carving through the big, tough lads in HK Rebels. So we're going to continue this. Now, just for your information, there is infinite overtime if needed. So we could have some very long games if we get to that point. So just be aware of that. We'll have to find out. Again, it is going to be a best of 3, not a best of 5. Thank goodness. We are already late, as Bryce has said. Right now, the setup of this downstairs site looking quite good. You see the operators coming through. We do have a Frost making an appearance. Alibi joins the fray as well. An operator who's become very popular among defenders.
Alibi has kind of floated in and out of the meta, right? Like, she was very popular, she kind of fell off for a little bit, and then she became popular again. She's always kind of hung around. She's always been an operator that, you know what, I don't really know who to play. Who should I pick up? Well, you got Alibi. She's got a fantastic gun, impact grenades, or the deployable shield, depending on how you want to play her. And of course, the Bailiff shotgun pistol as well to be able to make rotates. Plus a 3-speed, really everything you could want in an operator, and especially a defender to be able to move around the map like Oregon. Speaking of moving around, big guy, he's going to be swinging here up into the upstairs site. We'll get a little bit of a drone-out action there, as that would be the Jaeger, who's now going to fall back and all the way back to the back stairs. He's going to take a little bit of damage through the soft wall, but it's mitigated, so no real harm or foul. Still sitting probably right around 90 HP, so Rai will be able to fight another day.
Yeah, good job for Rai getting out of there just in time. Big guy hot on his heels. And like I said, not too much damage, but that will be much more as the headshot rings out. Once again, MystiC find the first kill of the round, putting a bullet right through Rai's head. So the presence upstairs begins to lessen for HK Rebels. Kirk is waiting. There's a silhouette just to the right of that door here. Does the Zofia know? Taking their time. Burnt Turkey as well, holding out. Quite a bit of roam pressure, especially with the poet sitting right close to that door. Neo is moving from the opposite side over towards the dining hall, looking into kitchen. You can see a couple of those alibi prisoners roll their shield, making a little bit of a slow going, but nonetheless, they continue their approach. Burnt Turkey still waiting. Papoa makes a swing. Nothing happening right now, but HK Rebels doing a great job to bleed off the clock. Burnt Turkey takes down Scoob to even the man count.
Getting it done. Vipo gonna get one as Burnt Turkey gets a second one on the round for himself as well. Going to put the HK Rebels on a very good mana count, but Neo, he's right there to put it a little bit closer. It's a 3-2 now, and Neo is a little bit banged up, a little worse for wear. No way to get any healing done, and it looks like Case is also down as well in that little meeting connector area. So Aimkey or Neo, one of the two, are going to have to go and pick that up, and it is going to end up being Neo. We can see a little bit of a rotate now as well, as Aimkey going to be moving in through the freezer. Still has 2 grenades in hand to shoot the frost mat as well, and wow, if that wall hadn't have been there, someone would have been absolutely dead. What a peek coming out there from Aimkey, as he's not going to be holding this angle. Neo, he's going to have to rotate off as those toxic babes are coming out on the main stairs from Millie's. Aimkey moving in ever so closer. He's got a player hard to the right. Some shots coming out. Not anything going to get done, as he's going to get dropped to Vipo and Millie's both. Going to pick one up for their team and tie things up for the HK Rebels 1-1.
Great work there on the defense for the HK Rebels. Tying it up quickly, not going to allow MystiC to get far ahead at all. They're actually opting to go right back to that first site we saw up to kids' dorms, where they did take a pretty good wallop. We'll have to find out exactly what they decide to do differently here. If there going to be any big changes. Off the bat, you don't see that Aruni coming in. You do have the mute as well as the smoke. The Jaeger joining as well. The MystiC does make a return, and the alibi has been sat right back on the bench. Wamai back instead. So should be a good lineup, but we just saw how quickly MystiC can move, and obviously them getting those opening kills for the first 2 rounds shows they're not afraid to take those engagements and trying to get the man advantage. But HK Rebels did a great job leveraging that in the previous round, bringing it back for their victory. Upstairs again, though, starting to get this defense set on up. An important one, especially if we're looking towards the defender-sided map of Oregon.
Some interesting statistics for all of you stats fans out there. Big Guy has gotten both the opening kills for MystiC. Rai, the opening death for Rebels both times. It has been the Big Guy versus Rai show early on in the round here. So we're going to have to see if Rai can stay alive a little bit longer here. Doug actually going to waste an impact grenade to take out that drone. I don't even know if he actually got it, and he's going to do a little bit of damage to himself in the process. It's not how I personally would have gone about that, you know, Slay. I don't know about you, but yeah, wasting an impact grenade for a drone just doesn't really seem worth it to me in that instance.
Some people really just hate drones, man. You can't blame them all too much, but certainly a wasteful use of the impact. We'll have to find out if that does come back to play a massive part, though, as the round progresses. That little peak of damage could be all that it takes. As we do see the attackers begin to move in closer and closer. Neo playing onto that. Amaru looks fun. Always exciting to see her come out with a G2 or G8, excuse me. Great weapon, got that nice fire rate, big old mag as well. Kirk continues to play as a Zofia. Aimkey is a player who struggled in the previous matches in the semifinals, but would love to find more of a foothold here. Neo has taken control of that tower, and Kirk continues to look around. He's got Burnt Turkey in a potential bad position, takes a ton of damage, and now nades being flung at him. He's gonna have to back off on a sliver of HP.
Literally 1 health and a dream with no way of being able to be healed up. Scooperto will be the first to fall as Vipoa is going to change things up here in the early going. Well, not even early going, we're about halfway through the round here. Neo going to start making his way through Attic. Going to see the head of Rai, who once again will be opening death for the HK Rebels. A very late reinforcement there coming out. They were trying to reinforce off that attic wall. Unfortunately, just managed to get caught. You see Scoobert having a disconnect as well, so hopefully we'll be able to get back here before the round ends. But things are at 4-4 here, main count wise, but health clearly in the hand of MystiC as, again, Burnt Turkey sitting in a single shot. But it doesn't matter, though, as Doug is going to take out Big Guy, put it into a 4-3.
Gets dropped in the process, and now Vapoa joins Burnt Turkey on the 1 HP gang. Millie's the final operator who's feeling really alive, and Vapoa finished off by Neo. Things don't look great. There's Doug finished as well. The 3v2, Millie's gonna make a swing. Excellent shots onto Kirk to bring it back to the 2v2, but the SMG-11 bros so low at HP. Aimkey now is gonna feel that pain as well. Not a lot to work with, and those toxic babes can do so much. Burnt Turkey finds one Neo with a trade back. It's a triple kill for Neo. Has more HP than Burnt Turkey, but with a C4 in the pocket, might be able to get him on Splash alone. Neo with a swing and finishes it with his own SMG-11. It's a MystiC for round 3.
It's going to be a 4K for Neo, by the way. Absolutely fantastic play there on the Amaru. Was like, you know what? I got an SMG-11 of my own. I'll just use that. And gets the swing onto the mute. 3 SMG-11 users left in the end of that round, and well, we saw the shots come ringing out. MystiC gonna go up 2-1 against the HK Rebels. We're gonna be going back to the dorms now. It looks like, again, it's like I gotta agree with you. I don't know how many times you can justify going to this site.
Oh man, you would have loved the matches we saw in the semifinals. We saw Bank twice, once in each semifinal, and CCTV, right? Downstairs, CCTV lockers was 1 for 9. It was the worst side. The teams kept going back to this, similar to what Dorm might be like, but HK Rebels, they feel confident. And this is something Ali pointed out as well. When they come back to the site, the change they're going to make is bring out that Capcan. That's one of the operators they've gone ahead and switched for. We'll have to find out if that's going to be enough to take down MystiC, but I'm right with you, man. I mean, it doesn't feel great going back to the same site over and over again, especially when you've lost it twice. And Neo picking up the 4K on round number 3. No doubt about it, MystiC knows how to attack into this site, and well, HK Rebels could quickly find themselves in a hole if they continue pounding at this unopening door.
MystiC has the plan to win this site, and it's been working for them. So the HK Rebels, it's on them to figure out exactly what it is that they have to do to be able to win this site. They can't go to the basement every single round. Obviously, the round gets locked out after you win it, so they are going to have to figure out what to do. If they don't win here, that basement site will open back up for them, but then they're going to have to decide what to do afterwards. Scoobert, though, his decision is to shoot 2 people in the head as Viboa and Rai are going to go down. Neo, he's going to try to get some health up, but Millies gets one, and Kirk gets one as well. And we are very quickly in a 2v4. It's going to come down to Burnt Turkey and Doug, but the case is going down as Aimkey is going to be taking out Doug. Burnt Turkey, the lone member left alone, does have Nitro in hand. Will he detonate it? Yes, but it won't do anything. Swings with the shotgun, looking, twisting, and turning, and things are not looking good for him. Once again, incredibly low health. He's going to change to the SMG-11. Reload his shotgun. He's going to take some time here. He does have a little bit of time, but he'll have to make a decision, and this might just be one of those pseudo-tactical timeouts that we love to talk about. He'll just kind of sit, wait, see if anybody peeks, or he'll swing and get shot in the face by Kirk. Either way, a great round coming out there from MystiC, and again, HK Rebels, they just... I don't want to say that they're clueless, but they look very lost when trying to defend that upstairs site.
Well, luckily, they're not going to go there anymore. Now, Laundry is opened back up, and we saw them hover on that for just a moment. Instead, they're going to go to Meeting Kitchen, which is a little intriguing to me, especially with Laundry open, and why didn't they go here previously? Either way about it, MystiC is up 3-1, and something that I love about both of these teams is they're not afraid to just go crazy. Great rush in. They were getting that box down so quickly. HK Rebels, they won't hesitate to do the same to you. Right now, it feels like MystiC has got a good handle so far on their attacks. And maybe not too big of a surprise. This is their map pick. They wanted to go to Oregon, but just the same, very standard map. Every team in T3, T4, any league should know how to play this. So MystiC definitely feeling good off the first couple of rounds. Now HK Rebels with the sight switch up. Is it going to be enough? Look at the operators. They've switched it quite a bit. You do have that Legion coming in, the Warden to ward off any flashbangs or smokes, as well as Burnt Turkey taking up the Bandit.
Once again, the only member of the HK Rebels without a kill right now. The Rebels really need him to kind of wake up and start performing a little bit. You know, it's kind of playing 5v4 when they're not really contributing. They don't even have any assists. So he's definitely going to need to have Rai wake up a little bit. Meanwhile, Neo on the kills, top of the lobby. Vipoa, he'll be getting chased out here and actually will go down as Scuba is going to take him out through the impact to try to take care of that Osa window. But that is why those windows are so deadly. They are so big, so large, and you have to really commit to throwing that impact grenade to getting it. And, well, you can just get swung. There's that large magazine. I do believe that they are using the PDW that is shared with Jackal. So, big, large magazine on that. And, unfortunately, Vipoa just managed to get caught out.
Vipoa has been performing really well as for the HK Rebels, so it feels bad to see that Legion drop early. Neo is taking a good bit of control upstairs alongside Kirk, making sure to clear out any potential roamers, as well as opening up the floor when it pleases, just to make sure that the defenders aren't going to feel too comfortable. But the C4 is lurking below. Burnt Turkey just eyeing around. They don't have the pulse to really tell them exactly where they need to throw, but common knowledge and a good sense of hearing might be able to net that out for them. There it is. Rai picks up his first kill, taking down Aimkey. The ace, not a bad hit at all, as they've evened the man count. Still a minute and 15 to go.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
It's going to be your only true hard breacher off the board, however. Buck, who is, of course, Breach Daddy, bringing those can openers, so we'll be able to get a little bit of micro hard breaching done. Scubert, as well as those pocket EMPs. Burnt Turkey, though, he'll be taking him out, so no pocket EMPs will be left for the attackers. With two big nitro kills for the HK Rebels, and moves into a 4v3, just under a minute to go here. Time very clearly on the side of the HK Rebels as well. Neo still holding these upper angles as the Buck. Gonna be using that skeleton key to try to make some more as well. Kurt now in hand, gonna throw it down Freezer Stairs just in case there's anybody there, and there was. I think they were a little bit further off. However, Kurt will be taking a little bit of damage from a long range, and Rai, he has woken up, and he's gonna take the head right off of Kurt. 2 kills for him in the round. Big guy holding an angle though into kitchen. 24 seconds left. The Rebels seem to have this one locked up.
Yeah, not going to be easy here, but Big Guy does pick one. However, the shot onto Neo for Burnt Turkey lands as well. So all on that Nomad. Grip or not, it's going to be an easy gunfight. Takes one, though, to the 2v1. Does get shot down finally by Doug, and 8K Rebels with a great answer after 2 rounds for MystiC that really had you questioning if the Rebels were ready to go to Oregon. Looks like they might just be back in business here. A 3-3, the best they can hope for, but honestly, if it is going to be a defender-sided map, MystiC have already got a really good head start, getting so many rounds racked up on the attack. So HK Rebel is going to do as much damage control as possible, heading downstairs to Laundry Supply. Still, a 4-2 on the attack would set up MystiC so beautifully. We'll have to find out if that's going to be the case. Back to the side we saw in round number 2. Burnt Turkey picks up the lovely alibi, just as they did back in the day. And Mira actually going to make an appearance here with Doug and use those black mirrors very well on this site, giving a beautiful line of sight. As we can see, just perfectly viewed by our lovely observer. That's Tiggy for you guys. Give him a nice little follow on Twitter if you have the time. But doing some good work on the defense here. We'll see if they can nail this round.
Lamira is an interesting play, right? Mira, for the longest time, was banned out, much like Thatcher. Didn't really get to play with her fellow operators. However, there's been some changes made to her black mirrors. There's been some changes to the meta as well. With no Ying on the board, there's probably not going to be that massive trench rush that we're so used to seeing, which can really help hinder a mirror. You know, you throw some smoke down, and you throw the Ying Candelas, and you just kind of push in. But as you can see, Doug hasn't even set up the black mirror yet. He's just holding it, sitting there waiting. trying to see if maybe, you know, try to bait it out or something. I'm not quite sure what the strat is behind it, but it's an interesting one. We'll have to wait and see. Neo, though, he's going to take some damage playing on this knock. Trying to get a little bit sneaky. That's going to be Vipoa hanging out inside of security.
They're bringing this Amaru over and over again. It's been working fairly well for MystiC. Big guy swings in just a little bit closer. You do have that deployable shield right in the doorway here. He takes no time moving through, but it'll be Burnt Turkey to punish first. Aim key falls. That's the Zofia off the board. Not a bad opening kill, and the double up for Burnt Turkey to take down Big Guy, who finally finds a shot, killing that pesky alibi. But the advantage certainly given to HK Rebels. Only a minute drained away. Burnt Turkey doing some good work. And it's going to come down to the 3v4. Kirk, Neo, and Scoobert have a lot to leverage to get themselves back in this round.
Burnt Turkey did exactly what his team needed him to do there, as the Roamer wasted a good amount of time. We're halfway through the round now, but also took out two of their bigger players, Big Guy and Aimkey. It's going to be your Sledge and your Zofia off the board. So two operators that you definitely don't want to have to try and deal with late. Nades and the Lifeline launcher on Zofia. So great plays coming out there from Burnt Turkey, and just swung this thing in the Rebels' favor very heavily. Like Boa, he's going to be holding down from this angle and do a bunch of damage to Kirk, who's sitting there on the back stairs. And we also do have the Jaeger of Rai, I believe, playing in that Harry Potter area just underneath the stairs as well. So even if Vipoa can't get the kill, we'll be able to get the call out, and Rai is in a very sneaky position to potentially finish it off if needed. But Slay, we're down here to under a minute. This push is going to have to come out here from MystiC.
And you can see a lot of utilities still being utilized. Close gunplay. Rai and Vipoa finish it off before I can even register what's happening on my screen. The push certainly did come in, but it was shut down effectively by HK Rebels. They'll finish the round off and the half off at a tied score of 3-3. So heading into their attacks, they're going to have to hope to do the same or better. MystiC set themselves up pretty nicely. Well, it's all going to be here, though, to find out what happens next. Back downstairs to Laundry will be the opportunity now for MystiC to sit on the defense. See a couple of those operators they're bringing up. Some of them do share in likeness what HK brought. You do have that lovely Mira back again. The Mira, always so strong at times. We'll have to find out just how powerful it'll be here in this situation. And Malusi joins as well. Quite a bit of denial with the Wamai and the Jaeger, so they're not going to be looking for nades and other durables to mess up their day too much. And Scuba, to round things out, going to be playing on that smoke.
Yeah, this is kind of what you would call a pretty standard lineup here. I mean, Aimkey playing on the Malusi, it's an operator that you can kind of swap out, right? That would be more of your flex operator. But your Smoke and your Mira, excuse me, the Jaeger, those are all pretty standard. Even Neo bringing the Wamai. Because when you're attacking this basement site, you bring a ton of utility, usually. And you can see 2 smokes on Doug, 3 flashes on Vipoa, and Rai bringing the 2 grenades, which, by the way, has woken up and got another double kill there. So that's 2 days in back-to-back rounds for Rai. So good to see them getting warmed up and officially getting involved in the game. And frankly, it really has helped the HK Rebels tie things up. And I think if you're MystiC, you're kind of in a good spot right now. You know, you went 3-3. And you're now going on to the defense. Whereas if you're the Rebels, I think you're a little bit disappointed in your defense and your defense there. So we will see the drone get shot out, though, as now Neo will be rotating back in through Freezer. That entire Freezer wall, though, Slay, opened up, so no Black Mirror to hide behind for anyone coming downstairs.
Could be a great spot to punch in here. Doug, as well as his good friend Rai, doing some work. Still upstairs, about a minute has passed away, so it's taking a bit of time. You do have a couple of players hiding around. Big Guy is one of them, tucked right in the corner by those tower stairs. Just making clears here, opening up different hatches, preparing, and hoping to find anybody unaware. They're positioning Doug, doing all he can. Now, Doug was a player I highlighted from the past couple of games we've seen from the HK Rebels. Right now, not having the most explosive of starts, unlike his counterpart, I'd say, Neo, who has been doing a good job. But Burnt Turkey leading more of that charge than ever right now. 7 kills, continuing to help out where he can. But just as you said, despite that, not having the best of first half on their defense, it's going to be really important for them to nail these attacks. And as time begins to tick on down, well, it's going to be crunch time for them to nail this one.
Yeah, and we talk about it all the time, right? The quote-unquote sixth defender, and speaking of sixth defender, the grenade is going to go off and do absolutely nothing. But that time, right, the clock, always benefits the defending team, and it really is like having an extra player. So the attackers are always going to have to be on the push here, and you can see they have been stalled out a little bit. They've gotten some smoke cancers down. There's been some utility thrown, but they haven't really been able to push into the actual site. They're still kind of just on the fringe of the site. Vipoa locked up here in the freezer area and is now going to choose to rotate off. Does have case in hand, but only 30 seconds left. They're going to have to get moving quickly. Big guy sitting down here in underneath the stairs, not quite in the Harry Potter area, but he'll now rotate over into Pillar. We'll see the buck drop. That's going to be burnt turkey off the board. 45 seconds into the final minute there before we finally get a kill. Scooper's going to get one. Kirk's going to get one as well. Neo is going to finish one off by Poa. We'll get the first one for his team, but in a 1v4 with case in hand, things are not going to be looking good. Going to go frag hunting instead and will not get anything. MystiC will win their first defensive round.
Time was just such a big issue there. Ticked on down. I mean, we had a full 10 players left in the lobby with 30 seconds left. That's not going to be a pretty sight. Good positioning, though, from MystiC's defense, right? I mean, you saw it was Big Guy ready to eat him up as they dropped down that hatch. The swings, it brought it almost to a flawless round for MystiC, and it really did look good. But now they're going to be forced off of that site, upstairs to kids' dorms, which hasn't had the best win rate, for these defenders. It's all going to be interesting, you know, as we prepare for MystiC to take it. They have an opportunity to really push the lead up and up. 5-3 can quickly turn into match point. HK Rebels going to do all they can to just hop back in ASAP. Keep it a close game. Keep it nice and competitive. Opportunities can abound here. We have a couple of operators being switched in. The Goyo making the appearance with Kurt and Anki. Picks up the Azami, one of those operators who's always so fun to see how different teams utilize and well, what sort of shenanigans they can get up to with all those Kiba barriers.
10 seconds left before insertion.
The Kiba barriers really do influence the rounds. You know, it's something that we've talked about really pretty much since her inception. That her being Azami, of course, has really been the only operator that can change up a site by building. Right? When you think about site characteristics and site transformations, you think shotguns, explosions, being able to change up the site, and then you have Oryx who can just kind of bust through walls and things of that nature. Azami really is a builder. She's able to build up those walls, and you can stack multiple on top. You can lock down an area. There's so many uses for those Kiba barrier kunai. And she really has a great kit as well. She's fast, good gun, has the impact grenades. I mean, there's so many things that Azami can do for your team that Slay, a lot of times if you're not bringing her, it almost feels like you're throwing.
Yeah, it can be such an important defense. There's no doubt about that. And it just really is kind of taken over by Storm since she came into the meta. But Neo is just going to get pushed off a little bit and taken out, distracted by that drone, but not quite dead. And is going to be resurrected, brought back from Inky. No way to get that HP up any further, though. So Neo going to be stuck at around 20, which is great for HK Rebels as they really do want to win this round out for themselves. Stuck a little bit here, though, as Fire and Flames fill the master bedroom. Millies takes a lick of damage, but continues to toss nade after nade in, trying to pressure out any defenders who are just too close, as well as clearing that utility for the push that will eventually happen. A great shot, though, from Kirk. Finds Burnt Turkey lacking. Rai does get the answer immediately to bring it to the 4v4, keeping things nice and close as we head into a minute and 20 left of the round.
We're gonna see Neo fight for his life here inside of the swamp area of the attic as he's gonna have to push from both sides. We'll be able to get one onto Millies though, and that's gonna be huge. Do a little bit of damage to Doug, but we'll eventually finish him off. He was incredibly low health anyway. Did get picked up earlier in that round, but it looks like Case is gonna be outside with Vipoa. Gonna have to try to get into this actual site here as Vipoa is now fighting through the steel barriers. Trying to get a shot down. There goes Aimkey as he's gonna get him done, and now I believe him will be getting set up to go down. Vipoa works his way into games, and yes, you can see, there we go. Toyo canisters working against the defense. It gets set off by one of the attackers, and that's going to allow the HK Rebels to get it down. Big guy, though, shotgun through the floor, will be able to even up the man count, but time is now on the side of the HK Rebels.
They're going to find themselves in nice positions. Scuba does pop a little bit of smoke off, but Doug is ready and waiting to shut that down. He's finished off. Now Big Guy, the final bastion of hope, and that's quickly drained as well as another shot comes through and ends the round in favor of the HK Rebels, continuing to put the pressure on, looking better here on that second attack. Now going to be forced to move, maybe. They hovered again over Dorm, but it looks like it is going to be kitchen dining here, which is different than what we saw. We saw a meeting happen on round number 5. Dining kitchen isn't a sight that we see all too often, but nonetheless, MystiC, they're going to head there, and they're going to hope to keep that lead in their favor. Grab another round here, because HK Rebels, they've been nipping at their heels the entire match.
And it really is divisive to about which site a team takes here on this middle floor, right? As you said, the meeting side is normally the one that we've seen played. I don't want to say it's the one that's normally taken. It's the one that we've normally seen played here in Xenon so far this season. And it's the one that we're kind of most used to seeing probably when we play the game in ranked or unranked or whatever it is that you play. This dining kitchen area seems a little bit harder to kind of lock down because you can see that A site is not really defendable from above, whereas the B site in the kitchen is, and also the meeting is being able to be defended by the attic. You can make that rotate in there, and you can really lock down some vertical play to cover both of those sites. So it is very divisive. If a team that goes to this one where they are doing kitchen and dining, that usually means that they have stratted this a lot, and they have a really, really good reason for going here, because otherwise most teams are going to opt for going to the reading or the meeting side, excuse me, not the dining side.
A little bit of interesting tidbits there. It is always fun to see how the two sides can differ. Share that kitchen, but either way, not going to be the case for meeting here. However, to dining kitchen, they're going. MystiC holding off on the defense. All 5 of them have been playing pretty well. Enki lagging just a little bit, but not everybody can top frag here. The rest of the guys are trying their dang best to do so. Similar story for HK Rebels. Both teams have been very evenly matched. Again, last time I saw them was quite the fight as well. Millies does pick up the opening kill onto Neo, which is just massive, taking down the #1 gunner on their team. Now as time continues to tick down, they might be in some trouble here if they can't get a refrag of their own.
Yeah, you're going to take out Neo, who is the top frag, but Big Guy is pretty much right behind him at 7 kills, and you have Scoobert at 6 as well as Kirk. Speaking of Kirk's going to take some damage. AimKey, he will be getting the one onto Millies, so there you go, AimKey stepping up a little bit here as Doug is going to throw some flashbangs in to try to take out those defenders. We talked about it before, those Kiba barriers, they are so useful to defenders. You can see them used there absolutely perfectly. Burnt Turkey, oh, just a little bit late. Could have had a nice kill there on the crossing Wamai, I believe it was. An unfortunate situation for the attackers. They had a chance to go up 4-3 in man count. So they were down here to a minute, and this is the problem that plagued the HK Rebels when they were attacking the basement bomb site. Time is not on their hand. They're going to have to make a move here.
Yeah, it's really been well defended by MystiC, despite losing that opening frag. They got Millies back, and they've done a great job of slowing things down as time continues to tick. You've still got players outside. Burnt Turkey will die outside as AimKey finds a kill. Scoober follows up onto Doug. Now the 4v2. MystiC certainly has a great stronghold with Rai and Vapoa kind of reeling after those 2 deaths. They're going to have to find somehow into the site with less than 20 seconds to go. Not easy at all. AimKey's still waiting and ready with that AUG, hoping to catch one of them. Rai and Vapoa, though, they seem to just kind of see that writing on the wall. No real good way to get in there, fight through everybody. With that diffuser all the way on the other side of the map in Vapoa's hands, the time's going to run down before they can catch any more frags. In fact, Kirk picks up one more, and MystiC take the round win.
MystiC will take that round win and go back up in lead once again. We did see a pause being asked for there believe that was by the HK Rebels, who will be asking for the pause, and I think they definitely need it, right? It's 5-4. MystiC is about to go on match point if you lose this next round, so take this time, you know, kind of talk it over with your coach, maybe figure out exactly what is going wrong. But of course, Slay, the flip side to that is MystiC, who just won and is about to go on match point, can now also talk to their coach and figure out exactly what they need to do moving forward as well.
Yeah, this is, you know, going to be kind of that holds go both ways kind of situation, right? I mean, you've got HK Rebels hopefully gaining some very important information, but MystiC can do exactly the same. Heading back downstairs to Laundry will be interesting, as we did see that on round number 7. This was another site, as you mentioned, just on round number 9, where time was a huge issue for HK Rebels. That wasn't really something they struggled with against other foes. They never really had time run down on them, but now that's 2 rounds in a row, or not 2 rounds in a row, but 2 rounds that's happened. MystiC doing a great job of shutting down their attacks. And again, just like you said, MystiC now 1 round away from snagging match point. HK Rebels need this evening round as much as they can possibly hope to get.
So, getting a little bit of information from our production team, this actually was not a tactical timeout, but instead this is a technical timeout. So that means that the HK Rebels are actually not allowed to talk to their coach. And of course, that means neither is MystiC Academy. So it's a little bit of a clarification there. I jumped the gun and assumed that it was a tactical pause, but it is not. It's a technical pause because, of course, Slay, what would be a grand finals of Xenon with infinite OT without some technical errors? You know, we started late, batteries already on fraud watch, and you know, technical errors to just slow things down a little bit more.
Always fun. I mean, just it really does just seem to happen, right? What are we gonna do about it? Looks like the R does come through, so Rebels are ready to jump back in. Not entirely sure as to what the pause was for, but doesn't matter. In the past now, we're heading back into round number 10, and this could be a round for HK Rebels to tie it back up. You mentioned that infinite overtime. It is looming, and we've heard it said that whenever these two teams have clashed in recent history, you really can go the distance here.
Defenders,
so
protect your
we'll have to find out if we do dip into any infinite overtime. But MystiC could certainly change that quickly with this round, putting it to match point. That'll make HK Rebels really have to fight to get there.
They will have to fight to get there. MystiC has looked very, very strong, and even in the rounds that they've lost, like, there's been a few HK Rebels steamrolled, but it hasn't been all of the rounds that the HK Rebels have won.
Oh, by post
they've won. It looked very, very impressive, but for the most part, the rounds have been close. Down to last-second victories, you know, a little bit of clutch-up situations as well. So it's not like either team is really pulling away, of course, other than MystiC, because some of the rounds that MystiC has won have looked absolutely dominant, and that is not a good start for the Rebels, as Vipoa will have to be shot in the back of the head. A mercy killing from Doug. He can deliberate with who gets that kill on the enemy team, but already going to be starting out 4v5 for the HK Rebels on this basement attack. Again, a site that they lost the last time they were attacking. Not a good start.
And again, Vipoa has just been pretty on fire throughout the map, so losing that Yada early on without any kind of impact doesn't feel good, and it is going to play a factor here. MystiC, now with that man advantage off the bat, holding more angles. Doug, though, gets into a little bit of an engagement. Just a fleeting glimpse there as the player runs right past. Still making some work on any roam clear. Millie's playing onto that lovely buck, doing a good job of that as well. MystiC, again, they're great at wasting the time of HK Rebels, and with a player less to clear, a player less to help them execute, that could be all too much to handle. They're going to have to try to make some short work of these defenders, or they really are going to have a difficult time.
See Millie's going to be taking a chunk of damage there. Ainke, though, will be getting the first actual kill of the round. That's going to be onto Doug, and he's going to get himself another one for his troubles. He's going to take out Millie's as well. Rai and Burnt now going to have to try to track him down, but Ainke, he's going to get a third. Must have heard us talking about him a little bit earlier because he has since woken up. Not going to be able to get the fourth, though. But Ainke doing a ton of damage. A minute 15 left here. It's all going to come down to the Thatcher of Burnt Turkey. And, well, you never really want to say never, right? Anything is possible, especially in Siege. But this looks mighty unwinnable for the HK Rebels here. Burnt Turkey looks like they're just going to be going up to the roof here of the large tower. And, well, they're either going to talk it out or he's just going to hang out here and look at the stunning sunset behind those mountains.
Well, feels bad for Burnt Turkey. Not a great position to be in, obviously. With Ainke now popping off, with everybody just getting up there and doing work, it's a dangerous position that MystiC has found themselves in. They are dangerous indeed. Time's going to tick on down. Burnt Turkey talking to the rest of the gang, trying to figure out what they can do, especially without Vapoa for potentially the rest of the map here. It's just not an ideal situation for map 1 of the grand finals. MystiC will be able to take this one and try to finish it off with round 11, just looming over the rainbow, around the corner, on the riverband. Who's to say? Either way, Burnt Turkey will watch as the time ticks down and MystiC will find themselves in match point.
Operators, you are out of time.
MystiC will be going to match point, as you said, and again, not looking good for the HK Rebels. Quite sure exactly what is going on with Vipoa, but as you mentioned, might have to play without him for the rest of the map. There's some kind of issue apparently going on, and the Rebels will have to find a way to try to take care of it. However, MystiC going on match point, going back up to the dorm site. They were successful the last time that they went here. No, they were not, actually. HK did win. I had to check my notes there for a second. So the HK Rebels did win the last time they attacked this site. However,
Attackers need to
there is a
locate
potential that they will now be down an operator. So that could hurt them in the long run. We'll have to wait and see. But this is match point for Team MystiC. I gotta tell you, if they are down 5-4 here, this is gonna be very hard for the HK to pull off.
Yeah, MystiC can look way too good. I mean, look at the spread right now. Look at all 5 of MystiC's players just absolutely dominating. This is a dangerous team. Again, it's scary. And yeah, HK Rebels, they would need every man they can muster.
10 seconds
Without
left.
that, it's just going to be such a hard press to win the next 2 rounds to force us into
5 seconds
overtime. Infinite overtime, that is. MystiC have a great chance of shutting this down here, ending it, and sending us to map 2 of Villa. There's, of course, it shocks me every time, but there's that TK that we'll be seeing. MystiC have the man advantage. They're feeling good about it. Again, this is their map. They wanted to go to Oregon. They felt confident. We're seeing a little bit of an inkling as to why they felt confident with Neo immediately taking down Burnt Turkey. What a sad sight. Now, Right does have some information. There's a player up in that T3. Going to be going on a hunt here is the Sledge.
Right, gonna be trying to get this kill done here. We see the yellow pings coming out, and shots gonna be coming through the barricade. It's gonna be Kirk playing on the Goyo. Not gonna be able to get the kill. Not gonna be able to do any damage as well either. So Rai just gonna fall off here. Go outside of this attic window. Doug on the glass, gonna be chucking in some smoke canisters, trying to see if they can get a little bit peeky. But number 1 rule of Siege: do not peek glass, and we'll have to see if anyone does. Rai, though, going to be taking a massive chunk of damage and will eventually be finished off by Neo. It's going to be a 2K for him. Big guy going to be able to get Millies with the Nitro Cell. Now it will all come down to Doug. The lone glass, the sniper. Will he be able to get it done? Again, you never like this thing. You never want to call it until it's actually over. But a 1v5 with this particular operator, not exactly the most frag potential, I guess we could say.
Well, he does have the extra zoom to see that writing on the wall, but it'll be a death punch delivered here as the jump out finishes off the glass, and the round and the map is over. MystiC take the lead as they'll be up 1-0 in this best of 3, one step closer to getting to that big dub, that grand finals victory that they've been chasing all season long. And it's got to feel pretty good to take that against HK Rebels because, again, they've kind of been a thorn in the side of MystiC. It doesn't matter what roster they're on. HK Rebels, they put up a fight, and MystiC here kind of sent them packing on Oregon.
Which it kind of makes you wonder if IPOA didn't have the issues that they were having, would it have been closer? Because like you said, we've been seeing that back and forth. And it wasn't really until MystiC had that 5-4 man advantage in the last 2 rounds that we really saw them kind of stack rounds on top of each other to be able to pull away and eventually win. But a win is a win, Slay, as we say in the business. And that win will be going to MystiC Academy. However, we will be going to the HK Rebels map next. We will be doing that just after a short break, so please don't go anywhere.
Down.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Xenon Gaming Series. It's the grand finals, the epic battle between MystiC as well as those great guys, HK Rebels. So far, it's been a good matchup. If you're a MystiC fan, they took map number 1 of Oregon in a 7-4 fashion. I'm Slayzilla, joined by Crisis. Crisis, what do you make so far of this grand final?
Well, MystiC won the map that they wanted to play on, and that's always a good sign. We've seen a lot of instances, especially recently, where teams were losing the maps that they picked, right? So we were kind of seeing this odd instance where it didn't really matter what map you picked because you were losing it anyway. Speaking of losing, the HK Rebels will unfortunately be playing without Vipoa for the rest of the evening. There are some issues that have happened to be on Vipoa's control, but we hope that everything works out well for them. They will be missed in this upcoming match for their team. But with that being said, we will be going now to Villa. MystiC will once again be banning out the Dokubi.
Yeah, Doke gone, and yeah, it really does suck to lose a player like Vipoa who had done so great, but we're looking towards seeing that sub come through and hopefully do a good job here. Dokubi and Nokubi gonna be off the board. Not a huge surprise. Nick is such a powerful operator on Villa. You'd like to see them gone ASAP for a lot of teams. MystiC is going to be starting on the defense here, but that first defensive ban comes from HK Rebels, and it is going to be a Valkyrie. Again, very, very standard. We all expect the Valkyrie ban to come through. MystiC with a final ban. Prepare. Well, it's just going to be an important game, right? Obviously, MystiC already won up in the series. It is a best of 3 with infinite overtime. They'll take the Azami off the board, which is actually an operator that they utilize themselves a little bit here, but they're going to take that away from both teams in hopes that their defense will be, well, just great without her.
An operator that they used quite miraculously on some of those plays there on Oregon, as you mentioned. And as you can see, Taco will be the one replacing Vipoa moving forward here. So, no, Vipoa did not change their name. That is the sub for the evening.
Attackers
The
need
HK
to
Rebels,
locate and defuse
again,
as many bombs
hopefully
as they
whatever issues are plaguing Vipoa, they get managed quickly and effectively. That being said, quick and effective. We're going to hop right into this one. AVG display. Now, it is kind of a debate about whether people go AVG, whether you go trophy first. You can kind of play them both the same, right? I tend to akin this top floor much like the top floor of a map like Clubhouse, where you can defend one and you can kind of hold off site and push back if needed. Villa, the top floor, kind of reminds me a lot of that. What do you think? Do you agree with me? Am I just talking out of my backside here? What do you think?
Well, I definitely agree. For both sides, it is important to make sure that you are extending your hold one way or another, so they can play very, very similarly. And honestly, it doesn't feel like one has a massive advantage over the other, both defendable sides. So it really is kind of a toss-up as to which way teams want to go, which way they desire. But Neo's going to be the first kill here. Rai wastes no time in ending the Goyo's life. Good opening pick, as well as we've seen what Neo can do. Just the same, we've seen what all of MystiC can do. So they're not going to be safe until that final member gets taken out. But Rai, like to see him opening up early on into the round. Going to be a good sign, hopefully, for the Rebels. They need this map. Aimkey does find one. The nade travels right back in. It's a trade directly. It's a nice little shot there. The nade flies through and finds them, so the advantage does stay in HK Rebels' favor. They'll push it to a 4v3.
And it's an information operator for an information operator, right? You're trading out the Yana for the Mozzie. So the pests, if fired, will be able to still capture the drones, and they will still be able to be hopped on, but will not be able to be driven around, much like a Maestro camera, right? You can't really operate it without the Maestro. You can't really operate the drones without the Mozzie. So a good trade there. Scuba will be taking some damage as well as Kurt, and Scuba will be finished off, though, by Doug. However, Doug's on the gridlock, actually. I was like, what gun is that? Doug playing the gridlock. The first time we've seen her played in quite a while. A nice sniper would be coming out here, but got caught just on the inside lip of that window and won't be doing any damage. We're down under halfway through the rounds here, and the Rebels looking very strong so far.
No doubt about that. Opening up this round with a statement. Kirk and Big Guy, all that remains to hold off this coming onslaught. And Doug utilizing some of those track stingers just to hold off any potential flanks. But Big Guy and Kirk have a lot bigger fish to fry here. They're going to be battling for their lives. And Big Guy loses that fight against Rai. Kirk still holding that angle towards Study. Does find a shot onto Doug. Tries to follow up with another, but the plant being put down by Turkey, it just doesn't feel great. Combine that with the fact that Kirk has a minimal amount of HP, stepping on a track steer at this point would put him in the grave. Doesn't look like the round is going to be winnable at all, and Rai ensures that as he'll find the final kill and put HK Rebels on the board for round number 1.
The first time they've led all night, actually. So very interesting there. Rai also with a 3K, opening up way better than they did on Oregon. And we kind of talk about staple maps, right? Proving ground type of maps that have been in the meta for a very long time. And Villa is one of those maps, much as Oregon. So it doesn't really surprise me to see the way that both of these teams are performing. And quite frankly, I feel like Villa is going to be a very close map as well, as we just saw on Oregon. Both of these teams very well established. Both of these teams know these maps really well, which is also why I'm kind of surprised that these are the maps we're going to, right? We didn't really see any trick maps being pulled out. We didn't see a theme park. We didn't see Bank being used as an actual map. It's going to be the decider. We didn't see a skyscraper coming out, anything like that. So it's a little bit disappointing. It's the grand finals, Slay. You know, let's have some grand maps, if you will. But that being said, again, Villa is a map that it is going to come down to fundamentals. It will come down to mechanics, and it will come down to basically who can click heads better. Because as we all know, at every cast,
Moving out to locate a
the
bomb.
point is clicking heads.
Oh, going back to the roots indeed. Kirk, though, looking to get maybe a bit aggressive here. Taco, the sub, picks up that sledge. ADP as well is waiting and ready. Yeah, again, both of these teams can be very aggressive. We've seen HK Rebels lead out full frontal charges down into CC lockers on Bank. We've seen them hold things off, and MystiC the same way. They can just get so crazy with the jump outs. Last time we saw that, Villa was really plagued with both teams hopping out windows. It's a possibility. We'll have to find out how that goes as time continues to run forward. Millies, though, is going to get dropped as he's cooking a nade. It's Scoober to find that one. Now the 5v4 in favor of MystiC. They want to keep this a nice, tight, close game, and they have the man advantage to do so.
Again, this is the back and forth we were talking about. These teams are so good. They know each other so well. And not really surprised to see the way that round 2 has started out. You see the first kill, the opening kill, and the first kill for the game. Inky will be playing the smoke a little bit differently than how we normally see smoke holding down these stairs. A lot of times you'll see that smoke with shotgun in hand, holding on to those stairs for their dear life. Rai right there to be able to take it out, and that's why holding that angle from the 90 area is just a little bit more touchy, if you will. You don't really have the fallback of that shotgun doing all that damage up front. However, we'll see that trade going right back out. It's now a 3v4. An underneath grenade here coming out from Taco. Looks like he's trying to take out that shield. I believe he took out the shield and an ADS. It's a good nade there coming out from Taco to clear out some utility from below.
They're doing a great job of clearing that utility, but there's still quite a few MystiC members to worry about here. Kirk holds an angle. Doug begins to swing closer and closer. They're attacking right back into the AVG, and they did such a good job on round number 1. It's obvious MystiC have decided to put up a good defense here as well. Kirk swings around, takes quite a bit of damage himself, and will just have to wait. This is an impact taking that trick and slow down the Rebels even more, which time does start to be an issue here. 40 seconds left in the round. You can feel the pressure mounting. Scoop does take one down. Rai with refrag right onto Kirk, keeping it close at a 3v2.
3v2, but time is ticking down. 30 seconds here. Big guy, though, will be taken out by Taco. That's going to put things into a 2v2, but he will be traded out as well by Neo. Things now into a 1v2. It's all going to come down to Rai on the Habana. Rai's been playing very well so far this game. Sees the head of Neo, but unfortunately just not able to click it fast enough. Missed just by inches. You can see the rounds hit the side of the bar there, and again, Siege is a game of inches, a great round and a great comeback there from MystiC to be able to tie things up 1-1.
Yeah, what a tough situation to come into, but Rai has been performing really, really well. We saw him 5-0, now 5-1 after these first 2 rounds, so he's been heating up, and we saw that kind of happen towards the end of last map, the end of Oregon. But Neo still somebody that you just have to
Attackers
be
need to
worried
locate
about,
and
especially with
defuse
that
the bomb.
Vector. Now the operators for this defense switch up quite a bit. These French friends coming
Attackers have
through
located a
the Rook,
bomb.
and the Dog obviously had some major changes recently. Rook armor now allows any player that's got it equipped to withstand that Zoki ability that was taken away so long ago, and the Doc can now heal, I believe, 200 hit points while the overstim has been reduced. Still, that's a lot of HP, can boost up a single player quite a bit, and with 3 of those, you're looking at a lot of HP that could potentially come down with Neo playing that up.
The thing that makes
5
Doc
seconds to
so insane now is if you pick a Doc up, if you pick someone up with Doc from before, excuse me, they came back with 75 health. Now they come back with full health. Like, you're literally putting them back into the game. Literally, Inky going to be trying to land some cheeky shots, but I don't believe a single bullet of damage actually hit. It's going to be a wasted moment, as now they are going to know that that Rook is down there. And Rook, not being the fastest operator, is going to have to try to take their time and get back to site as quickly as possible, or at least rotate out of there. Because if you look on the board, Taco is playing that Jackal. So if they can manage to get the footprints of that Rook, so again, 3 armor, very heavy, very slow, they can be tracking him down and taking care of him early in this round if they manage to get the feed.
I think he's found his way all the way back to the stairs, and Scoop finds a shot right onto Turkey. There's a refrag immediately, though, from that Jackal you highlighted. That's Taco leading Scoobert back down. So with Thatcher dead, but for the Malusi, Thatcher can be so important, especially early on in the round, and later mid into the round as well, opening up different walls and taking care of some certain utility. Although that's not a massive issue, only the mute really is going to be anything to deny walls, and you can see some of that wall has already been chipped away. The shot from Taco, though, takes down Neo as he's making short work of this upstairs push. AP is there to get a refrag, but Manley's doesn't have a word of that. Instantly gets the shot back on, and it's really been a round of refrags. However, it ends with HK Rebels in a man advantage at 3v2. Big guy and Kirk. All that remains, the core of his defense has absolutely been shredded away. Now these 2 remaining players are going to have to hold him up.
Say that big guy is like, all right, I'll take care of that, then I'll hold him off. And it's actually going to drop the case in a very spot. You can see, however, we are going to have Millies land great shots there. Looked away just for a second. Big guy, you've got to hold that angle for as long as possible. Siege timing at its absolute finest. It's a 2v1 now, and if you look at the operators left here for the attacking side, you got Doug and Millies, both of whom have the great opportunity to cause a lot of damage, and both these soft destructors as well. So expect a lot of angles to have to try to fight against if you're Kirk. The skeleton team now busting open some of that main wall. Kirk will be swinging through, and the angle was not being held by Doug. He's now going to have to drop and pick up the case. 25 seconds left here is Doug going to have to squeak into the site. Has a grenade in hand. He's going to be cooking it. Will it be able to get anything done? No, it will not. So he's going to move in behind the bomb chassis and try to get this plant down.
Kirk moves in just a little bit hesitant as the push comes off. Now Kirk
10
just
seconds
has
to
to
go.
wait. Time is running down, and the plant is going to be attempted again. Kirk takes that
5
opportunity to
seconds
push forward, knows that when the clock hits 0, there's no opportunity to back out of this, and Doug is going to have to
Operators,
let
you are out
time
of
hit
time.
0. Really well played there for the defense. It was a 1v2 that Kirk held down, brought it to the 1v1, and allowed, as we talked about on Oregon, that sixth defensive player come in and give MystiC another round win. Looking really good here. And interestingly enough, they actually switched it up, didn't go directly to Trophy Statuary, and went downstairs. But now they're going to head up to that other second floor site and try to get 3 in a row.
It'll be insane if they can, because that means they will have completed the cycle, of course, losing
Defenders,
round
protect
1
your bombs
of
and
AVG.
defuse by
But
attackers.
I don't know if Doug knew that Kirk did not have his Nitro Zone. and if that's why he was constantly pulling off the plant for fear of that nitro coming in, which, by the way, Kirk had not had his nitro node. He used it earlier in the round, so there was no plant denial other than walk up, shoot face. So twice the countdown timer that we can see here got very low on that diffuser, and twice Doug pulled off of it and stopped the diffuser. He could have had it down twice. Slay, the amount of time that he wasted there, a little bit of a misplay coming out there from the HK Rebels. However, it will be a new round. They will be attacking the top floor again. You can see once again Frost coming out. Aim key, those bear traps, looking to do some serious damage, hoping to catch some prey in those.
Speaking of aim key, really doing well tonight. Yesterday in the semifinals, didn't have the greatest of days, but has really brought it back here. You saw him on map number 1 of Oregon do some great work right up there where the rest of the gang, 7 or 8 kills before the map ended. Certainly showing up to play here. HK Rebels, though, it's a little bit slower than you would like to see. And with MystiC already pulling that first map advantage, it could be a very dangerous position very quickly. They've got so many great names, so many great fraggers, but we haven't seen all of those cylinders come in and fire at once. And you do have the Flores joining in. It's Millie's using some of those Rotero drones, hoping to get closer and closer. But Scuba using that move can slow that down quite a bit. Doug has entered in, takes a little bit of a shot and look up towards, but doesn't find anyone. It's Taco to pull first blood. Scuba falls quite quickly, and that's the mute dead.
Dead, and we can see Big Guy. He's going to be Claw tricking this wall here. I do believe it will be getting the Habana pellets. However, a second EMP came in as well. Did the pellets manage to go off? I don't think so. Can't really tell from that top-down angle if they managed to go off or not. So if they did manage to get them with the claw trick, that is a fantastic heads-up play there from Big Guy to be able to take care of that. Okay, no, it did get opened up. The very bottom did. So unfortunate. Good try, though, coming out from Big Guy. It's a little bit harder to trick with the claws than it is the bandit batteries, especially after the changes the bandit saw here. Taco, though, he's looking for some more prey coming up through these stairs. He wants to get another one, man. He's hungry.
Yeah, Taco's been really good so far. Even coming in as an E-sub, has performed well throughout this map. Inky takes quite a bit of damage. Now has to back off a little bit. Playing in Astro, decides to hide beneath the shield. Continues to take shots, but it wards him off all the same. We're down to the final minute of this round, and a lot of damage has been dished towards MystiC. And as you can see, Taco creeping up those stairs, hoping to find it, but it's aim key to let loose around and take down Taco instead. Under 40 seconds to go. Millie swings around, peeks right, does find Big Guy. The 4v3 could come crashing down, but Inky's still in a good position. He's holding off alongside Neo on those Astro stairs in time. Such a big problem here. Millie's picks up Kirk, though, and now this man advantage that HK Rebels has could be easily used to leverage here. The plant now being attempted by Rebels, but it's Aimkey finding a shot. Burnt Turkey takes down Neo, and now Aimkey finds himself alone in the 1v3. Angles being held from every which way. Burnt Turkey locking him into such a little corner of the world, and he's got to find some way to fight out of it. He'll move, but it won't be good as Millies finds the kill, and HK Rebels tie the game back up 2-2.
Well, Slay, I think we figured out why they didn't go straight to trophy. That, in all seriousness, though, a great push there from the Rebels, being able to take out Neo on those Astro stairs from the rappel. Fantastic play. You mentioned the Flores as well. Even if those Rotero drones, and I keep saying it all the time, even if those Rotero drones do not destroy anything, even if you just drive them into the middle of sight and they get shot or they explode or whatever it is that happens before that timer comes up, that is 4 extra free drones of information. We all know how important information is in season 3. Why we see operators with Valkyrie banned all the time, why operators with Maestro is so strong. Those types of things are really invaluable to a team, and it just so happens to help that they do explode if you can get them close to something, so that does help as well. You can use them to kind of flush people out. So Flores, an operator that has actually been banned quite a bit, and I'm actually surprised that he's not being utilized as much here tonight. He hasn't been banned on either map, so maybe teams are just used to him being banned, so they kind of work things out around him, but it's almost like Thatcher, right? If he's available, you should probably be bringing him.
feel like in the current meta with how the operators have gone, it really isn't quite as stale. Maybe it will become more stale as time goes on, but if Thatcher left up more and more, and with Flores being left up, utilizing that could be so important. Gives a lot of opportunities for teams to bring in correct operators, or maybe miss an opportunity. We'll have to find out if that's going to continue to be issues here. MystiC back on the defense. They've headed to AVG. They've got to feel pretty good about this site. They won the last time they were on it, but HK Rebels did take round number 1 here. Scoobert playing over towards Astro. You can see a couple of those silhouettes heading in over from this side of the map, more towards a master push. Looks a bit split though, as you do have some study pressure coming in as well. Rai leading that charge, throwing a couple of Selmas in there, hoping to bust open the wall, and does so successfully, giving less and less cover to the defenders. Just a minute has passed away. No blood dropped yet. A shot onto Burnt Turkey takes him down for about 25 HP, but all's quiet right now for a couple of seconds.
The thing is, though, as soon as we say that, people are just going to start falling over. So we'll have to wait and see how long that takes. But yeah, this round a little bit slower. I think this just goes to also show the respect that both of these teams have to each other, right? Especially with the Frost being brought out by Big Guy. You don't want to make an accident. You don't want to make a mistake, because MystiC is good enough to capitalize on it, and vice versa. If you're MystiC, you do not want to over-peak. You do not want to over-engage. You don't want to waste utility because, well, see, that happens. People die because both of these teams are so good. Kirk will be dropping down, and that's what I mean. The communication, the ability to flow to each other. Doug is sitting outside the library here, holding right there's Big Guy. Oh, Big Guy, look left. There you go. He's able to get another one down, and again, the mistakes are the issue. Rai, he'll be flying in through the fire and taking a little bit of damage. Gonna be able to shoot the camera, but we're under a minute left here. Burnt Turkey will be able to get another one, but how quickly can they come back? Oh, Scooter. Oh!
Rai gets the shot, goes into sight, but he's going to be in trouble here. Neo ready and waiting. The Vector finds the kill. Will actually be the pistol that finishes it off, but Burnt Turkey now left in that 1v2. And oh my goodness, despite the push in from Rai and the phenomenal performance, it's not going to be easy for Burnt Turkey to finish this up. Does not have possession of that diffuser, and with time ticking down to 20 seconds, it's going to be just hunting for frags. Big Guy and Neo, they'll know this. They'll both be prepared, and they're not going to let this go down easily. Burnt Turkey has his work cut out and struggling even to get into the site here. Explosions, fire lighting up the entire room, but it'll be the headshot from the Vector that closes the round off. MystiC pull once again another round and find that lead for the second time this map.
They corrected what they needed to correct. The last time they went to AVG, they kind of got walked right in on. Rai had the 3K as well, so that helps, right? When a single person wipes out more than half of the team. But they corrected what they needed to correct there, and they ultimately got the round win, and they've put themselves in a position to where now, at worst, Slay, they're going to tie the half, right? At 3-3, that's kind of where you want to be at bare minimum. We definitely do not want to be on the 2 side of a 4-2, but if MystiC can get to a 4-2, they'll be even happier. But I think they should be very happy with their performance so far on defense on this map, because Villa's a map that, you know, we said Oregon's a little bit more defender-sided. Villa has kind of gone back and forth, and I don't have the actual statistics in front of me. I just know from what I've casted and what I've seen and what I play myself, Villa has kind of evened itself out on most of these sites. Now, you will have some sites like Library, which I still think is very attacker-sided, but as a map overall play, I think this map is very close to being even.
Yeah, a 3-3 would not be all too surprising here. There's no doubt about that, especially when you consider for this map, this game in particular, where we're going, it's back to Trophic Statuary. Enki this time was looking to do that jump up onto the SUV, try to find a shot. Doesn't quite work. I'm not sure if it was attempted, but we saw him just running away either after the fact or thinking better of it. But we saw a really really well executed attack by the HK Rebels on this site on round number 4. Could be a similar outcome here, but again, you mentioned how MystiC can really adapt, and they did so on their AVG defense. Could be a similar story as we head into round number 6. Either way, it's important for both teams to nail this down. MystiC want to get that lead. They want to put another nail in the coffin here. Well, HK Rebels tying this up sets it up nicely for the defense, even if it is going to be or that half map as Gert absolutely nails Rai. They want to have as best chance as they can leading it.
Kirk says, I don't want a 3-3. I would like a 4-2. Thank you very much. A great shot there coming out from that Vector. The 1.5 on that Vector is it's not aimbot, but it's very close. It is very strong. So I honestly think it's going to be controversial. All you Goyo mains out there, I think he needs to lose it. But speaking of things that need to be lost here, this round for the HK Rebels is not what they need to have happen. Definitely still have a lot of time, though, just about halfway in the round. Burnt Turkey, though, has the case and is still outside. Gonna have to make a move here quickly, as a lot of the MystiC defenders are actually still kind of spread out here. Taco is actually very close to one and could be getting a kill here. There we go. The SMG-11 reload is going to be the death of Scoobert, and that is great team play there. You send the drone in, the drone gets shot. That is a very small magazine on the SMG-11, and ended up getting caught. So great swing and great play there coming out from the HK Rebels.
Just 50 seconds to go as they need a lot more great plays. It feels like MystiC, again, they're firing on all those cylinders, and it just hasn't felt the same with Rebels. You still have Doug up. He's only gotten 1 kill so far. Compare that to what he was doing yesterday, tearing through players and teams alike. It just isn't hitting quite the same. If he can find that, really could be a different matchup. Doug is looking towards Kirk's positioning. That Vector is just going to be firing so quickly and could get the best. It won't, though. Doug nails the shot, but in doing so, Taco and Burnt Turkey both find themselves dead or on the floor. Doug swings on in, finishes off Neo. It's a 2v2, but with Millies, the only player left standing. Neo and Big Guy quickly shut that down, and it's going to be that 2-4 MystiC wanted to nail down, and they'll get it. Switching now onto the attack.
Great half for MystiC. They're picking up exactly where they left off and not really giving the Rebels any room to breathe. I mean, it's just been pure MystiC the entire time. We've seen HK win, and then MystiC will get 2 rounds, and then HK will win, and then MystiC will get 2 rounds. Well, Slay, I'm no mathematician, but some quick math will tell you that if this trend continues, MystiC is going to win. I mean, they're just keeping the momentum up a lot longer than the HK Rebels are. Now, the Rebels, they are going to be switching over to defense. They did pick this map. They did choose to go to defense second. So maybe this is where they're confident and they'll be able to bring this back. They still, of course, have the opportunity to win this in regulation. This is not a guaranteed overtime situation by any means. We're just going to have to rip off 5 rounds. 5 out of 6 rounds, that can be done. I mean, MystiC got 4. 5's only 1 more than 4, so.
Attackers must locate
Some good map. All with the map today here. Yeah, MystiC certainly with the path that they've been taking, it's not sustainable for HK Rebels at all. So with the side switching, there's an opportunity for them to switch it up, but you do have a lot of these MystiC members getting on ready, and they're going to be heading towards that kind of master bedroom Astro side, breaking in towards that lovely little bathroom as well. You do have some presence here. You've got Millies as well as Burnt Turkey going to be holding this down, and well, the drone is spotting out Millie's position. Millies has been doing pretty well today, but Kirk is hot on the tail. Takes a little bit of damage onto them, and it's a full-on push. Millies does get pushed down here, and shot will be Burnt Turkey as well by Neo. Immediately a 5v3. MystiC not likely to slow down.
Absolutely not. They are keeping the aggression, the foot on the pedal here. And again, they're just not giving the Rebels any chance to breathe here. And maybe foot on the pedal isn't the right analogy. Maybe foot on the throat is the right analogy here, because they are just choking out the Rebels. And speaking of choking out, Kirk knows that Doug is on the flank. He will be able to get one. Does Doug know that he's being flanked? Doesn't matter though, as big guys can be able to take him out. There was the little bit of a flank there. Rai though, he's gonna be able to take out Aimkey and push back. It's gonna come down to Taco and Rai to finish things off. Rai is the top fragger right now for the Rebels, so that's who you want to have on the board. And what a shot! That's what I'm talking about. Coming out from Rai as Taco's gonna get one as well. Now it's not gonna come down to Kirk. Rai still has all 3 of his smokes as well in hand. Kirk does have 2 grenades though, but does not have the case, I believe. No, does not have the case. The shot's going to be coming out on the Rai, and he will get the down. Taco though, he's going to be going on this rotate. A minute left here. Kirk has a very good chance of winning this.
Yeah, had all 3 of those smoke canisters, but now Rai can't use them as he's down on the ground. We might see an attempt at the pickup here by Taco, but it's not a good position. Taco does take some damage here. Kirk is a player who wants to get this done. Still has 2 nades to leverage and quite a bit of time left as well with 40 on the clock, but it'll be Taco getting the swing on, just perfectly timed, winning the round, winning the gunfight, and making sure that HK Rebels aren't going to go down all too quickly.
It's kind of like, okay, so I gave Doug a hard time for not sticking the plan. I'm gonna have to give a hard time here to that Yana for not just throwing the grenade, because you know that at least the smoke is down, right? So even if you don't manage to kill the Jaeger, you're gonna be able to take out the smoke, or at least keep the Jaeger from picking up the smoke, which you did see several times. Jaeger was trying to pick up the smoke. Just throw the grenade. You've got 2 of them, right? Like, it's the non-commitment that has now cost each team a round, right? We saw the non-commitment for Doug for the HK Rebels, and now we see it for MystiC coming out as well from Kirk. That was a very winnable situation. The smoke could have been given yellow pings. There's any kind of scenario that could have been happening there. So I feel like, you know, if I was a little bit hard on Doug there for not playing into the diffuser, I gotta be a little bit hard on Kirk for just not throwing the grenade. I mean, then you put it in the 1v1, maybe get a little bit of chip damage. Who knows what could happen?
This was a really close round. I mean, MystiC, they started off just such firepower. Came in, got the double kill, and it really didn't look good for HK Rebels. Doug, though, kind of let that charge a little bit, right? Got those kills moving, but it was really Rai and Taco to hold it down. And yeah, misplays on both sides now throughout the map, but what I'm seeing from HK Rebels is maybe just a glimpse, but it feels like they could be starting to heat up a little bit more. That's exactly what they need to do if they want to stay in this competition. It is that best of 3. We're on map number 2. MystiC have the lead. They've already got the lead in map count. And now just so close to being able to jump in, shut it down. HK Rebels starting to heat up though. Getting closer, jamming it up. That's what they need to do. And the defense, it can be the place to make it work. You can see a lot of fire now spreading. A couple of those players headed in towards that master bathroom. Rai hoping to hold them off just the same. An aid is being prepared. Kirk swings it on out. It doesn't land well though, and Rai persists.
I don't think they know that Rai managed to get behind the boxes. Look, they're looking at the rotate. They have no idea that Rai is behind the box. Oh, this could be absolutely deadly for MystiC if they do not drone out Rai. And it is. He's going to be able to get 2 big kills on the Kirk and Neo. That is going to be your Yana and your Flores off the board, but more importantly, it's the player of Neo that is gone, and you can see the little rat comms coming out, but, I mean, you can call him a rat all you want. That is 100% on MystiC for not being able to drone him out. Aimkey will be getting 1 on the burnt turkey, though, but Rai still dug in behind these boxes. We will see. There we go. Push drone going to get him. He's going to get another, though! Rai, the mad lad, doing absolutely everything he can to keep his team in this game. A 3K so far, playing behind this box.
I absolutely love what we're seeing from Rai. I mean, just not messing around at all. Now the 4th player is going to have to try to flush him out of this position. Rai already with 12 kills to his name has completely shut down the bulk of this push. Scoobert finally knows where he's playing at, and Rai will get down. So will Doug, though. Both finished off. It's a 2v2. All of a sudden, right back into game here, right back into the close matchup. Big guy and Scoobert, not a lot of HP to share between them. And with Taco and Millies holding this down, both players looking great. There's a shot from Taco, Millies to follow it up, and it's another HK round. Now evening the score back up and saying, hey, we can take two in a row as well. We're here to warm up. But let's be honest, the majority of that round was won thanks to my man Rai going crazy in Astro.
And again, I mentioned it during the actual round. You can call Rai a rat all you want. You failed to drone him out. You threw the grenade and was like, oh, he flushed out through the rotate 100%. Oh, we just need to watch the rotate.
Attackers need to locate
That is,
and defuse
again,
bombs.
MystiC just dropping the ball on that one, because there's no way a Frost should be able to sit behind the box when you've got a, what was that, a Flores, a Sledge, and an Ace or something sitting there trying to dig you out, whoever it was. 3 very good operators that can do a lot of killing. You all died to a Frost. Now, that's not saying that Frost isn't a good operator, but there's
10 seconds to go.
there's no reason, Slay, why Rai should have been allowed to get away with that.
Especially 3, right? I mean, you could say, all right, you got 1, but he doubled up, and then the third player, it's just, yeah, ridiculous that Rai didn't get it. And yet he did. And he pulls his team into that tied ball game position, allows everyone that more time to heat up. It's giving an opportunity for HK Rebels to get their feet underneath them and keep pushing forward. Now, you do see this IQ coming out. That's a direct counter to Doug's Pulse, and it makes a lot of sense. Pulse is almost beginning here on this bottom site. Always see him downstairs in dining kitchen, but they're hoping to get a little bit more information. There is quite a bit of C4 that's going to be utilized from HK Rebels as well, so you're going to have to watch out and think about where you're stepping, especially with that Pulse giving out information. Right now, early on into the round, just hoping to get some information out themselves, find some land, hold some things down. It's just that little bit of moving happening in the early round.
You have to watch your step for the nitros from below. You gotta watch your step for the Frost method once again being brought out. Now this time it's gonna be Burnt Turkey playing on the Frost, so you know the nightmare of Rai on Frost won't have to live in the minds of MystiC, but they are still gonna have to be incredibly careful about where they step. Speaking of it, again, now look at this. Now the defenders will have to watch where they step, as well as AT is playing on that gridlock. We're gonna see Burnt Turkey now drop down and rotate to site. That's a very dangerous rotate. I do believe there are some members of the HK Rebels near those stairs as well. Big guy, he's going to be taking some damage through the wall. I believe that was Taco that had some words to be exchanged with him. That MK14 in the hands of him is very, very deadly. Kirk, though, he's going to be clearing out Astro. The other things will be coming out. And now the HK Rebels know exactly where that Aruni took off to.
Still just over a minute to go, and again, pretty slow around here. We haven't seen that action fire out, but we know that it will. It's Doug opening up with the C4, taking down Neo. Yeah, that Nitro will just come and get you, which is so unfortunate, right? Because that is the IQ who is looking to counter the Pulse, and yet Doug finds the kill. Millies looks to find something else, but Kirk is able to end that push, saving himself and a teammate. But big guy, very low in HP with 40 seconds to go.
Did manage to save himself, but for the amount of damage that was done to Aimkey, if Aimkey wasn't on gridlock and was not on a 3 armor operator, Aimkey is probably dead in the dirt right now, because if you look where that health is, it's just enough to fill up the final bar of the health bar. We have Doug here on that Pulse, gonna be just doing what Doug does, getting another kill. That's also gonna be cased down, and with 15 seconds left here, the HK Rebels are gonna find themselves on the wrong end of the struggle boss. Manages to see the gun there of Aimkey. He's able to take him out. However, Rai and Doug, they will finish things off. I think that's gonna be a 3K for Doug as well on the Pulse. So great plays coming out there. Even against the IQ, as you mentioned, the hard counter for the Pulse. Doug managing to get a 3K. Great plays there coming out from the HK Rebels, and now they're going up 5-4.
The table's certainly starting to turn here, and this is the danger zone, right? I mean, 5-4 can quickly turn into a 6-4, and that's not a thing MystiC wants to have happen. But look at the track history. Round 7, AVG was a HK victory. Round 8, Trophy, HK as well. Dining, we just saw that. We know how it ended. HK for the flawless rotation throughout those 3 sites, and now they're headed back to AVG. So this is a perfect opportunity for this defense to nail it down and get it to match point, hoping to force their hand and take us to map number 3 of Bang, a map both of these teams played just yesterday in those semifinals against different squads, of course. Either way about it, MystiC are really going to have to get something going here, which they certainly can do. Throughout the night, we've seen how well they can adapt on their defense, on their offense, but here, it's really going to be important.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the fact that they did that flawless site rotation. The last 2 rounds, though, of that flawless site rotation, Rai with a 3K, Doug with a 3K. So 2 big 3K rounds coming out for the HK Rebels, and that really helps propel them forward. Now, you can't do it every single round, or maybe you can. There's still a lot of time left to be played here in this map alone before we even think about going to Bank, because this could still be end of the regulation. And of course, to remind everyone, there is infinite OT as well. So if MystiC does manage to bring this back, unlike that drone that just got captured, you will not be getting that one back, aim key, so you're gonna have to shoot it. There you go, good job, very proud of you. There is still a chance for either one of these teams to pull away with the win here, so not over by any means. However, Slay, I will say HK Rebels looking so much better on their map pick of Villa than they did on Oregon.
Absolutely, and it is their map pick, like you highlighted. That could be a big part of it, but doing a great job, even with the E-sub coming in. Obviously, it's not easy to lose one of your integral core members, but I feel like Taco has been fitting in just great. 8-5, holding his own, not only, but just laying it out round after round, helping this squad find that lead. But it's something said, both of these rounds, the last 2 rounds they won, have been on the back of some great 3K plays, not always sustainable. But if everyone can start heating up, play their game, it could be. And it could be less of the 3Ks, but more of all the squads leading together. Scoobert says, Burn Turkey, you won't have that opportunity. Your Rooney is dead. Now the 5v4 in favor of MystiC. Millies looks to swing out, get aggressive, won't find anything now.
Find anything, but has managed to rotate to a completely different area of that study, so they will have to be careful. That's the case outside there. That will be Scoobert, so gonna have to be careful. The grenades are gonna be coming through. Neo, though, gonna land a headshot. Taco, the man that you just gave the caster curse to, Slay, how dare you? Kirk is playing up by the 90 pillar area. Rai, though, sitting there looking at the leg hole, so Kirk decides to come walking forward. He'll get that shoot right off, but Scoobert, though, he's going to get his second kill of the round onto Millies, and that will be your Maluti off the board. So really coming down to crunch time here, though. 30 seconds left, and we can see now that there are no smoke canisters left. Rai is going to use the final one, and will eventually be taken out by Big Guy. Doug, though, will be able to get a kill. The Nitro will go out and do a little bit of damage to Big Guy, not enough to finish him off. Scoobert takes some side damage from something, not quite sure exactly what that was, but he's able to get another one down. So Doug has managed to get 2 kills with Scoobert is laying here prone, and he will get his 3rd kill of the round as the HK Rebels finally drop a defensive round here.
Yeah, that was the first time we've seen them lose a defensive round, so no doubt about it. MystiC had to fight to make that happen, and they do. They tie it up to 5-5. This guarantees that we'll at least see at the end of regulation, if not overtime. Both of these teams have just been locked in this deadly embrace throughout the entire map, and it'll continue round after round. Heading back, though, they're going to hit the defense, and they're saying, hey, you know what? APG, we're big fans of it. We're going to do it again. We feel confident that we can win this one out. We're not going to rotate over the trophy, and this could be a big volley. We saw what happened on their defense on Oregon, just continually going back to dorms, and it didn't work out very well. It gave a lot of free rounds to MystiC, and this is a position where you can't be giving out free rounds. Not now, not here. HK Rebels have got to have a really great plan if they want to nail this round, because MystiC are just going to be all too eager to jump up and snatch it away from them.
They won the first time they were right? And the last time that they just played this site in the previous round, you know, they probably figured that they made some mistakes that are very adjustable, right? Maybe they peaked someone they shouldn't have peaked, maybe pushed when they shouldn't have pushed. There's a lot of issues that we don't see off screen because, unfortunately, no matter how great of an observer we have here in Tiggy, so once again, shout out to him for doing a fantastic job here tonight. You can't catch everything, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what it is the HK Rebels are able to pull off, but I feel like they feel confident enough to be able to go back to this site and replicate what they did on their first defensive round. But we will be seeing Burnt Turkey get droned out here, so kind of holding that mud room angle, playing on the outside of that. I believe it was key. Gonna instead, yes, it was aim key. So instead, he's gonna choose to push off now. He's gonna set up a claymore to stop any potential run out and probably move on. Yeah, he's gonna move up more towards.
Enki, obviously a great player, has been doing really well now with those 7 kills. Neo continues to be someone that you can always rely on and moves quite quickly around. Look how fast he'll flick from angle to angle, making sure he's not missing a single beat. Continuing to use those Artero drones as well, not only to scout out, as you're mentioning, but also to blow up any pesky utility, sending it right on into that shield. Goodbye. Taco not going to be near as safe here, and MystiC setting up quite nicely for what will be an execute. Enki sneaking up those red stairs from the basement, has done some good work making sure everything's clear, and Big Guy leading him out with a drone, again ensuring that the path ahead will be relatively safe here. There's a couple of players still on the first floor that you need to worry about. You're starting to tick lower and lower on that time. Stuber plays over by Study, continues to toss out some of those lovely Selma charges, but it's Doug to pull the first blood. Aim key falls, Azovia gone.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Not only do they have to worry about everything else, but now they got to worry about time, and now they have to worry about the fact that Big Guy is down to Neo. Getting some pings coming out as Taco will finish off Big Guy. Burnt Turkey didn't take any damage on the initial shot, but now will take just a little bit of damage. Probably looks about a single round of damage from that AR-33. However, Doug will be killed by, or Doug will kill Scoober. Takes out Millie, so nice little refrag there. Oh, Burnt Turkey, what an absolute monster of a play. He will be taken out, though, by Neo. It is a 3v1, however. We're approaching 20 seconds in play. It is winnable, but the chances of Neo being able to pull this one off, very slim. This is probably the guy you want, though. 11 kills, most on the team so far.
With those smokes, as well as the time running down, and Rai holding an angle, it doesn't matter if you got the best gun in the world. That's not going to be an easy position to play out of, and it's another round win for HK. So despite my questioning of their decision, you're right. After all, they had won it before. It wasn't all too much of a terrible round on number 10, and they take it right back, putting themselves in match point. It's 6-5 HK Rebels. And we're so close to heading to map number 3 of Bank. We are just on the very precipice. But MystiC, with a single round victory, can send us spiraling into who knows how much time of infinite overtime. Either way, round 12 is upon us. We're heading back downstairs to dining. Trophies open, but they're not going there. I wonder they feel like that round was too heavily won off of the great plays that we saw from the Frost on that round. Either way about it, downstairs they'll go.
Well, I mean, but the kitchen, Doug had the 3K. So, funnily enough, the last 3 rounds, it's like it had been 3K. Rai had the 3K all the way back in round 8. Doug had it in round 9, and in round 10, Scoober had the 3K. So, there's been a lot of individual heroism over the last couple of rounds, and it does look like those are the things that, while they're not easily replicated, they will have to be replicated to be able to get those round wins. Now, of course, round 11 was just one without any of those types of heroics, but that was also a much more dominant overall round. And also, can we talk about, Kurt, what happened there, bud? Because you got kind of slammed by Burnt Turkey. It shouldn't have happened. I mean, you want to talk about individual heroism? That was probably the most heroic effort in that entire round. Was Burnt Turkey just absolutely embarrassing Kirk on that push.
It's good work from Burnt Turkey getting that done when he can. Just the same, MystiC are pushing on in. You can see them checking for those Frost mats, something that they'll have to do as Frost is very, very alive and has put down all 3 of those Frost mats herself. Got to be careful about where you're jumping in on. Neo playing as a game could be an exciting change up here, chucking in a couple of those Candelas, just lighting up the entire stage, making it difficult to even look at your screen. That's a good way to make a statement. And again, MystiC, they've been known for their aggressive pushes. They can get crazy when they want to. This could be a perfect position for them to just explode in, find that round win, and push it to overtime. All the same, though, HK Rebels, we know what they want, and they want to end this map here and now.
Well, absolutely. They don't want to go to infinite overtime. They want to get on the map 3 because it's already getting super late here on the East Coast. And if you are on the East Coast and you are still watching with us here, we thank you for your time. Thank you for your your viewership. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. And, we know it's late, but luckily we've had 2 really great matches here so far. Keep us entertained in through the night. Scoobert, he's going to be opening up this wall here now and try to get himself some extra lines of sight. However, there's still, like you mentioned, this top-heavy presence. I mean, Taco's still up there with the Aruni. See how deadly he can be throughout this game. And Doug, of course, still alive as well with the pulse. And the one thing I would like to mention that I don't believe you mentioned it, but they didn't bring the IQ this time to counter the pulse. Instead, they chose to bring the Lion, which, sure, okay, red light, green light, but the IQ just brings so much more benefit trying to bring out that pulse.
Ooh, Taco brings some benefit there, but will actually get finished off, shut down. Millies gets the kill as well as Burnt Turkey toughening up, and Kirk gets on in, finishes off Rai. Continues to just be a close little matchup here. Taco does get res though. Didn't quite get finished off all the way. So an extra man, an extra gun on the board. Big guy is inside. So the Scooper getting the plant down. Doug waiting just outside. Still has a C4 in hand, but that plant does get clicked on, put down. Taco finds a shot, but he'll get finished off by Scoober. Big guy now to the 2v2, taking down Doug. Burnt Turkey and Millies have to make this retake happen, but it'll be Burnt Turkey going down to Scoob. The refrag is again there. Millies to the 1v1. Big guy, not a lot of HP to play with, but has the time on his hands in his favor. It's nailed by Millies. It's a quad kill to send us to map number 3.
Heroic effort.
Defenders of
It's like I don't know how many times you and I are going to cast games where people just pop the hell off and just absolutely pull out these heroic plays. And probably the most notable one that we casted was on a map called Bank. And if my notes are correct here, Slay, that's where we're going back to. We're going back to Bank, and we've seen these heroics over the last Rai, Doug, Scoobert, and Millies, all with 3K or more. Of course, Millies had that 4K, which was what a shot, by the way, coming out. I mean, fantastic plays coming out there as well. But that does mean that both games have now ended in regulation. Both teams have a map win. We get to go to Bank for the decider. And honestly, why not? Let's go. All right, we are back after a short little break. We are ready to go on to map number 3 of the grand finals of Xenon Gaming Series Season 4. My name is Crisis, joined by Aang, the Last Airbender, and we will be bringing you this action for the decider map of Bank.
Oh, I am so excited. I love Bank. We saw both these teams play on it just yesterday, and it was great, man. I mean, it was really, really fun. It was a lot of work on the voice to go through 2 best of 3s, but both of these teams did so well. So just a little bit of a history here. Yesterday in that semifinal, HK Rebels against Above the Law, HK took it 7-3 on this map. They wasted no time. It was a slaughter. I'm not gonna hold it back there. Zero's the first ban. Now, if we look over towards MystiC and Homeland, it was a 7-4 on this map in favor of MystiC. So both teams performing pretty closely. Both of them great at this map, and I'm so happy that it's gonna be the final battleground. Zero and now Nook, the 2 operators from the offense gone.
Zero, an interesting ban. We've seen him be absolutely crucial on a map like Bank. That opening lobby there, so many areas to place the SAM cams and just to be able to get so much information. A Valkyrie ban coming out from the HK Rebels. Zero surprise there, and pretty much for the same reason again, just so many areas to put those cameras and be absolutely just a thorn in the side of anyone who's trying to be a little bit sneaky. And with Knock off the board, definitely are limited in that. And then a Kayed coming off the board as well. It's Bank. There are hatches. Get rid of Kayed. I mean, pretty simple, right? Quick math.
Yeah, not too big of a surprise there for those bans. Zero can be a little bit interesting. It does make sense. He can be well utilized, and I believe one of these 2 teams used him yesterday, so maybe something of that coming in to play. But it's going to be Locker's CCTV. Now, again, if you didn't hang out yesterday for those 2 best of 3s, this map in particular, and this site even in more particular, was really bad for the defense. I mean, it just didn't work out. The only team out of 4 teams who played it that actually won on this downstairs site was HK Rebels. Just take that into mind for as MystiC decides to go there for their primary bomb site. I'm really interested to see how this goes, if it's going to continue to be the curse of downstairs. And Andrew reminds me here, it was 1 for 9 on the defense.
That is abysmal when it comes to a stat line. For a site that used to be such a staple on this map, right? CCTV used to be the site to defend on this map because the rest of them were kind of bad, right? Bank has seen a little bit of a rework. The upper floor, even before the rework, had started to become a little bit more popular, but that bottom site, that CCTV vault site, had really been the staple site. So for the fact that it went 1 in 9 over the entirety of yesterday, that's a little bit disappointing. But Rai, he's going to go right to work opening up these hatches, and this is what I was talking about. You're going to get that Kayed off the board, and we're actually going to see a quick drop here as Rai is going to fall into gold. Burnt Turkey, he's going to be on that Ying, checking out some Candelas, so able to get the first kill. More Candela is going to be coming out here. Millie's taking some damage off screen, but Taco will be taking out Neo. Big guy, he's holding the angle. Scoobert's going to be able to get one, and Big guy will be able to get one as well on the Burnt Turkey. But there's Rai again, going to be able to take out Aimkey. That's going to be 2 for him on the round. Also has Case in hand, by the way, so could plan at any time, but instead will be going down. Big guy now exchanging words with Taco. His grenade is going to be coming out, and an impact coming out as well. Hell, what is happening in that round? That was just chaos from go.
1 for 10, baby. MystiC take an L on that first defense. Now, that was chaos, but HK Rebels used that exact same drop against Above the Law on Bank yesterday. It's working really well. They get that done so quickly, and no way MystiC is gonna go there again. It has been nothing but CCTV. And what's more, do they win it? 1 out of 10, that's a 10% win ratio for the defense. That's absolutely ridiculous. HK Rebels, man, let's see if they can make it happen again. Now, the operator lineup they're bringing out does look pretty similar. You've got that lovely little Candela-wielding Ying back in it again. We could see something similar, but I doubt it's going to work out the same way. MystiC is going to be well primed and prepared for that. No doubting that point at all. But still, it doesn't matter how CC's been defended in the past. It's not been very successful. MystiC, they'll look to change that here and find themselves in a tied ballgame.
I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be the same exact result, at least not in the way that it happened, because there's the types of strats that work out like once, right? That's why they're called pocket strats. You pull them out of your pocket, they either work fantastically and catch the enemy team off guard, or they blow up in your face. And we've seen rushes on Bank blow up in people's faces before. It managed to work for the HK Rebels. It probably would not work again, but you can see Rai's already the triple ATM setup here with some pings coming out for that Goyo. So Neo's position will be giving away some shots coming around from these windows. Neo, he's going to have to be careful. There's Rai, get the opening pick once again. And now the banana is clear. Millies is going to be calling in with the Dokkaebi. HK Rebels are going to be pretty much free to swing in here and start taking over.
Time to ring some
Just a slam there to take down Neo. And again, we know Neo, great player. Oh, sad to see him off the board. But Taco is going to join that list potentially shortly. He's been downed. Might be in a good position to get picked back up. Still not going to have a lot of HP if he does. In fact, it looks like the C4 is going to finish him off. Oh, man. Trying to be the hero, and Millies will pay the price as well. Rai quickly evens the man count, though, taking down Kirk. So it's still a 3-3. Great use of the C4 there to just absolutely go exponential, picking up that double kill, keeping MystiC nice and tight.
And you're going to be taking out Taco and Millies. I mean, it's your Sledge and your Dokkaebi off the board. So 2 great pickups for the cost of a single Nitro cell. I'm going to take that all day, every day. Doug, he'll be exchanging words with Big Guy through the red tunnel. Grenade going to be prepped here. And this probably won't hit anything as it will mine Magnet. But, hey, the bullets will work as Doug is able to take him out. And now, all going to come down to Scoober and Aimkey, the smoke, and the castle. All 3 canisters still left in the hand of Scoober, though. So, tons of plant denial and be able to hold out pretty much this entire rest of the round, but Aimkey getting sneaky. He will be able to take out Burnt Turkey Ying off the Rai. Oh, he ducked behind the cubicle. He wasn't able to be seen, so it's all going to come down to now. Sees Rai, but Rai sees him as well, and what a flick. Rai, Moss Files? Moss Files. Yeah, we're going to need some Moss Files.
Rai has been just popping off, and it was somebody that we kind of called out of map number 1. And to be fair, even yesterday, he didn't have the greatest performance, but Rai has been integral for the last 2 maps. Or well, this map and last map, I suppose. But of course, we are very early days here, and CCTV still seems to be cursed. Now 1 and 11, Tiggy reminds us kindly. They're going to be switching it up. They're heading upstairs to Teller's Archives, just above the site they were on. And it's hopefully going to give them a better outcome. It wasn't good. It's never good on CC. Now a great opportunity as any to slowly bring yourself back into it. They do have that Thunderbird being brought out by Big guy has the spear in hand, a great weapon, alongside being able to boost up Neo as he's running around, smashing through walls, using the sail, doing whatever he wants. I'm really hoping to see some cool aura plays here. We'll find out if that's going to be on the menu, but HK Rebels certainly feeling good, and they're taking some of that momentum that they built up on map number 2, and it seems to be paying off at least early on in map 3.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
First is an operator that you're always like, man, I wish, like you said, to see some really cool plays coming out. But unfortunately, given how his ability is the jumping up through the hatch, you are very loud. You're kind of giving away your position. But I want to go back to what you said about Rai. Playing Habana as an entry. Like, Rai is 5-0 through 2 rounds. And he's going insane. I mean, fantastic plays coming out from Rai here on this Habana. You can see now going to be doing actual Habana stuff and opening up that Kanto wall is so well known for the fantastic plays from Kanto in Pro League. Bomb will be opened up. Scoobert, he'll be taking a ton of damage, but he will be able to take out Millie. So finally, we'll see MystiC be able to get the opening pick for the first time here on Bank. And as you mentioned, those Thunderbird Kona stations are around the map, so Hubert does have an opportunity to get going back up here.
Taco takes a little bit of a damage there as well from Scoobert, who's just been holding that angle and letting bullets fly. Yeah, those little kunai, those little stations will be so good to go back to and get your HP up. Always, always welcome there. So Thunderbird could be a great use. It does have that C4 pocket as well, but Doug begins to slowly sneak up. Scoobert gets finished off by Rai. Doug follows up onto Aimkey. Now the 4v3 in favor of the Rebels. Doug continually looking up, hoping to catch somebody, just slacking a bit. Neo's on the top floor. There is someone coming through around stock, and he'll get a couple bullets to the face. That's Perky letting loose with a massive LMG magazine. Not going to be a death on either side until Kirk swings around, gets the headshot, brings it to the 3v3, but Taco's close to an engagement as well. Kirk now low on HP, but his big guy finding the kill onto Doug immediately gets the HP right back on, and Taco and Rai left in the 2v3.
They are left in this 2v3 here. Taco exchanging some shots with Neo on those back stairs, and you're going to see that dash, but it looks like the Kona stations are on recharge, so that he's not going to be able to get himself any health back, and Kirk is actually the one who's going to need a little bit more, as he's currently sitting around 20 HP or so. The drone will be finding out the Thunderbird of Big Guy, but with 30 seconds left here, Rai and Taco are going to have to make things happen. We do see Taco doing a little bit of vertical play there with the sledge, getting things open, but now they're going to be dropping off this banana push. It will be coming opened up. Big Guy will get the kill on the Rai, his first death of the entire match so far. Taco will be coming through, and Kirk will finish things off for him as well. MystiC finally get themselves a victory here, and it's a good thing they got it, Slay, because if the HK Rebels went up 3-0, MystiC would have been in some trouble.
Oh man, yeah, allowing them to get that much of a lead early on can really come back to bite you. And we can think about it like this. It's now a best of one, right? I mean, it's just this map. It's all that matters. Everything that happened in Oregon and Villa, a distant memory, allowing HK Rebels to line those up to just give them the push they need to finish it all. So MystiC getting that round win, very important. They saw that opening kill. They kept the man advantage in their favor. Did a really good job, and you saw those swings like onto players like Berkey, just making sure that no one on the offense is going to feel all too safe. Now, we're going to head to staff open area, so it seems like MystiC might be trying to avoid going upstairs to CEO, which could be a good idea. That site can be difficult to defend at times, but CCTV has just been a curse, and I'm wondering if and when we get back to that rotation, if we'll see that again.
I agree with you. They definitely don't want to go back to CCTV. That is 1 in 11, as Tiggy has reminded us so far over the last 2 days. So I don't think they'll be anxious to go there anytime soon. From that big quad wall, the super long wall there in kitchen, took a lot of time to take or to get that reinforced. So big guy coming in to help out the mute. It's very nice of him. Scoobert, I'm sure, appreciates that. And this is what I really like about these zombie barricades. Can we get a little bit of an angle there on Kirk and see what he's looking at there? There's a zombie barricades on the soft wall. Make it so that the soft wall is bulletproof. So you can't shoot through it, but it's a soft wall. So they don't know that it's been reinforced. They don't know that anybody is there. It's just a great way to kind of hold that angle in the janitor and be almost completely safe. I mean, we are going to see now the Habana pellets come out, and that will take care of it, but why are we seeing Habana pellets to try to take care of a soft wall? Not something you see happen too often.
A lot of time has been draining away as well, and AMK still holding upstairs, just on this balcony. You do have Kirk from opposite sides continuing to move around, be quite active here, but it's not going to find Neo. Neo off to a slow start this map, and that might not bode well for the team. AMK should be able to find that kill, and he does, right onto Taco, getting the shot back in, keeping it an even 4-4. Millie's from below spots the shot, but it's AMK who wins the gunfight. Now MystiC securely in that man advantage lead. They've got an extra man on board, an extra gun, an extra angle that can be held. And as time continues to tick closer and closer to 1 minute left, it's going to be an issue here for HK Rebels, as those defenders are going to start closing up, getting back onto site, and we still have players outside the map struggling to get inside.
Burnt Turkey and Millie's both sitting here at 0 kills. Not what you want. I mean, yes, RyRy's been playing fantastic, but can't have it all on one person's shoulders, as we've talked about before. And with 45 seconds left, and the case is still, I believe, upstairs in that little connector portion as well. HK Rebels do not have time on their side, as now Burnt Turkey will be taken out, as AMK's going to get a 3 and now a quad. Can he manage to get the ace? It's all going to come down to Doug, and no! AMK with the ace on the castle? Worst gun in the game. I don't know if he's old. I would doubt it. These kids are Zoomers. So he can't pull the full Canadian, but he still managed to get an ace with the UMP. So if I ever catch anyone saying that the UMP is trash again, I'm going to show them that clip where AMK literally just got an ace.
AMK did such a good job there, starting things off against Tacos. He flung himself into the building, and he just didn't stop there. AMK going big here, and that's huge, because again, AMK is one of those players who is so talented. But yesterday, it was a little bit slow on some maps here. So picking it up for the grand finals, it is this final map as well. The pressure is on, and speaking of that pressure, Millie's and Burnt Turkey both have yet to rise to the occasion alongside Neo. It's been a little bit of a slow start for some of these players, but others have wasted no time in heating up. MystiC takes us upstairs, though, to the executive office. They're going to be holding this down as best as they can, and they know what they want to win this out. Gives them their own advantage, and says, hey, we can go through 3 sites and win them out. That'll put them in a good position here, especially looking towards a potential 4-2 on that defensive half. HK Rebels, we'll see what they bring as the round begins. It's going to be important for both teams to try to hold this down.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the fact that RyRy wasn't on Habana. He was playing Buck last round, and not only did they lose, but AMK got an ace. So look who's back on Habana. It's RyRy. He was like, you know what? It was cute that you wanted to play Habana for a little bit, but I'm gonna take care of this, and yeah, I'm going back to the Habana. So RyRy going back to the Habana, and also AMK tying RyRy with kills in that last round. Now went from 1 kill to 6 in a single round. So this will obviously do that for you. Taco is trying to find the tightest of angles without giving himself away. Those barricades there on the window, not bulletproof, no matter how much you sometimes wish they were. AMK tucked inside the elevator, though. We're going to see there it is, that Kiba barrier once again being put up. Keep AMK safe for just a little bit longer playing in Kanto.
You can see how annoying it is. Zombie is such a powerful operator when used correctly. Kirk certainly doing a good job of it. Right now, still at 5v5. We've seen just about half the round to go, but it's Burnt Turkey to open up and onto Neo. Still having a tough time. Kirk responds in kind, though, finishing off Doug. That's the Yana player, making it a nice even 4-4. Burnt Turkey looking towards stock, about jumping in there, getting closer and closer. A little bit of utility just to make sure he's safe to push in, but is he safe? Shots come through, taking a little bit of damage off of him. Creeping down towards a minute to go in that 4v4 position. It's a bit of a deadlock for now, but we know things are going to explode within the final 60 seconds.
Speaking of explosions, Taco, he's got a grenade prepped and primed in. It won't do any damage, though, to Kirk, who had moved himself ever so closer to that wall. Scooper, though, will be taking a ton of damage. Millie's, he's going to pop up as well. However, default camera still up. Got to shoot those out a lot earlier, guys. And goes up with another grenade. He's going to throw this one in. This one could do some damage. Gonna will, but big guy. He's there to take one on the Burnt Turkey. Rai, though, he'll be off being dropped himself. It's all going to come down to Taco now in a 1. Does have case in hand, so plant is possible here. There is no plant denial, no support, no smoke canister, no explosives really on the other end to stop him, but he will have to swing through this window and give his win away. There are also frost mats as well. He's going to fire some shots, and Taco's just going to be content to kind of hang out on the here, talk things over with his team for the last 5 seconds.
5 seconds left.
And MystiC have absolutely rallied up these past 3 rounds. A nice shot onto big guy, but it'll be all but impactless there. The Rebels lose 3 in a row now, and that is an issue here. But we are going to be switching the sides relatively soon. There's one final round before that happens, and MystiC still on the defense. They're going to opt to go back down to that first floor. It's going to be Teller's Archive. I mean, if you count out CCTV lockers, they've had a flawless run on the defense. Those two first rounds, I mean, really just avoid CC at all costs is what we're learning. But they've done so well since they've gone to the first and second floor sites. They're hoping to end it here. 4 in a row. I mean, we talked about HK Rebels getting 3. MystiC have already done that, and they're looking to extend their lead even more. Looking dangerous. No doubting that. MystiC could be on a path to win this map out if they keep this pace up.
MystiC is playing so well here on Bank since they've decided to not go to basement anymore, and you know, I think they're just gonna lock that site up. You know, put some boards down, never go down there again. Basically, is MystiC's plan, and luckily they won't have to. This will be their last offensive round. They're sending the Teller site, which they in and set off that round with just mentioned. So very, very happy, very content avoiding that CCTV at all costs. Because this is the last defensive round for MystiC, though, I am interested to go down to CC at all, but we still have a round of that happens. So we still have plenty of time to see what will transpire. And speaking of things transpiring, Neo needs to get a kill.
Neo has yet to get on the board here. It's been a little bit tough, no doubt, but it's been tough for some of the players on HK Rebels. Millie's and Burnt Turkey both pretty low. We're just gonna have to run away from that as we see a window explode. Taco looking to pull a kill his way. Time ticking slowly, ever so slowly, but right back, shooting his pellets towards that Kanto spot, hoping to open up a couple of different angles that make it less easy for the defense to sit in that corridor. Scuba and out of the Malusi is holding an angle of his own, and Neo looking right back to where we would see that Hibana peek on in. Rai instead is doing a little bit of drone reconnaissance, getting information up and preparing himself, but Scoobert prepares Burnt Turkey for the grave, sending him there quickly. MystiC with the opening frag.
It is spooky season and just about Halloween, so why not go to a graveyard early as Burnt Turkey will be shut down. As Scoobert, he'll be sending another one there to join him. So another operator who doesn't have a single yet for his team and playing very poorly. Neo, though, finally going to join the column, taking out Rai, who had pulled off since those 2 rounds. HK Bulls. Taco and Doug, the last 2 alive here. This is a 2v5 slay. They don't have keys either, so they can't sight. We're gonna have to take some engagement here. Not a drone. Kirk taking some damage though, so not quite done yet. But things still looking very for the Rebels.
Yeah, with just under a minute to go, the 2v5 is all but lost here, especially as Neo opens up his first kill of the game, or yeah, the map rather, finishing off Taco. Doug left alone in the A's clutch up. Oh no, not a good feeling at all. Doesn't have the diffuser, it's miles away, and he's up against the entire roster of MystiC, and they are not looking to play around. Doug does find Big Guy, looks for his second here, onto that Azami, spraying bullets at Kirk. There's so many players looking around at him. He does finish off Kirk, putting it to a 1v3, so maybe on some sort of run here, but still with time running down, with no hold on a diffuser and 3 fully HP'd up defenders, it looks great, but Doug still brings it to a 1v2. It's a triple kill now, as Aimkey and Scoobert, they are on different positions here. They're splitting it up. They're not going to make it easy. And Aimkey with that super shorty makes it final. That's another round win, 4th in a row for MystiC. And the sides will now flip. It's a 4-2 lead for MystiC.
A valiant effort from Doug coming out there. He really did try, and oh boy, Slay. We're going straight to CC right off the rip. I don't even get to talk about the last round, but yeah, Doug really trying. I thought for a second there maybe he could pull it off, but again, the diffuser was so far off site, and when you're an attacker and there's that little time left, it is definitely easier to pull off an ace type situation on defense, because let's mention it again, the clock is never on your side as an attacker, unless of course you're down. Point the case starts to early timers in your favor, but that case was in Timbuktu pretty much. It might as well not even have been on the map at all. That's how far away it was from Doug. So we will be seeing now a swap as the 8K Rebels going on defense. This is the decider map, so no one team particularly wanted to go to this map. So this isn't a map pick for either team, but you wouldn't know that looking at it so far, as MystiC has been dominant over these last 4 rounds. You know, you mentioned it, and I touched on it again as well. If you take away round 1 and round 2, MystiC has been flawless so far.
Hardly dropped anything besides the site that we're headed to right now. But it is worth mentioning HK Rebels, the only team of the 4 we've seen in the past 2 days to actually win on this site. That's the 1 in 11 that we find. It was from this team, so maybe the only squad that can break this curse, but it's such a dangerous move, and Burnt Turkey is going to be in an early engagement. You see that Jackal quickly coming in for a play, but Neo goes down. It's Burnt Turkey getting on the board again. He's had a slow game, but that early pick is going to slow down MystiC even more and give more of an opportunity towards Millie. It's finding the headshot on the Scoob. Now a 5v3. These guys are nasty with the peaks. And again, MystiC going to be even more hard-pressed to get in there and find a way to win this map, or win this side out. HK Rebels holding it down brilliantly after the first 60 seconds.
I'm dry.
I guess that's one way to win CCTV. If they don't have enough people to push the site, they can't win it. I mean, that's a fantastic opening frag situation there for the Rebels. Burnt Turkey, he wants to get involved as his opportunity to his 8-key. We put a bunch of damage. He's sitting on 1 health. He does have Taka there to back him up. Millie's, though, be taken out by Big Guy. Aimkey gonna be Doug. Oh, the skeleton key. Yeah, we've all been there, buddy. What has been a 5v3 has very quickly turned in the favor of MystiC. And it is now a 2 Big Guy and Aimkey, both less than half health. But it doesn't matter if you shoot Taco in the face. Kirk will be finishing that off. It's gonna come down to Rai. Heroics in the first rounds.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
It has all 3 smoke canisters. Minute left to handle it.
This isn't a good situation. It's turned so quickly. The first 60 seconds looked like it was all HK Rebels. The second 60 seconds, well, it was all MystiC. Who owns a third of these 60-second chunks that we've broken the round up into? Rai does have some of those canisters left, has full HP to play with, SMG-11 in hand, and a lot of the MystiC members are not full HP. 2 of them at under 50, and Kirk just a little bit above. Oh, good plays here, could net the round win, but the plank going down shortly would really throw a wrench in this. Look at Rai swinging, gets the headshot onto Kirk, puts it in a 1v2. Time's an issue here. here, but the shots go the other way. It's still Rai nailing aim key. He has 2 canisters left. Big guy has an idea of where the position is. Tosses up a nade, but he's got to be so careful here. He does not have a great chance to plant, and he's gonna have to do so soon. Rai is playing this brilliantly. Now the plant is going to be attempted. Big guy on that chance, but he's going to get shut down. It's actually Rai who falls instead off the plant and into the history books, finishes it off, and not even HK Rebels can break the curse.
That was very, very close to breaking the curse. Tiggy, let's get a count update now. I believe that's 1 in 12 for this weekend. They will be going back down to CCTV. Look, that was
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Rai
as many
tried.
bombs as they can.
really tried. Dropped potentially a little bit too early. Had the SMG 11 out. Would have the shotgun. Could things have ended a little bit differently? Big guy, if he'd have stuck the plant, what would have happened? There's all kinds of what-if scenarios we could discuss here, but the fact of the matter remains is Big Guy got the kill, and the HK Rebels lost another round. They are dangerously close to not winning the grand finals after having such a fantastic season. It's like the HK Rebels were a team that a lot of people kind of figured would run away with the grand finals as they played so well, but MystiC Academy just showing that they deserve to be here just as much as any other team, and they are currently taking it to the Rebels, and I can tell you, it's not looking good.
Not good at all for the HK Rebels. I mean, oh my goodness. If you look at the history between these two teams, right, MystiC and MystiC Main, they've all kind of been jumbled up a little bit in recent weeks. But HK Rebels was dominating everybody, so yeah, no surprises that people thought they would make a run and finish it all the way. But MystiC, always such a good team at making adaptations, learning from mistakes, growing and growing, and we're seeing that here. HK Rebels, they're so close. So many of these rounds have been so close. Others have not. We've seen aces come through from AMP just shutting things down. Rai, unfortunately, losing 1v3, has now put MystiC in such a good position. Them going to CC again, with just hand match point right for these guys. And that's a dangerous thing to even think about. AMP, everybody on MystiC, they're firing up, they're ready to go. Despite Neo not being the best, not being the top fragger, they're still winning by such a large margin.
Bulls are going to have to win 4 out of the next 5 rounds to push this to overtime. That's a good start, though, as Doug will be taking out Big Guy. However, will be treated out and by Neo. That's going to be Jackal getting a little bit of playtime. Rai will be taking some damage as well as AIM. Skeleton Key attachment in hand, ready to swing if needed, but needs to right away. Burnt Turkey will be able to get one. However, Taka will be taken out by Neo as well. So it's a 3-3. Neo is there to get those frags for his team, and really how you end up winning kinds of rounds. You cannot let people get frags for free. Neo is doing a very good job of preventing that.
He's picking it back up. One, boom. So close, but time is starting to tick. Just the same, Neo is ticking up. Now the triple kill, finishing off Burnt Turkey. And you can feel it here. MystiC is ready to end the game. You said how late it is over on the East Coast. I mean, they're ready for bed. They are tired. It's time to go to sleep. And Millies and Rai, they very well could be going to sleep here soon. All 3 attacking members, full HP, looking great, but you still have a couple of those smoke canisters left with Rai. He's just tossed one out. Millies as well on the Alda wielding Maestro has those evil eyes laid around that could come into play here, potentially denying some kind of plant, or at least giving information at the very least. Hasn't had the best of game, but he's gonna find the shot onto Aimkey, evening it up to a 2v2. Another from Rai to the 2v1. The swing though from Scoobert is in. Rai will fall. The 1v1 seconds are just ticking down, closer and closer. They're gonna be able to get the plant down before Millies can lug his way over, but pulls off and hits the headshot. It's another round win for MystiC, and they'll push it to match point.
I'm curious. There were pings coming out, and you can see there Scoobert's typing it in chat. you had the cameras and everything. I'm curious as to why you would be sprinting towards site when you have those cameras and you have the opportunity to zap, and he was on such low health. There have been
Attackers need
misplays
to
all
locate
night
and
long,
defuse
and
bombs.
maybe it is that they're just late. Maybe it is that it's tired, that they're tired. It's very hard to find out why, and we won't know until we have an opportunity to speak to the players of the HK Rebels. But you know, it's kind of disheartening. You know, they took those first 2 rounds, and we were like,
Attackers
okay,
have
it's going to be
discovered the
very
location of a
explosive. It has been all MystiC since then. 6 straight rounds. It's like, and now they put themselves on match point. The HK Rebels did exactly what MystiC did, and they went to CC twice. They lost it twice, and now they're rotating up to this middle floor here. Man, I think it's just a little bit too little, too late.
You have to see 4 rounds in a row
Attackers'
without a
objective
single
is to
drop,
defuse the
and
bomb.
with MystiC just being on such a heater, you know that there's tilting happening for the HK Rebels. You know that people are not feeling the best. They're tired. They're now upset about how this map is going. They fought so hard on Villa to get here. Is it really all going to be for nothing? Only those 2 CCTV attacks is the only thing that got them onto the board. And it still persists. CCTV is 0-4 on this map right now. It is not a site you want to go to. And yet both teams decided to go there twice in a row. You wonder, HK Rebels, could they have avoided this a little bit more? Or will it be the same story no matter what site they go to? They're in open area. It's a different site. But is it going to be enough? Is that single change going to be all that it takes to push back MystiC? Time will tell. And it's not a lack of trying. So many members of HK Rebels have been popping off. Rai continuing to lead. Doug right up there, but it just hasn't been enough. Everybody on MystiC, it feels like they're all doing their job. They're winning their gunfights when it matters. They're pulling off plants and surprising me as well as the player trying to push in. And it's just been a great game for them. MystiC looking so good.
They really are, and quite frankly, they are looking like it doesn't matter who they would be playing up against in these grand finals. They would be doing exactly the same thing. You mentioned their performance in the semifinals yesterday, and they performed so well there as well. And now we're going to see Taco and Rai take a bunch of damage, both of them, and that's not good. There's no Thunderboard, and well, there goes Rai offboarding. He's going to get one. Kirk is going to be able to get one onto Millies as well. It's going to be a 3v5, and we can feel that MystiC is pushing on the pedal here, trying to make things end in regulation. They do not want to go to Infinite OT. They want to give the Rebel a single chance, and now I believe Kirk is actually hacking the cameras. Camera hack, that means they're going to have control of the... Doug rotate away. This is just about the end for the HK Rebels.
It just feels like they have no ground, nothing to leverage, and Kirk makes it worse and worse. Burnt Turkey falls. Taco and Doug, the 2 remaining members, the last remaining member now. It's all Doug. Tries to shoot up to find something, but he'll run right into Aimkey, which cements the flawless round and cements MystiC as your CNON champions this season. What a fight. It took all 3 maps, but you'd hardly know it for map number 3. A 7-2 domination against the HK Rebels.
Domination is really and truly and wholly the right phrase for that. The HK Rebels got smacked. They got mollywopped. This was a clinic. However you want to phrase it. MystiC Academy played incredibly well here on Bank. And with that being said, we are going to toss it to an incredibly short break. I have an interview for you here, so don't go anywhere. We're going to get to pick the mind of the players from MystiC Academy. We'll be right back.
wanna let you in on something. A feeling I've been loving. Got to show you I've been thinking about you day and night. You're always on my mind. Since day one, swear I baby knew you were the one. Thinking maybe I could give all I've got to you. Wanna prove it. Got so much love. Please don't lose it. So let me give you it all. We can take it slow if you want. But all I know is I'm ready when you're ready. Are you ready? We ain't gotta do it all at once. All I need is touch. So baby, let me know. 'Cause I'm ready when you're ready. Are you ready?
rework it. But I saw it on the other games, people have been losing it too. So I don't know. Maybe it's just the site. We'll see.
We've got confirmation over the last 2 days, Neo. That site is 1 in 12 for the
Yeah,
defenders,
that's insane.
and the only team to win it was the HK Rebels. So you managed to beat them, as they were the only person to win that site. You guys won Oregon. You guys won Bank, but I kind of want to go back to Villa for a second. We all know what round we're going to be talking about. Frost and Ash. What happened there to where it just seemed like you guys had no clue that the Frost had tucked behind the box instead of going through the rotate? Was there just bad comms? Did you guys not drone out? How were they able to get away with sitting behind the box? And how did you guys decide, okay, we can't let that happen again?
Well, we just we unfortunately lost our drones that were close to Astro, and we weren't able to get another one in there. So when we went to take the fight, we were surprised by him being on black box, and we weren't able to get the trades. He had a good play. He hit his shots, so good job to him. And yeah, and then the upcoming rounds, we just made sure we had a drone ready for Astro every time. Made sure we checked black box in the corner.
I was gonna say after that, we did notice that that corner was being checked out every time, and pretty much all the rat corners were being checked out as well from that round on. So it was a great
Yeah.
play from them, but even Slay and I were just kind of like, "There's no way he gets away with this."
Oh yeah, that was on us, just a mistake, and well played from him.
Yeah, well, I mean, mistakes happen to everybody, but I feel like throughout all the times we've been able to see you, MystiC has always done such a great job of adapting and overcoming. You mentioned that you made sure to have that drone there. So great work, obviously paid off. But I want to open up the floor to you. Is there anything that you'd like to say about tonight? Anybody you'd like to thank before we let you go?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say GG's to HK Rebels. They played well, even though they had a really unfortunate situation, had to bring a sub in, and that really sucks, and I'm sorry to them. It's unfortunate, but not much we can do about it. And thank you to everyone who's watching, and thank you to Xenon for hosting a fun tournament. And thanks to my teammates.
Well, gotta get the teammate thank you in there as well. Well, again, congratulations, Neo. GG's to you and the MystiC Academy squad. It's been great to be able to watch you guys tonight. That last map of Bank, you managed to rip off 7 rounds in a row, and really is a clinic. So if anybody, yeah, it was 7 in a row. You guys lost the first 2 on CCTV, and then did not drop a single round after that. So if anyone out there is learning how to play Bank, just watch this VOD, because that was a literal clinic. Don't watch the first 2 rounds. You don't need to watch those. Don't worry about those. Yeah, just ignore those. The game starts at round 3. Okay, for anyone wondering, the game starts at round 3, and then you just watch how MystiC put on an absolute show. But with that all being said, we are going to be wrapping up here for tonight and for this season. Once again, Neo, thank you for joining us for the interview. And also thank you to Campfire Esports, our sponsor for this season. That is going to do it for Xenon Gaming Season 4. Make sure you keep an eye on all the socials, as Season 5 will be kicking off after just a short hiatus. But for everyone behind the scenes and for Slay as well, my name is Crisis. We hope that you had a fantastic rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in the next one.
Just so you know, I always go